Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing on proposed amendments to the Commission's rules to address PFAS in oil and gas extraction. It's docketed by the hearing clerk as 23580. We're going to begin this morning with our, what would this be, 7th or 8th opportunity for non-technical public comment as part of this hearing. And for this session, we do have an interpreter. Her name is Ashley Ortiz, to provide interpretation between English and Spanish. Ms. Ortiz, would you let the folks know that you are available?
Yes. Buenos días, estamos aquí, yo soy una oficial de audiencias, Felicia, y estamos aquí en materia de propuesta de modificación de las normas de la Comisión para abordar la divulgación de sustancias químicas y el uso de sustancias perluoalquiladas y polifluoroalquiladas y en la extracción de petróleo y gas, de acuerdo con en las leyes correspondientes de petróleo y aceite de Nuevo México. Y estamos aquí para comentario público, no técnico. En esta sesión tenemos a la intérprete, quien soy yo, Ashley Ortiz, para proporcionar interpretación. Por favor, infórmenos si usted necesita intérprete.
Thank you. So the folks I have who signed up to offer comment and who may or may not be present on the platform, please raise your virtual hand or turn on your screen if you would prefer to let us know that you would like to offer comment during this session. Let's see, we have first William Athis. Thank you. Mr. Athis, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? Mr. Athis. Nope. All right. Would you go to the next one then, Sheila? This is Carlos Matutes?
Matutes. Thank you.
Matutes. Would you spell your name, please?
Yes. Carlos. Last name is Matutes. I am the New Mexico community advocate for Green Latinos.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. At Green Latinos, we are a national organization working for environmental justice for Latina populations and other communities of color. For us, throughout the country, polyfluoroalkyl substances, especially surfactants in fracking fluids, are a major concern. Here in New Mexico, we have an additional concern because of our governor's desire to create produced water under her strategic water supply plan. As I'm sure that you have heard throughout this entire week, a minuscule amount of PFAS in any kind of drinking water basically makes it unusable. Here in New Mexico, water is obviously a major concern. We're in a 25-year drought. We're a desert state. We have very few options for surface water. We rely very heavily on groundwater. If we're using PFAS in our fracking fluids, and again, as I'm sure you've heard many times throughout the week, these are considered trade secrets. The only states, to my knowledge, that no longer have those trade secret protections for fracking fluids are our neighbors to the north, Colorado and New York. We would encourage a ban on the use of PFAS in industrial use, specifically in oil and gas exploration. there's far too much risk for ingress into groundwater supplies through leaks in well casings, through basic spills, which happen every single day, especially in the Permian Basin. In addition to the risks to our groundwater, we are very concerned about the risks to the health and well-being of New Mexicans who are working in those oil fields. These are, in many cases, some of our most vulnerable citizens. So please ban the use of PFAS in oil and gas exploration, in fracking fluids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matutas. Next we have, let's see, Dr. Emma Minks. Can you unmute yourself? I'm not hearing anything. Dr. Minks? Oh. Okay. Let's move on. We will come back around to everybody. Let's see, two, I think, yeah, Shelley Manlab.
Yes,
Are you,
good morning.
Good morning. Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Sure, and it does look like now the person that you called before me is available, but my name is Shelley Manlev. My name is spelled Shelley Mann-Lev.
Thank
And
you.
thank you so much. Thank
Do
you
you
so
swear
much.
or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm here today. I am a public health leader in New Mexico. I'm currently the executive director of Healthy Climate New Mexico, an organization of New Mexico healthcare and public health professionals and students who are mobilized to advocate for climate solutions that protect health and promote equity. And this is both a health equity and a public health issue that you are seriously considering. PFAS, these very toxic chemicals. And of course, we don't know exactly which, how, and what, because that transparency is not available to us in the fracking industry. PFAS are, as we know, to be extremely toxic in tiny amounts. And I have, as a public health expert, practicing for the last 30 years, 3 decades in New Mexico, great concerns about water. Water in New Mexico, especially now in this time of accelerating heat and climate change, we know is an accelerating, increasingly scarce resource. And we need to do everything we can in our power to make sure that we have clean, healthy water that will protect the health of the people who drink it. So many people have provided specific information about the toxic impacts. I'm just here to emphasize that as we see, those of us who not only want to protect the people here today, but for future generations, and PFAS do not expire quickly, they stay in water, in ground, that we need to do everything we can, including this ban, to make sure that our communities, workers, all of us are protected. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Let's see, this is Rebecca Sobel. Ms. Sobel, can you unmute yourself? I can't hear you. Nope. Okay. Oh, all right. We will come back to you. This is Kathleen Burke. Ms. Burke, can you unmute yourself?
Good morning.
There you are. All right. Terrific. Would you spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. It is Burke, Burke.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
My name is Kathleen Burke, resident of Sandia Park, speaking on behalf of my household. I begin by sharing with you the definition of ecocide as defined by the independent expert panel for the legal definition of ecocide, June 2021. Ecocide has to do with people who are complicit in the destruction of nature. Ecocide is unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. Just like with homicide, genocide, and femicide, as with ecocide, destruction is the key element. There are legal consequences for those who commit these acts. In the beliefs of many, there are karmic consequences. The class of PFAS chemicals are a weapon which already we know is leading us and the environment around us toward destruction. The Stop Ecocide International Foundation provides further legal definition for each of the terms used in the definition of ecocide. A, wanton means with reckless disregard for damage, which would be clearly excessive in relation to the social and economic benefits anticipated. Severe means damage which involves very serious adverse changes, disruption, or harm to any element of the environment, including grave impacts on human life or natural, cultural, or economic resources. C, widespread means damage which extends beyond a limited geographic area, crosses state boundaries, or is suffered by an entire ecosystem or species, or a large number of human beings. D, long-term means damage which is irreversible or which cannot be redressed through natural recovery within a reasonable period of time. Ecocide refers only to the very worst harms, usually on a major industrial scale, such as fracking. Distribution of PFAS chemicals in oil industry operations is a clear example of an industrial sector where unlawful or reckless conduct will cause this level of harm, which, if left unchecked, can and will rise to the level of ecocide. Ecocide further describes what is happening to our planet, the mass damage and destruction of the natural living world. It literally means killing one's home. The European Union recently voted to include ecocide-level crimes in the European Union's revised crime directive. The historic decision will strongly reinforce existing environmental laws establishing a clear, moral, as well as legal red line, aimed at preventing and punishing the gravest environmental harms. These are laws which our New Mexico lawmakers will also soon be considering. In light of the fact that we are now in the 7th mass extinction of our planet, the Holocene-Anthropocene extinction event, you might agree that laws preventing ecocide cannot be adopted soon enough in the United States, and we must pay heed to the crimes of ecocide happening in New Mexico preemptively. To commit homicide is to destroy another. Suicide is to destroy oneself. These are grave terms for the description of grave moral and legal choices, such as the grave choice you, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, are facing regarding the potential for the ecocide currently under consideration at this Commission. And
Ms.
which I,
Burke, please
among
wrap
many,
up.
hope you will wisely avert. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I think I saw Ms. Sobel come back to us. Let's see here. No, that was her. Yeah, up there in the upper right there. All right. Let's see. Ms. Sobel, are you unable to unmute yourself now? I can't hear anything. I'm sorry. All right. So for anyone having trouble with, oh yeah, you can go back to Dr. Minks. Yeah, that's a good one. For anyone having trouble unmuting themselves, please keep working on it if you'd like. Another possibility is to submit your comments in writing until 5 p.m. today. And there will be one more public comment period at 4:30 this afternoon. Dr. Minks, are you unable to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. If you
Yes.
would please spell your last name.
Sure, it's M like Mary, I like indigo, N like Nancy, C like cat, K like kangaroo, and S like Sam.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am a childhood cancer survivor, so that is part of why I have a concern with the forever chemicals. Also, just the name forever chemicals indicates that they will be around forever. And they are still understudied, although there are over 5,000 studies that I was able to find from a quick Google search that talk about the research done on PFAS. So they have been researched. I find it very concerning that the oil and gas industry is not required to share what types of PFAS chemicals they are injecting into the water here, because it does say on the research that I've read that there are various types of harmful effects from different types of PFAS. So in the 5,000 articles plus studied, I'm looking at an article by NCBI from 2022. It says that there is sufficient evidence in the studies, in those 5,000 studies, to say that there is a decreased antibody response in adults and children, decreased infant and fetal growth, an increased risk of kidney cancer, and there is suggestive evidence to say there is an increased risk of breast cancer, liver enzyme alterations, increased risk of testicular cancer, increased risk of thyroid cancer, and thyroid disease and dysfunction. So as someone who has experienced having cancer and had it when I was, not intentionally exposing myself to any harmful chemicals, no smoking, no drinking, no like philandering in a oil field, or, just whatever could be said to argue that it would be an individual's fault of having a disease, which I don't think it usually is or ever is. It is a public health issue, and it's something that you have the responsibility to protect the public from. And additionally, as has already been said, we do have a water shortage in New Mexico. So we also have an existing issue with contamination. There was a recent study done, I'm sure you've all seen that, on huge levels of radiation and like nuclear contamination near Santa Fe. And I feel like at the bare minimum, these companies should be required to disclose their chemicals, and the fact that they are not only not required to, but have no oversight in, what they're harming us with is really scary. And I think that, we need to protect our children and our future generations. If these things are as harmful as it says they are, which I'm assuming it is after 5,000 studies.
Would you please wrap up?
Sure. And then the other ones don't have enough information because they're not disclosed. I'm assuming that means they're bad, point blank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Minks. Let's see. Well, we can try Ms. Sobel again. I think there are some other folks too. Ms. Sobel?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Would you spell your last name, please?
Sobel.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'm going to start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you to all of the New Mexicans that are here today. My name is Rebecca Sobel. I am the organizing director of Wild Earth Guardians, and I want to acknowledge the hundreds and thousands of community members who have taken time out of their lives to raise their voices in defense of our water. In my 20 years of organizing in New Mexico, I've seen one issue that cuts across every line, every community in our state, and that's protecting our water. As you know, New Mexico has the least groundwater of any state in the nation, yet we rely on it for nearly most of our public water supply. Water here isn't just a resource, it's life itself. Driving up the I-25 corridor, we see how the land tells us where water touches the landscape. We are the 5th largest state by land, but we are home to the largest oil field in the nation. Not even the nation, the world, with explosive production in the Permian Basin. And yet, despite our enormous contribution to the oil and gas industry, New Mexico remains the poorest state in the United States. If oil and gas were going to make us rich, we would be rich by now. What this industry has brought us instead is a crisis of contamination. Daily, oil and gas companies spill toxic wastewater and chemicals on our lands and into our waters. This rulemaking gives us the opportunity to stand on the right side of history, prioritizing the health of New Mexicans over the profits of the richest industry on the planet. PFAS chemicals exist because of fossil fuel production. These are human-made chemicals designed to persist, to contaminate, to spread, and to remain long after the companies responsible for them have packed up and moved on. The oil and gas industry wants to be exempt from accountability, even as they inject PFAS and other toxic substances directly into the ground and ultimately into our aquifers. Instead of debating the makeup of countless PFAS compounds, the solution here is clear. No PFAS in our water. No trade secrets, no loopholes. If companies know what chemicals they're injecting, then we should too. And if they can't operate without PFAS, then maybe it's time to reconsider whether they should be operating at all. As New Mexicans, we have a sacred duty to protect our water, our land, and our people. We are at a crossroads where our decisions now will determine the health of our communities for generations. I'll close with the words of Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, who herself has lobbied the EPA for PFAS protections. By taking an urgent and science-based approach to this issue, we're helping to protect communities in New Mexico and around the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sobel. Here we have Nika Beauchamp. Nika Beauchamp?
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, would you please spell your first and last name?
Sure. It's Nika, Nika, and Beauchamp is Beauchamp.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'm going to start your 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you. So I just want to share as a mom why I am fully in support of this proposal to ban PFAS and other undisclosed chemicals in oil and gas drilling. So I have a 3 and a 5-year-old, and I moved to New Mexico a couple of years ago. And I just want to point out that New Mexico has done a tremendous amount for families with young children in recent years with childcare subsidies and raises for teachers working in early childhood education that I was so excited about as a new family moving here. And then to learn that that we are allowing undisclosed chemicals, including PFAS, to be injected into the ground and into our groundwater, which, as so many people here have already very articulately shared, poses a tremendous threat to young children. I'm pretty dismayed, and I'm hoping that we all take this opportunity to stand up for young kids and be consistent, with our other policies and show that we really believe in protecting the next generation. And I think the key word is protection. So I know that New Mexico also recently got some funding from the FDA to do some remediation, find sources of PFAS. But what is the use of that if we're still allowing PFAS to be purposefully injected into the ground. Prevention is the most powerful form of protection. And I also want to share a story about Maine, where I moved from. I worked for an organization that worked with farmers who are grappling with horrific PFAS contamination of their land and their soil and their groundwater. And it's a result of another industry, the paper industry, lobbying to include its waste in industrial sewage sludge and allowing that to be spread on farmland. And while it's a different industry, I think the impact is the same. I worked with a farmer named Adam Nordell who ran an organic farm with his wife and his young son and discovered PFAS first in his drinking water that was 400 times the level of the safety limit, and then PFAS in his soil. And when he had his blood tested, he discovered just shockingly high levels. I think the average level for everyday Americans, because this chemical is so ubiquitous, is somewhere between 1.4 and 4.3 parts per billion. And Adam Nordell had 3,547 parts per billion of PFAS in his blood. And what breaks my heart the most about that story, besides the obvious, is that he has a 3-year-old son, or he was 3 years old when they discovered the contamination. And Adam and his wife decided not to test their son's blood levels. I'm sorry, this always makes me tear up. I also have a 3-year-old son. And for a child that young to suffer such a high level of exposure, you can only imagine the risk to his health, to the risk of cancer, reproductive harm, neurodevelopmental damage. And that is what we are risking for our children today. And I really hope that we take this risk as seriously as it demands. And I strongly urge you to ban these chemicals in oil and gas drilling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Would you go to Dr. Athos? Let's see. Yes, he was our original number one. Let's see, Dr. Athos, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you very much. Would you spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Athas.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm a retired UNM professor of public health and a doctoral level epidemiologist. I've conducted human health risk assessments and have been a longtime teacher of environmental health at the graduate and undergraduate level. And I fully support the Wildlife Guardian's proposed amendments before the OCD. I think we can all agree that government, not private industry, is responsible for managing the chemical hazards and risks present in our environment. As scientific knowledge advances and risk is shown to greatly outweigh benefit, then government must act to address such imbalance. In April of this year, the US EPA issued drinking water standards for 6 PFAS compounds, all of which are much more stringent than for any other regulated chemical, save dioxins. These PFAS standards are based on human health risk assessment and the best available science. There is no benefit here that outweighs the demonstrable risk from not banning these highly persistent and toxic PFAS compounds. Consider the following. Last week, a majority of the American public voted to embrace the agenda of Make America Great Again. OCD has the opportunity to engage that agenda here and now. In a competitive global economy, we need every American child and every American worker to be as smart, healthy, and fit as possible. This will not happen without proactive government action. We cannot and should not, we cannot and should not roll dice on our children's health. New Mexico is now considering widespread environmental release of huge quantities of treated produced water, a new chemical hazard source. Given that just traces of PFAS appear capable of damaging cognitive development, what societal benefits are achieved by not taking action to ensure PFAS is not present in this waste disposal stream? How does inaction lead to making America great again? Another agenda embraced in the recent election is drill, baby, drill. The sizable federal lease lands in New Mexico will no doubt lead to an increased push for environmental release of oil and gas wastewater. It is inconceivable to me as an environmental health practitioner that the state would blindly permit such releases in the absence of full disclosure. If, as OCD apparently holds, innovation requires non-disclosure of trade secrets, then we truly are rolling dice on our children's health. I'm sure smart lawyers can wrangle a solution forward from a past that never envisioned intentional release of produced water. Following the status quo benefits a few and is not a recipe for making America great again. I urge the Commission and the division to be proactive, to quote Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the likely next Secretary of Health and Human Services, quote, high quality and transparent data, clearly documented, timely rendered, and publicly available are the sine qua non of competent public health management. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Athas. No, we already did Emma Minks. So we have Laura W. Ms. W., can you hear me? This will be the last comment I take on the platform for right now, and I have commenters in the room. Laura W. No? All right. I'm going to turn to commenters in the room. I will return to the platform in just a few minutes. So,
hello. I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. This
okay.
is Laura Wachampino.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wachampino. If you would just spell your last name, please.
Yes. WATCHEMPINO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you for this time to speak. I am a resident of the Pueblo of Acoma and former water quality specialist for Acoma. We know that the oil and gas industry exploration and production waste is exempt from regulation under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. That creates innumerable exposure pathways for hazardous PFAS waste to be widely dispersed in our environment, where they can cause various types of cancer and birth defects, as we heard earlier. In the event that produced water is recycled back into our environment, how can these harmful chemicals be treated without their full disclosure? The New Mexico Oil and Gas Association is putting our public health at risk with such a proposal. It is therefore incumbent on the Oil Conservation Commission and the Environment Department to close this regulatory gap, because water produced with PFAS-laced fracking fluids will be widely dispersed during the reuse of produced water, as well as during disposal, threatening our public health, our environment, and endangering New Mexico's scarce freshwater resources. The Commission, first and foremost, should ban the use of PFAS and other undisclosed chemicals used in oil and gas drilling operations. A total ban will eliminate the burdensome disclosure requirements like those adopted in Colorado and will be most protective of our health and environment. We certainly can't afford to sacrifice our health or precious water resources, as the industry is proposing. Simply permitting non-disclosure would give the industry a free pass to pollute our environment with toxic and hazardous materials, all without our knowledge or consent. In fact, the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association has stated that it supports a science-based prohibition on the use of PFAS and supports requiring operators of oil and gas wells to certify to the Oil Conservation Commission that no public, I'm sorry, that no PFAS-containing fracturing fluids have been used in the fracturing of the well. Big oil and gas companies have exploited New Mexico's land and water and endangered our lives and health in many ways, from harmful methane emissions to undisclosed chemicals in its fracking fluids. It will certainly benefit the industry's bottom line to fight an outright prohibition on the use of PFAS and the disclosure of chemicals used during drilling operations, because it is already in a downward spiral due to excessive carbon emissions that affect our climate. The citizens of New Mexico clearly expect the Oil Conservation Commission to protect our health and environment. And the Environment Department has the duty to do so and should simply not rely on the industry's goodwill or voluntary compliance with regulatory measures that are designed to protect our health and natural resources. It must impose an outright ban on the introduction of harmful forever pollutants in oil and gas drilling operations, as well as the associated waste streams that will then be widely disseminated into the environment,
Please
affecting
wrap
our public health. Excuse me?
Please wrap up.
Therefore, I ask the Oil Conservation Commission, let's not prolong the injustice of allowing the industry to regulate itself. That is your job. And if you need more funding and staff to do your jobs, make sure the industry is paying its fair share. We don't want their liabilities passed off onto us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move from the platform to the folks who have been waiting patiently in the room. I will invite more comment from the platform if there's more to be given in just a little bit. Now, sir, thank you for your patience. You come up to that microphone, if you would, please. And if you would state and spell your first and last name.
Thank you, sir. Jose Angurmea Lorenzo Villegas. Villegas, V like in victory, Illegas.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission. Buenos días de la Dios, amán y voten de Monegüe. On behalf of my indigenous communities of El Valle de la Ciénaga Land Grant Association and the Texas Band of Yaqui Indians Tribal Administrator Government Affairs, I would like to submit my 507 words to the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission. In a recent Santa Fe, New Mexican article, the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commissioner, the designee for the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, stated that he'd like to see more New Mexico specific data presented. You're asking a big ask of the commission, he said. One is banning PFAS and the other is banning all undisclosed chemicals. I want to see real data in our state that should push us to more or less to go the extreme of even banning undisclosed chemicals. Understood. Here is my PFAS, triple AFF firefighting foam industrial chemical blood test and results for the commission to review if you wish to do so. However, please respect the HIPAA provisions at the same time. In the real world that we live in La Ciénaga Pueblo, Santa Fe County, with my family and neighbors, we do not deserve to be disrespected, dismissed, and ignored by the DOD, the New Mexico Environment Department, the governor, the EPA, and the municipalities that were supposed to protect us from an environmental justice violation in the first place. My family, who resides in the La Ciénaga Pueblo over 48 years and generations, did not authorize and or give permission to the government entities mentioned to place us in irreparable harm and in danger with this industrial chemicals that have contaminated our private wells, specifically endangering our health, welfare, and public safety. Frankly, out of the 6 PFAS, PFOA, PFOS, PFNN, et cetera, industrial chemicals that were identified by the EPA to be hazardous substance materials, 3 were identified in my blood system. And yes, I'm a healthy veteran Marine, and I am pissed. In conclusion, so how much analytical real data from New Mexico does this commission really need to make a public policy decision to protect our indigenous communities from throughout New Mexico from irreparable harm from the undisclosed chemicals that the corporate oil and gas industry has identified as a trade secret and attempting to hide it from us? Instead of catering to the corporate oil gas industry to increase their profit margins, this commission should mandate to require the allocation funding sources to pay for conducting an environmental community health assessment, a PFAS blood study in my indigenous community, where my family and neighbors have gotten medically sick and dying from these dangerous hazardous chemicals in Santa Fe and throughout the state of New Mexico. Ya basta. That's enough. Así es. It's done. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viejas. Is there anyone else in the room, sir? If you would state and spell your first and last name.
Colin Cox, Colincox.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Colin Cox with the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'd like to start by just highlighting how nasty PFAS are. And I know you've heard a lot about this already this week, but there are thousands of different PFAS compounds, and we don't really know a lot about most of them. But we do know what we do know is bad. PFAS cause reproductive harm. They cause developmental delays in children. They cause cancer. They damage the immune system, the liver, the thyroid, and the cardiovascular system, among other problems they cause. They're called forever chemicals because they persist in the environment much, much longer than most of the other pollution that humans make. They're a danger to all life. We all have them in our bodies. And most of us got them from contaminated water and food. And that's why protecting our water is so important, and why the Center for Biological Diversity opposes the use of PFAS in oil and gas production and supports Wild Earth Guardian's petition to ban them. Oil and gas companies must stop pumping these chemicals into the ground and spilling them on our land. This week, we've heard representatives of the oil industry insist that PFAS aren't used in oil and gas production, which begs the question of why they'd fight so hard to continue doing something that they claim they aren't doing. But we know PFAS are being used in oil and gas production, and we know that they can be present in fracking waste, also called produced water, which oil and gas companies spill every day in New Mexico, multiple times per day. So we really have to stop this industry from poisoning us and.
Sorry. Nope. Hold on, sir. There you go.
Am I back? Great. Sorry about that. The center also supports Wild Earth Guardian's proposal to require the disclosure of chemicals used in oil and gas production. We have a right to know what companies are pumping into our ground and spilling on our soil. But right now, the industry is hiding a lot of that information from us and asking us to trust them. An industry with a century-long history of spoiling the environment and misleading the public about it. Contrary to what the industry is arguing, disclosure would require the company to either voluntarily disclose the chemicals they're using or not use them in New Mexico. And this is about disclosing individual chemicals, not formulas, not recipes, not proportions, and so not trade secrets protected by law. The Uniform Trade Secrets Act is not an obstacle here. And OCD could not misappropriate the identity of a chemical because it would be voluntarily disclosed by the operator. Operators would have a simple choice. Either tell us what chemicals they're using or don't use them here. We should follow the lead of other states like Colorado, which ban PFAS in oil and gas production and require companies to disclose all the chemicals they're using in their operations. Other states are doing this, and we must do it here. The bottom line is that PFAS threaten our waters, our environment, our wildlife, and our health. We ask the Commission to ban their use in oil and gas production and require operators to disclose the chemicals they're using in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Sir. And just as a reminder to everyone, we do have an interpreter between English and Spanish and English this morning. If you would please state and spell your first and last name.
Sure. State Senator Harold Pope Jr. Last name is Popejr.
Thank you very much. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm State Senator Harold Pope Jr., Senator representing Northwest Albuquerque, and I just want to provide public comment. I support the ban on PFAS, defined as a substance with at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom. Apparently, this has been a controversial topic in this proceeding because some want to narrow the PFAS definition to only include well-characterized PFAS compounds. I urge you not to be narrow, but rather inclusive or expansive, because the lives of New Mexicans are at stake, and here's why. Number one, the precautionary principle, which is a worldwide social, medical, and legal approach that encourages caution when there is scientific uncertainty about all the known potential risks, and in this case, may have severe human and environmental repercussions. The particular import for decision makers like you and like me applies here, because there's a very real possibility that even though every harm is not conclusively known, we have a responsibility to protect the public from exposure to contamination, especially when emerging scientific research is finding that there is a plausible risk, a very serious risk, to future generations. Number two, 23 states and Congress have relied on a more inclusive definition. Sufficient data exists to characterize the deleterious effects of human health from PFAS. Over the past decade, 33 states have or are currently considering regulation and legislation addressing toxic PFAS chemicals, a class of chemicals dubbed forever chemicals because of their inability to break down in nature. Number three, 4 parts per trillion. While I understand you're rightfully concerned that we don't have toxicology data on all 10 to 15,000 PFAS compounds, and that gives you pause to enact an all-out PFAS ban, which is understandable, I ask you to consider that the EPA did enact water standards for several PFAS chemicals as low as 4 parts per trillion. Based on this standard for just 6 chemicals, many states have jumped into regulatory and legislative action. I urge you to act now as well. Having singly, widely adopted definition of a ban on PFAS, defined as with at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom, creates important consistency for manufacturers, retailers, the oil and gas industry, and regulators. The definition proposed by the petitioner has been used in state and federal legislation since 2018. Lastly, on this point, there may be many variants of the COVID virus that haven't been fully analyzed, tested, and their DNA mapped. Does that mean that we should just assume they're not dangerous simply because the analysis of the other variants is not complete? Some of the variants may in fact be harmless, but does that mean that we should just assume that they are harmless in the light of the fact that millions of people have died from some of these variants and we just don't know? I turn now to a related topic. NMOGA put out a call on an email yesterday on the proposed amendments to the Oil and Conservation Division rules. On one hand, NMOGA said they are not intentionally using hydraulic fracking operations and that these chemicals are not commonly used in oil and gas operations. Yet, they still urge supporters to speak out against the proposed regulations. I received this email in my inbox. And for me, if they're not intentionally using PFAS and these chemicals are not being commonly used in oil and gas operations, then why are they opposed to these amendments? It was also stated in the email that they follow all the regulations for disclosure of fracking fluid, and it's done through Frac Focus. But from my understanding, and we all know, in Colorado, they've enacted a PFAS ban and require full chemical disclosure of oil and gas from oil and gas operations. What this means is the cat is out of the bag. In Colorado, the chemical constituents are already revealed. These chemicals and their fracking fluid can't be trade secrets because they're no longer secrets. They're now showing that what the industry's been doing, and that the industry has not been harmed. And so it also shows that they won't be harmed here in New Mexico as well. Apparently, no one has been harmed, and we haven't seen that. If they'd certainly provide evidence of what harm that has been done, I think we should all see that. Furthermore, this commission or any public official in New Mexico, or for that matter, any member of the public who is concerned with whether these fracking fluids contain chemicals that are dangerous to the health right now, we would have to travel to Denver to get that information. And I just don't think that's something that we should have to do. We should be able to do that here. It's important that, as I understand it, none of these companies has put evidence in the record that disclosing chemical formulas has harmed them in Colorado or California or any other states, or that likely harm would happen if they disclosed it. This whole issue seems really ridiculous to me. And in light of the fact that ONG operators have already disclosed their chemical constituents in other states. In closing, we have a moral, ethical, and legal duty to protect our fellow New Mexicans from likely harm. That includes full chemical disclosure of hydraulic fracking fluids. As a member of the New Mexico legislature, I urge you to implement the broad authority to regulate oil and gas that we gave you and that protects public health, the environment, and property. Thank you for allowing me to provide this public comment, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Senator Pope. Let me return to was there anyone else in the room? I didn't see anyone else in the room. Okay, so let me return to the platform. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to take this opportunity and who's not already offered comment? Take this opportunity. There will be one more public comment session at 4:30 this afternoon. Please turn on your screen or raise your virtual hand. Let's see here. Sheila, do you want to see if that Rita, let's see here. Rita Norwood, did you want to make a comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm just here to listen to everyone else. I was actually invited into this meeting from one of my friends who works for environmental protection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So I don't see any other virtual hands or screens on. So we are going to return to the technical case. And near the end of yesterday, we had finished the divisions case, as I understand it. But let me make sure. Mr. Tremaine?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner, commissioners, and the public and parties. Thank you. OCD has no further witnesses.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me ask if there are any other matters we need to discuss before I turn to other parties.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Yes.
One of our speakers during public comment, Mr. Lorenzo Villegas, handed me his written note, which differed a little bit from his spoken statement. Can we enter this into the record?
Yes, absolutely. That would go to Ms. Apodaca and would become part of the record.
I'll make sure she gets this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty. So, Mr. Davis.
Good morning. Before I forget, I wanted to move a few exhibits into evidence that Guardians has not moved. That would be Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 4. That's the Colorado PFAS ban and disclosure law. Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 5, that's the California disclosure law. Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 7, that is the New Mexico Tech publication about climate change effect on our freshwater resources in New Mexico over the next 50 years. And Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 8, which is the exhibit that compiles the 23 state definitions for PFAS that are consistent with Guardians definition. And while I understand that I can cite these are, state laws and publicly available publications from a state entity, I do want to move them into evidence so that they are part of the record and that the commission has access to them without having to get on Westlaw and find them.
Sure, I understand. Are there any objections to the admission of Guardians Exhibit 4, 5, 7, or 8? No, I don't hear anything. Thank you. 4, 5, 7, and 8 are admitted. Any other preliminary matters? No? All right. So as I understand it, EOG, and thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz. Our public comment session is ended. Thank you. As I understand it, EOG is not going to present witnesses or make an opening statement. So let me turn to Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell?
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you like to make an opening statement or another a sworn statement? What would you like to do?
Your Honor, I'll make an opening statement.
Terrific. Go ahead.
We are here today to consider a petition proposing rule changes aimed at banning the use of PFAS in downhole operations and requiring the disclosure of all chemicals used in oil and gas production, purportedly to protect public health. While the intention behind this petition is understandable, I must express significant concerns about adopting these rules based on the evidence, or lack thereof, presented. Throughout this hearing, we've heard a series of ifs. If PFAS contamination is occurring due to downhole operations. If this contamination reaches groundwater. If it poses a significant health risk unique to the oil and gas industry. However, these are speculative scenarios without concrete evidence to substantiate them. The allegations rely heavily on theoretical risks rather than demonstrable facts. It's important to recognize that PFAS compounds are ubiquitous in modern society. They are present in a wide array of consumer products and industrial applications, making them essentially a new boogeyman. Singling out the oil and gas industry ignores other significant sources of PFAS exposure. For instance, the use of firefighting foam, particularly in combating grass fires across the expansive grasslands and ranch areas of Lee County and Eddy County, likely contributes to PFAS presence in the same environments that are shared by oil and gas operators. These regions regularly experience large grass fires where brush trucks deploy firefighting foams to protect people, property, and the environment. It is telling that the current focus is particularly pinned on the oil and gas industry, when there are clearly other routes through which environmental health may be impacted. Implementing regulations based on speculative evidence not only risks creating unenforceable rules, but also may extend beyond the fiscal and operational capacity of the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. Changes proposed by Wild Earth Guardians would require legislative action rather than regulatory adjustments, placing them outside the authority of this agency. Adopting such rules without solid evidence and proper legislative backing could undermine the regulatory framework and our public trust. Therefore, I find petitioners' proposed rule changes should not be adopted in its original or revised forms. A more comprehensive, evidence-based approach is necessary. This concludes my opening statement. I will not be presenting any rebuttal witnesses or evidence, and I return the proceedings to the hearing officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Let's see, I wanted to do one thing before I went to Namoga. I meant to do a little earlier. Sheila, would you come up to the witness stand, please? Would you state your name for the record? I've been referring to you for 4 days, but
Yes, my name's Sheila Apodaca.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you have in your hand the same document I have here, which is a notice of compliance?
Yeah.
Would you explain what that is, please?
Sure. This is a certificate of compliance that I filed into the case file in this matter, showing the matters that I took to comply with the State Rules Act on giving notice to the public of the meeting.
Thank you. I would like to make this single-page document Hearing Officer Exhibit 1 so that we have in the record a clear basis for a statement in any statement of reasons, for example, that the Commission would adopt that all notice requirements were met. Are there any objections to that? Would you like to see it, Mr. Davis? Okay. Or you could even take Sheila's copy or this copy. It's all the same, but it sets out all the various ways in which,
Madam Hearing Officer,
yes, Ms. Nanasi.
is it possible for Ms. Apodaca to make that part of the record?
Right. I'm making, for the same reason Mr. Davis made certain parts of the record exhibits so that they are prominent and easily findable. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
Guardians has no objection.
All right. Anyone else?
No.
Nope. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Apodaca. Does anyone have a question of Ms. Apodaca? No. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Now we turn to Namoga. Ms. Mulcahy.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning to all the parties and folks in the audience. I'm going to call Namoga's first witness, Dr. Janet Anderson.
Good morning. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you. May I be able to share my screen, please?
Sheila, if you would allow that, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Anderson.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Last name is Anderson, Anderson. First name Janet, Janet.
Dr. Anderson, did you provide direct written testimony marked as Exhibit E and attached Exhibit E1 through E29 for this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Anderson, do you have any changes or additions to your direct testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
Dr. Anderson, do you adopt your written testimony marked as Exhibit E as your sworn testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Is this testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go ahead and move into the record for admission Exhibits E, Namoga Exhibits E through E29, and Namoga Rebuttal Exhibit E30.
I believe we were sent E30
Yes, ma'am.
via email. Are there objections to E and through E30? No? All right, hearing none, they are admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, could you please provide a brief summary of your testimony?
Yes, it would be an honor. Good morning, everyone. Based on my experience with PFAS, I've been working in this space for over a decade, and I'm a board certified toxicologist and human health risk assessor. I've been asked to essentially do three things. One, provide support to NMOGA on their PFAS definition. Two, ensure that statements about concerns for PFAS exposure and risk are accurate and fact-based. And then three, provide some guidance around the risk communication of disclosure of chemicals. So to that end, my colleague, Dr. Richardson, from whom you'll hear later, he and I worked together to propose a definition for PFAS. Our definition is consistent with the US EPA Toxic Substances Control Act, so that's TSCA. It's a regulatory definition adopted by EPA because it covers a very, very large, broad list of PFAS that present the most, they call it, highest concern. It also covers the PFAS that have the physical and chemical characteristics that are relevant to this rulemaking. I want to be really clear on something. I think the concern and the devastating impacts of certain PFAS, PFOA and PFAS in the environment are not a debate here. I agree. These chemicals are, as we've heard from the wonderful testimony of the public, found in the environment. They're mobile in the environment. PFOA and PFAS are bioaccumulative, and they do have toxicities at very low concern levels, regulatory levels that we have rarely seen. However, to make statements such as all PFAS are exceptionally toxic is simply just not true. To make statements that all PFAS are mobile in the environment is not true. To make statements that PFAS are all bioaccumulative, not true. To make even the statement that all PFAS, using the definition proposed by Wild Earth Guardians, are persistent is not true. That being said, again, I want to be clear, I support the ban of PFAS in hydraulic fracturing fluid, provided that rulemaking is tangible, executable, and enforceable, and that the definition of PFAS truly will protect public health. I also support the full disclosure of chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing to OCD and in the event of loss of a well integrity. Why? I do think that it is our regulators that are trained and have the experience to best interpret that information on a site-specific level, and then have the authority to execute the site-specific actions that need to take place to investigate the release, the well integrity event, and to best protect public health. Lastly, I just want to say thank you for being here. This has been quite a week. It's really been an honor to be here and to listen to this. And I want to commend the commission for, it's a yeoman's job to try to understand a complicated chemistry, a complicated rulemaking. I really appreciate the stakeholders that are here and your interest in hearing from all sides. So with that, I will happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to go ahead and share on my screen what's been marked as Exhibit NMOGA Rebuttal Exhibit E30. If my computer will cooperate, I will do that. Okay. Dr. Anderson, can you see what I've put up as NMOGA Rebuttal Exhibit E30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, we have heard a lot of testimony this week that there's 3 different PFAS definitions. Some are broad, some are narrow. They're all over the map. Could you please respond to whether we are really seeing 3 different PFAS definitions?
Yeah, there's some interesting nuances, obviously, but the reality is, in practicality, as can be executed, there's not differences in these definitions materially. The 2 most closely aligned would be New Mexico OCDs and NUMOGAs. At the end of the day, again, to execute and to enforce these definitions, they're practically the same. And so I think that that's sort of reduced the pressure and the temperature on that just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And let me ask you here, on the OCD definitions, while we're looking at it, do you see where it says United States Environmental Protection Agency, US EPA standard analytical methods? Do you see that line?
Yes, I do.
And then it lists method 537.1.
Yes.
And method 533.
Yes.
And method 8327.
Yes.
And method 1633.
Correct.
Have these been standardized methods?
Yes, they are.
And what does that mean from your field when a method is standardized?
So standardized methods are the gold standard for what we use in environmental investigations and for compliance. It means that labs that are certified and follow the standard analytical method procedure can reliably produce results that can be validated, have the proper QA/QC, and that can be sort of high confidence to reliably, reproducibly use that data.
And these methods that I just listed here, 537.1, 533, 8327, 1633, are they able to analyze for a single fully fluorinated carbon atom?
They are not.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, I've now put up on the screen slide 2 here, and there was some discussion and questions about NMOGA's definition of PFAS and why that was put forward. And I believe it was Dr. Hansen who testified that that would not be protective of public health. Could you explain why NMOGA chose that definition specifically?
Sure. Dr. Richardson and I really wanted to make sure that a definition we proposed was a regulatory definition that we could point to. EPA has a ton of documentation and literature around why this is their definition under the TSCA program. And I think this quote here really summarizes that well. It focuses on the PFAS of concern because these are the PFAS that are known to be persistent and the potential presence of which in the environment may present both a human exposure and then therefore a human health risk. So what's important is the contrast, right? So for chemicals with only one fully fluorinated compound, those are not persistent. They also don't have the characteristics of stability, durability, the thermal, protectiveness, the all the things that we think about when we think about PFAS are not associated with the single fluorinated. These are gases. These are pharmaceuticals. I've been told potentially agricultural chemicals. But typically when we think about in the traditional definition of PFAS, it's always these highly stable compounds that repel water and oil and grease and that are highly stable under extreme temperatures. And that requires at least 2 fully fluorinated carbons.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. You said persistent, that these compounds that NMOGA proposed, that the single fully fluorinated carbons are not persistent. When you say persistent, what do you mean by that?
Sure. So environmental persistence, so chemicals in the environment can be degraded or transformed
because the microbes chew them up because of UV light, right? Or temperature, pressure. So if a chemical is persistent, they are resistant to those kinds of things. If they're able to degrade, that means the atoms in the molecule can be broken apart. And so for a chemical to just have one fully fluorinated carbon, it can break apart. It's not protected by those fluorines. And as said here, what it degrades to is just that end carbon, that trifluoroacetic acid. That's well studied here in the US under especially the AIR program, because again, gases. The hydrofluorocarbons that were introduced to replace greenhouse gases degrade to trifluoroacetic acid. The EU has an extensive dossier on TFA. So again, persistence meaning potential to degrade. And we need to make sure that we do capture those in our definition and consideration, that the terminal dead end products, that's what we call the sort of the last little bits of the chemicals that can't degrade any further. We do want to make sure we capture those, and that would be considered 2 carbons or more.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, there has also been a lot of discussion this week about fluoropolymers, non-polymers, and everything is toxic in both categories. Could you please explain what we are looking at here and why it's not necessarily true that all PFAS are extremely toxic?
Sure. This is a admittedly woefully simplified family tree for PFAS. But what it's attempting to demonstrate is that PFAS, broadly spoken, can be divided into polymers and non-polymers. And sometimes even that terminology is tricky. So non-polymers are these small, just small molecular weight, shown here, typically defined as less than 1,000 Dalton molecules. That includes the normal PFOA, PFAS, PFNA, the alphabet soup that we're talking about. Contrast that with polymers, though. So polymers are massively large compounds. So over 100,000 up to over 1 million Daltons. And basically what a polymer is you take a monomer, so a small piece, and you repeat it over and over and over and over and over, like building, Lego blocks put together. So for example, like as a size comparison, if you think of the monomer or the small little piece, equivalent to like a non-polymer small chemical, the size of a marble. And this is an analogy, so I'm not trying to be super precise here, but my organic chemist told me that it's close enough. So if a monomer is the size of a marble, the polymer would be the size of a football field. That's the difference in size. And so polymers, especially fluoropolymers like PTFE, I want to be very clear, are designed to be really stable. So they're these long, huge chains. They're considered to be not biologically available. They're so big that they don't readily absorb through a cell membrane. They're just too big. Also, there's several, because the fluoropolymers specifically have to be stable, they don't have reactive groups on them. And actually, I think, Ms. Mulcahy, could you hit the next?
Yeah, absolutely. I just have a quick question for you, Dr. Anderson, on this slide. You said that the PTFE is not biologically available. Could you explain what biologically available means?
Sure. And I want to be real careful. Again, language matters. So fluoropolymers like PTFE are so big that they can't absorb through a cell wall. So if we ingest it, the data suggests so far that it just gets excreted. It's kind of like a grain of sand, right? Like it doesn't get absorbed. These non-polymer chemicals, it depends on the chemical structure, but they can get absorbed, they can bind to proteins, they can do a bunch of stuff that interacts with the cellular biology. That's the difference.
Thank you.
Did I answer that? Okay.
Yes, and you also mentioned the differences in molecular weight between these compounds.
Yeah.
Why does molecular weight matter?
Yeah, molecular weight and size and structure of compounds and the chemistry of that dictates both how it might move in the environment and, from my perspective, then how people and receptors might be exposed and how it's going to move in our bodies and what it might do. So if something is huge, it's going to behave very differently than something that's small. That's an overgeneralization, of course, because there's many other things that matter. But the molecular weight or the size of a chemical gives us an indication of a line of evidence of potential toxicity, potential exposure, potential fate and transport.
And is it a fair characterization to say that not all PFAS have the same molecular weight? That's the analogy that you did with the marbles.
Oh, of course. Yeah. So again, across this entire family, there are, exponentially large number of different molecular weights. There are certain cutoffs of molecular weights of what we understand to be biologically available can come through a cell wall. Some compounds and some PFAS are tiny, meaning they really don't even bind to proteins well. And so again, that molecular weight, it really tells us a lot. It's not the be end all, but it tells us a lot about how a chemical might behave in both the environment and in human body.
And in your field of toxicology, Dr. Anderson, why does it matter that a receptor can bind?
Sorry. Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So when I talk about receptor binding, again, my background's molecular biology. This is how chemicals actually interact in our bodies. And PFAS, specifically, for example, PFOA and PFAS, unfortunately, they are the sweet spot, perfect size to bind to a lot of proteins in our body. They bind to proteins in our blood. They bind to proteins in our kidneys, and that's why we hang on to them. They stay in our bodies. But PFAS that are smaller than that just don't bind as well. It's kind of like trying to catch a ping pong with a catcher's mitt, right? It's not the right size, you're going to drop it. PFAS that are too big also won't bind to that protein. So binding to proteins is one way of bioaccumulation, which means exposure to a very small amount of a chemical, but it stays in our body. We don't eliminate it very quickly. So that's one mechanism of bioaccumulation specific to PFAS. It also is a mechanism for potential toxicity. So binding to receptors and then causing those protein receptors to do things in the cell to signal different activities. And so that binding to receptors, which is contingent on the size and charge and shape of chemicals, is critical to understanding toxicity.
And so I just want to make sure that when you said those really small compounds that can bind to receptors, you were saying PFOS and PFOA.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Just because here PFAS is a thing to say.
Yeah.
It sounds different on this end of the mic.
I'll spell out when I'm saying a specific chemical, I'll spell out the alphabet soup.
Thank you.
I'll try to remember.
Thank you. Okay. And again, while we're on this conversation about polymers and non-polymers, Dr. Anderson, there's been lots of conversations this week, testimony that, again, all PFAS are toxic, all PFAS are the same. Could you explain what we have here on this slide to discuss that point?
Sure. I just wanted to put some of the key PFAS in their correct family. So as mentioned, PTFE is a fluoropolymer, completely different in size. Dramatically different, right? PFOA and PFOS, they fall under the perfluoroalkyl substance family. What that means, the per means all. Little chemistry lesson there. Per means all. The F for fluoro, so all fluorines. What that means is the carbons are fully fluorinated. The O actually stands for the number of carbons, octo. And so that's how you kind of decipher this alphabet soup. That subset of chemistries, the fully fluorinated, varies based on both chain length and what's at the end. And that's either the A for carboxylic acid or an S for sulfonate. And so it really only, best that I can tell, there's about 24 of those, and that's it. But those are the ones that we have studied because they were used the most as fluorosurfactants, highest volume. And those are the ones that we have information about toxicity, bioaccumulative nature. They're not all bioaccumulative, going back to the protein binding, but that's the family. All the poly, so poly means many, not all. So highly fluorinated, many fluorines, but not all. So a lot of the discussion around all the rest of the PFAS falls in that category. That's probably the biggest family of PFAS. So my boxes here are not drawn to scale, but everything else. So like the Gen X, the fluorotelomere alcohols, the fluorotelomere sulfonates, all of those fall into that polyfluoroalkyl group.
Thank you. And you said, Dr. Anderson, that there was a group that was the most studied because those are the most concerned, and you didn't say what those are. Could you just clarify for the record what those are?
Yeah, we started with the fully fluorinated, the perfluoroalkyl substances. So PFOA, PFAS, used in the highest production according to the industries, and used in the widest range of applications due to their fluorosurfactant nature and their ability to be highly stable, repel oil and grease and water and all of those things. They're also the terminal degradation products. So degradation and impurities are an important thing for talking about PFAS. And those terminal sort of, if you're going to have something break down, it's going to be at a carbon that is not fluorinated, or maybe an oxygen that's stuck in the middle of the group or something weird. It will break down to and stop breaking down at the fully fluorinated chain. I hope I'm making that make sense. So the fluorines around the carbon kind of protect those carbons. So if a carbon is not fully fluorinated, it's not protected. It can be broken apart. Or if there's a different molecule in there that's not fluorinated, like an oxygen, it's not protected. So those polyfluoroalkyl substances and even bits and pieces of the side chain fluorinated polymers can break down into the fully fluorinated substances. So they're the most well studied because at the end of the day, not only were they the most used, not only do they have similar physical chemical characteristics, including protein binding, size, shape, but they also can be the degradation, the common degradation products to so many of the other PFAS.
Were any of the class of non-polymers that you were just talking about, PFOA, PFOA, and PFOS, used in the oil and gas industry, to your knowledge?
Not that I have seen, not to my knowledge.
Could you give us a common example of what a PFOS or a PFOA might be? Would that be like firefighting foam?
Both are present in AFFF, the older formulations of AFFF. PFOS was also heavily used in things like Scotchgard, surface treatments, textile treatments, both of them. Yeah. PFOA is a common breakdown product of other fluorosurfactants as well. Because again, anything that's got 8 or more carbons could break down to PFOA.
And let me ask you, Dr. Anderson, in the definition of PFAS, PFAS that NMOGA proposed here, did that definition include PFOA?
Yes, it did.
Did that definition include PFOS?
Yes, it did.
Did it include the breakdown products of PFOA?
PFOA is the breakdown product.
Okay. And so did it then include breakdown products?
Yes, it did.
And the analytical methods that the OCD, Oil Conservation Division, included in their definition, do those analytical methods analyze for breakdown products?
The perfluoroalkyl substances, yes, these degradation products.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Anderson, since we are having the most fun with a chemistry lesson this morning, I thought why not actually put some chemical structures up. And show everyone what we're talking about. I think that might, as a lawyer pretending to be a chemist, I thought that might be helpful to everyone. So could you please explain, Dr. Anderson, what we're looking at here in terms of what we've heard this week from other witnesses?
Sure, and I'll promise not to try to not make this too painful. And as a toxicologist walking through chemistry, again, the chemistries, though, the chemical structures are really important to understand the toxicology, the fate and transport. So the first column shows just an example of some of those fully fluorinated substances. Anywhere where there's two lines that touch, that's a carbon. We don't write the C's just because it gets a little too busy, but there's carbons. And you can see that those carbons are in a chain and that every single carbon has the fluorine around it. That's what it means. And so you can see that you've got some with 8 going down to 7 that are fluorinated in the PFOA molecule, but technically 8 carbons. And then there's an example of just a small little one at the bottom, the B for bute or 4. The middle column, those are just some examples of some common polyfluorinated substances. So these are the ones that we have. Some of them we've studied, the 6,2-FTS, for example, 6,2-fluorotelomere alcohol. Gen X is at the bottom. Gen X is drawn a little wonky, and I don't know why. All of these structures come from EPA's chemistry dashboard. But what you can see is that there are carbons, for example, at the 6,2-FTOH at the end. You'll see how there's some lines drawn that don't have fluorines attached to them. Those are the carbons that break off. So when it degrades, it just degrades to that chain that has the Fs. So that's where it breaks. And so similarly, the molecule below it, and to be fair, I don't actually know the full chemical name of this one. I can certainly look it up, but the acronym is listed there for you. It would degrade similarly. So even though we don't have toxicity information for FPE-SAA, you can see how the molecules are pretty similar with that key fully fluorinated chain. And in our bodies and in the environment, the end groups can break off. Leaving that fluorinated chain, we do have the toxicity information on that chain. So while we may not have chemical specific information, for example, on the FPE-SAA, we have some really good indications of what might be happening. And FPE-SAA is not included in the analyte list. It is included in our definition, but we could measure and monitor for the degradation product, and we can have some information about potential risk because it's the chain, that piece that binds to the receptors in our bodies that then causes the myriad of potential health effects. And so even with Gen X, you can see, even though it's drawn a little wonky, it kind of still stretch it out a little bit. It could still fit. It could still do that same pattern of fitting into a binding or of a receptor. But I will say, for example, Gen X is not bioaccumulative. We eliminate it pretty quickly, matter of days to weeks. Why is that? Well, you can look here and see it does have sort of this dangly piece. This is my chemistry coming out, right? All the chemists listening are cringing. But it's got that dangly piece, which means it doesn't fit into the receptor as well. So in our kidneys, when we try to eliminate chemicals, our kidneys think that these long chains are lipids. So fatty acids are carbons in a row, fully hydrogenated with hydrogens. So our body is like, oh, fatty acid, I need that for energy. I need that for metabolism. So it pulls it back in. It doesn't do that as well with the really small ones and with Gen X. And then it doesn't do it as well with the really big ones because they can't find. In the box that I've shown, just the structure for FPTFE, and what we have been calling here as FPEG in quotes, so no one thinks that this is the official formal definition. We made it up. What you have to squint, but I'd like to call your attention to is the small little n outside of the brackets. That indicates that those are repeating units over and over and over and over and over. And so that's what's in that chemical structure there.
But you can see PTFE fully fluorinated, highly, highly stable. Honestly, not a lot is known about the FPEG, but the group on the end has fluorines with an N, meaning repeated over and over and over. And then on the bottom, I just put some random different PFAS that fit the various definitions. And you can see that they have vastly different structures. So as soon as you get away from the fully fluorinated alkyl acids or the chains of carbons, you start getting all kinds of funky cyclics, you get rings, you get all sorts of crazy things. And even if we don't know the toxicity, I can look at this molecule and say it will behave differently than PFOA, for example. Fully fluorinated, I'm talking about the again, all, fluoro-T-butcyclohexane. It is fully fluorinated, suggesting it's highly stable. But it doesn't have any degradation points in it. But it also doesn't look like a chain that would bind the same receptors. So those are just some examples.
I just have a few questions on something that you said. You said one of the things you said is that the middle category there, the polyfluorinated substances, can degrade. Is that correct?
They can, yeah.
Okay, and when they degrade, what do they degrade into?
That's a whole area of research, to be honest. And so what we know for sure is that the fully fluorinated bits, the pieces, the tail ends, are going to be where they stop. Under what conditions they degrade, how quickly they degrade, and what might be what we call intermediates are still an active area of research.
Okay. And the category of perfluorinated substances on that left-hand column, do we have analytical methods for those?
The so fully fluorinated,
yes.
First column, yes.
Okay. And on the bottom right-hand corner, I see a chemical structure that says Paxlovid. Is that Paxlovid as in the COVID treatment?
It is indeed, yes.
And so am I to understand that Paxlovid uses PFAS?
Paxlovid meets the definition of a PFAS as proposed by the Wild Earth Guardians. If you look closely on the molecule on the farthest left-hand side, there's 3 fluorines all around a carbon. So that carbon is fully fluorinated. So it has 1 fully fluorinated carbon. That's very, very common in pharmaceutical. I don't exactly know why. I've asked, but adding fluorines to drugs is very, very common. And still being approved for use. Lipitor is another example. And so I just wanted to show that the rest of the molecule looks nothing like a PFAS. And in fact, this molecule breaks down. It's not persistent in our bodies. Certainly isn't considered an oil repellency or water repellency. It doesn't have the fluorosurfactant properties.
You make me want to ask if Paxlovid's ever been used in oil and gas drilling, but I won't. Strike that from the record.
Couldn't tell you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Dr. Anderson, we're talking about all of the different areas of PFAS, fluoropolymers, non-polymers, and where there are still areas of what we know and where there are still areas of research. So could you please explain what we're seeing here to respond to some of the other testimony that we've heard this week about we don't know enough about PFAS, we have no idea, it's all still developing science?
Sure. So this is a figure that was put together by the team that worked on the ITRC. That is an acronym that stands for the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council. It's a group of we all volunteer our time and work with state regulators to put together guidance documents on key chemistries and key issues in the environmental space. I do believe this was referenced in some of Dr. Horowitz or Mr. Horowitz's testimony. This was a figure that was first created at the initial version or the first version of the guidance document for PFAS. And what it is showing is that, yes, PFOA and PFAS
grabbed our attention right away, rightfully so. But we quickly moved to the very similar, like structured other fully fluorinated compounds, and that's shown in the orange and the purple. So that is a list of the fully fluorinated or perfluoroalkyl substances. And we have a lot of attention or a lot of data on those. You can see it says early attention, and this was even 5 years ago. We then moved to the green to start to understand, well, what about all these weird fluorotelomers and the perfluoroalkyl ethers? That's the Gen X. Polyfluoroalkyl ethers, the Gen X, but these other subclasses of the poly. So the green is where we start to introduce the polyfluorinated substances. And then finally, at the very bottom, then the rest, right? The rest of the PFAS that don't fall in those. But it is getting increasing attention even as of 5 years ago. I do want to read the footnote under that says that, this diagram isn't meant to depict, again, any kind of accurate size. Scaling is not accurate. The number of the other PFAS is not necessarily, it says not a greater quantity by mass, concentration, or frequency of detection. So even though it's a bigger slice, it was just meant to represent other chemicals, not by mass.
So, Dr. Anderson, in terms of what we understand today for PFAS, where are we looking at NMOGA Rebuttal Exhibit 30.5 in terms of color? Where are we?
I mean, we're already in the blue of what we understand today. Now, fully characterized toxicity information on a chemical by chemical basis, we're in the purple, right? Some of the green, 6,2 FTOS and FTOH, but definitely continuing to rapidly expand our information.
And all of those PFAS that have been analyzed for toxicity to date, are they all extremely toxic in low levels?
No. So we have toxicity information on, actually, just this week, EPA released what they call the regional screening levels. It's what we use to screen groundwater and soil. It contains 31 PFAS. So we have toxicity information, at least sufficient to screen groundwater and soil for 31 PFAS from EPA. It is from a compilation of different sources, but that's what the regional office puts out. And so while going all the way through rulemaking under the Safe Drinking Water Act is limited to 6, we actually have toxicity values for maybe about 10 to a dozen. And then the ability to screen based on human health risk concerns here in the US to up to 31. And that number is just going to continue to grow for sure.
Thank you.
But I'm not sure if I fully answered your question. You did ask about the range of toxicity.
Yes.
And so what is important from that information is while we have toxicity values, meaning potential for human health concern, for sure, the level at which or the potency of that toxicity varies by, if my math is correct, 8 orders of magnitude. So that's 100 million fold difference. So for example, PFDOA, and this is in my testimony, has a screening level of 800 parts per billion. And that's compared to the screening level for PFOA, which we know is bioaccumulative, has multiple potential human health effects associated with it, right? There's a reason that number is so low. But so to say they're all exceptionally toxic when there's such a wide range. And again, toxicologists put toxicity in relation to exposure. So we have to be exposed there has to be exposure for there to be a risk. So if a PFAS, if we're not exposed to it, there's not going to be a risk, right? If it's not in our water, we're not able to ingest it. If we're not breathing it in, if it's not in our food, and if it doesn't get into our bodies, then there's no real risk. There's no toxicity.
Thank you. I am going to bring up if you give me just one more moment, I have some other items I would like to bring up. Okay. Dr. Anderson, did you review New Energy Economy Exhibit KH-1, the CV of Dr. Kristen Hansen?
Yes, I did.
Is Dr. Hansen a toxicologist?
No, she's not.
Did you review Dr. Hansen's direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you review Dr. Hansen's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
May I share? Oh, I think I can. Yes, thank you. Okay. What I have in front of you, Dr. Anderson, is New Energy Economy Exhibit A, which is the direct testimony of Dr. Hansen.
It's not sharing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Huh. Let me try again. There we go. I'm sorry to scroll through this. I don't mean to make oh, that's not it. Excuse me. Here we go. Thank you. Now I have New Energy Economy Exhibit A in front of you. I'm sorry to make everybody motion sick by scrolling through here. I don't know a better way to do it. Okay. I'm on page 10 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony, lines 19 through 22, that reads, PFAS are a class of 10,000 to 15,000 different compounds, reflecting a diverse set of chemical characteristics. And these characteristics explain why different PFAS are used in different applications. Dr. Hansen, do you agree with this statement?
The highlighted statement?
Yes,
I do.
In terms of toxicology, does diversity matter? The diversity of the PFAS matter?
If we're talking specifically about the diversity of molecular size, functional groups, reactive groups, and physical chemical characteristics, yes, for sure.
And would that diversity be what we looked at on that slide of all the different chemical structures of the PFAS? Is that what you mean?
Correct. And I just showed a small snippet of the diversity.
Page 6 here. Okay, I'm now on page 6 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony, starting at line 6. She says, there are 6 well-characterized PFAS compounds. And I'm just going to say the acronyms, not the full names. PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, PFBS, PFNA, and HPFO-DA or Gen X. These well-characterized PFAS span a range of chemistries and are therefore reasonable surrogates for the thousands of unstudied members of the class in considering environmental mobility and toxicity to humans. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you agree with Dr. Hansen that there are 6 well-characterized PFAS?
If by well-characterized here, she's meaning on the toxicity front for human health, yes.
Do you agree that these 6 specifically have been well-characterized for toxicity?
These 6 have been through the Safe Drinking Water Act, and as I just said previously, there are actually a few others.
Do analytical methods exist for these 6 PFAS?
Yes, they do.
And is that because they have at least 2 fully fluorinated carbons?
I don't know why these on the analytical list, but these are, they behave similarly
and they are found with this, a frequency of occurrence. So they are the attention of the researchers putting together the analytical methods.
Would these 6 compounds be included in the definition of PFAS as NMOGA proposes?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of surrogacy, do you believe that these 6 compounds are reasonable surrogates for the understudied or unstudied members of the class in considering both environmental mobility and toxicity?
I do not agree with that statement.
Why not?
Because they would only serve as reasonable surrogates if we understood that the understudied or unstudied specific PFAS might degrade into one of them. So if a PFAS has in its structure 8 carbons that are fully fluorinated, it would degrade to PFOA, and we might reasonably assume that there would be similar concerns with that one. But if a PFAS does not have those key carbons in a chain with the right number, because that matters, again, PFBS and Gen X are not bioaccumulative, they're too small, then they wouldn't represent a good surrogate for assumptions about environmental mobility or toxicity.
Would it be a fair characterization of your testimony that just because something is a PFAS, you cannot assume that it is mobile and toxic?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Mulcahy, would you identify a good stopping point? We need a break.
Yes, I apologize. Right now would be fine.
All right, let's come back at 10:40. When we broke, Ms. Mulcahy was leading Dr. Anderson through some rebuttal testimony. Ms. Mulcahy?
Thank you. I'm scrolling to page 7 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony. I'm looking at lines 9 through 10 here, or excuse me, 9 through 11. Of the well-studied PFAS compounds, all but one, HPFO-DA, bioaccumulate in humans with half-lives ranging from between several weeks, PFBS, to several years, PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, PFNA. Did I read that correctly, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, you did.
Do you agree with this statement from Dr. Hansen?
No, I do not. First, to clarify, if she's just referring to those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it is accurate that their bioaccumulation or their half-lives are the elimination half-life, or how quickly it takes the human body to get rid of about half. That's correct. Several weeks for PFBS to several years. Several weeks is not typically considered bioaccumulative. And in fact, some of the regulatory cutoffs for bioaccumulation don't actually even include PFOA, but I disagree with that. So it's just a little too oversimplified. We also have bioaccumulation information on a whole host of other PFAS. Some are bioaccumulative and some are not.
And you mentioned half-lives. From a toxicology perspective, why do half-lives matter?
So in order for a chemical to cause potential adverse effects, it has to be in our bodies. So the half-life is how long it's in our body before it either degrades, like some of the polyfluorinated compounds or more traditional compounds that we're used to. And why that's important is for other classic chemicals, we eliminate them pretty quickly, either through our urine or through our bowel movements. And so they don't stay in our bodies. They don't have an opportunity to stick around and cause adverse effects. But we are especially concerned about bioaccumulative compounds, PFOA, PFAS, and the long chain, fully fluoridated alkyl acids for sure.
And you said when we are concerned about the bioaccumulative compounds, and then you said PFOA and PFAS, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You're saying PFOA and PFOS?
Yes, sorry, I meant to spell them out. Forgot the rule.
That's okay. No problem. Okay. And I'm still here on page 7. I'm now looking at lines 12 through 15, where Dr. Hansen says, according to the CDC's Agencies for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, the well-studied PFAS compounds are all linked to one or several health effects in humans, including cancer, developmental toxicity, endocrine disruption, cardiovascular disease, immune system toxicity, and liver toxicity. Did I read that correctly, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, you did.
Do you agree with this statement from Dr. Hansen?
No, I do not.
Why not?
There's a few little problems. First, the terminology linked to. I'm going to use ATSDR. That's the more common acronym for the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. They typically, and more common toxicologists and risk assessors will use the phrase associated with. There's no citation to this statement, so I can't be for sure where she's getting this information. So that's one problem. I would have rewritten it to be associated with. The several is that the health effects listed here, while certainly may be a concern for one or more of the PFAS, not all that are listed here even. Does that make sense? So if we're talking about, again, just the 6, for example, only PFOA has been associated with a few very specific types of cancer in humans, and only PFOS has been associated with a potential risk for cancer based on laboratory animal data. For example, PFBS, to my knowledge, hasn't been associated with immune system toxicity. So there's some differences. I do want to be clear, these PFAS do have similar toxicities, but it's not correct to be like they're all associated with the same list. Overlapping, yes. They share very similar chemical structures.
Thank you. And you said that you're going to change the language from linked to associated with. Why is that language important?
I know it sounds like a crazy nuance, but toxicologists and risk assessors are very careful and most often use associated with. That means there's a line of evidence that strongly supports from a statistical association, either in humans, typically with humans. We reserve words like cause for real experimental studies where you're hypothesis testing, you have a control, and those are done in animals or perhaps cells of petri dishes, those kinds of things. Very rarely would we ever use the word cause if we're so associated with a chemical. And because we know that toxicity is associated with exposure and different doses, and there's a lot of nuance there.
Thank you. I'm going to stay on page 7 and I'm going to scroll down to lines 17 through 19. Dr. Hansen testifies, pathways of human exposure to PFAS include gestation via placenta, ingestion, including via breast milk, drinking water and food, inhalation, and dermal absorption. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Dr. Anderson, do you agree with this statement by Dr. Hansen?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because here she dropped the use of the well-studied and just used PFAS, PFAS. So one might assume then that she's referring to the entire class, and that's just simply incorrect. If we were talking about a few very specific PFAS, then this could be true, with the exception of dermal absorption. Dermal absorption is not widely accepted as a potential pathway of exposure for even PFOA or PFOS.
While we're talking about this topic of well-studied PFAS and toxicity and other characteristics of these well-studied PFAS, since we're in this subject matter, then would it be accurate to say that all PFAS compounds bioaccumulate?
No, it's not accurate.
Would it be correct to say that all PFAS compounds, as Dr. Hansen points out, have the same toxicity?
No, that's not.
Objection to that question. That is not what Dr. Hansen says, and she is mischaracterizing Dr. Hansen's testimony.
All right, we're looking at it, Ms. Mulcahy. I don't see that it says they are all equally toxic. I see that all are linked to one or several health effects.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, did you hear the testimony from Dr. Sandow earlier this week?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear when Dr. Sandow testified that some PFAS are inert?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any examples of inert PFAS, or could you talk about why some PFAS are inert?
Sure. I don't know exactly what Dr. Sandow was referring to, but my example would be the fluoropolymer, for example, PTFE. It is, as mentioned earlier, so large that it can absorb through a cell membrane. It doesn't have reactive groups on it, meaning there's not side bits that could react with cells or it's not even water soluble. It's a solid. It's almost sort of just sitting there. In fact, it's used in the medical implantation device industry. So we implant things with PTFE in our bodies and have been for decades.
And if it's implanted in our bodies, does that mean that it is not toxic to humans?
It means that as the conditions of being used in our body, we have not found any reaction from it being there. There's no adverse effects that have been noted. So yes, I would say that from the medical literature, its use on those products have been deemed safe and appropriate.
Thank you. There was much talk and testimony this week about produced water and exposure pathways from produced water in terms of PFAS. Do you recall that testimony?
In general, yes, I do.
Okay. So if a substance such as produced water contained PFAS and it was spilled on the ground, would that automatically mean that there was a risk to human health and the environment?
Absolutely not.
Could you explain why not?
In order for there to be risk, there has to be exposure pathway, 1, and 2, exposure at a concentration or dose that would elicit an adverse health effect. So if a receptor were in contact with the spilled material, and if the material contained chemicals at a concentration or dose level that could cause an adverse health effect, then that would mean that there is a potential for risk. But both of those hypotheses would have to be true.
And when you say exposure pathway, what do you mean by that, Dr. Anderson?
The easy one we typically hear and been talked quite a lot here is drinking water. So if any of those chemicals were to reach a drinking water source, but we also consider incidental ingestion of soil, anything that might get into our bodies via ingestion, whether intentional or incidental. And just, again, generally speaking, not speaking about PFAS, but in general, also air, right? If there's chemicals in the air.
And you said not speaking about PFAS, but would the same apply to PFAS?
For the ones that might be volatile, yes.
And in terms of, you said dose. So you said there has to be both an exposure pathway and a dose. So could you explain a little bit more about what you mean by dose?
Sure. Toxicologists, sort of the central tenet of one of the challenges of our job is that literally everything is toxic at some dose, some exposure. The easiest and silliest example is pure water. If you drink enough water quick enough, fast enough, it can cause death, your kidneys, right? And so that's the dose. And I know that's a silly example, but it actually has happened. And so by dose, we understand there to be a threshold for chemicals that at or below, you're not really increasing your risk of adverse effect. Our bodies can handle it. It's our liver's job to process and manage chemicals and get them eliminated from our bodies. And so that dose matters because if you're above the dose, you're going to increase your risk of that health effect. If you're below the dose, your body manages it and there's no increased risk. Defining that dose is tricky.
And so would it be a fair characterization of your testimony to say that in order for produced water spilled on the ground to be a concern to human health or the environment, you both have to, one, have an exposure pathway, and then two, have an appropriately large dose?
Objection asked and answered. Ms. Mulcahy?
I'm asking her to just summarize what we've talked about in several incremental steps to clarify it for both the commission and everyone in the room.
Okay, you don't think she's already given a summary?
I do not believe no.
Okay, go ahead.
So would you like me to state the summary?
I just asked you, is that a fair characterization of your testimony? What I said is, in order for there to be a harm to human health and the environment from produced water that may contain PFAS, would it be a fair characterization of your testimony to say that there must both be an exposure pathway and an appropriately large dose?
Yes.
Earlier, you also talked, and maybe this goes to what you just talked about, so if it does, just let me know. But we earlier talked about the various different PFAS and receptors. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you, as a toxicologist and risk assessor, determine if there is a connection or a pathway between like a spill and a receptor?
Sure. So I don't want to confuse the term receptor because you used it in two different ways in your question. So I just want to be really clear. So if there is a spill, I utilize expertise of environmental scientists such as our engineers and hydrogeologists and experts in fate and transport like Dr. Richardson to help me understand how the chemicals will move through the environment, what media they'll be in, air, soil, water, biota. And then as a toxicologist, I can then assess and have understanding of different receptors' interactions with those media. How much water do we drink a day? How much air do we drink a day? How much food does an ecological receptor eat from various food groups? We have that information. That's how you combine and figure out an exposure pathway plus the amount or the dose that's going to be ingested. Once a chemical is ingested, that's where the binding to receptors and the bioavailability takes place. So a chemical has to be able to get into our systems and has to be able to elicit its toxicological effects. And that can happen through a whole myriad of ways.
Thank you. I'm going to scroll to page 8 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony, lines 10 through 12. She states, PFAS compounds are pervasive and persistent in the environment. Many are highly mobile in the environment, many bioaccumulate, many are toxic to humans and to biota at very low levels. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you agree with this statement, Dr. Anderson?
The first statement, PFAS compounds are pervasive and persistent in the environment. I disagree with that. One, I believe Dr. Hansen was operating under the Wild Earth Guardian's definition of PFAS. And as per their definition, some PFAS with the one fully fluorinated carbon are not pervasive or persistent in the environment. Two, even under our definition and a broader definition, the polyfluorinateds can break down. They do break down into other PFAS, to be clear. And so I think there's some confusion and I don't quite agree with that sentence. The second sentence, the use of many, is a little questionable. We do know that some PFAS are mobile. I don't know how she's defining many, and I don't know how she's defining highly. Even for the PFAS for which we have data, we know that there are differences in how they move in the environment. That's information I get from my fate and transport experts like Dr. Richardson. We know that some bioaccumulate, but we actually know that many don't. And again, I'm not defining many very well either. For example, EPA has done a machine learning exercise of over 4,000 PFAS, and they found that 50% of them do have a half-life that's greater than several months. Again, that doesn't mean they bioaccumulate, but at least have a longer retention time in our body, half of them. But a third of them was less than a week. So that's not bioaccumulative. Now, that was around 4,000 that they tested, and that was in a machine learning algorithm, complicated. So still yet to be determined, but their machine learning algorithm took into consideration the molecular shape, the chemistries, the physical chemical properties, and the internal biological properties that mitigate, that like receptor binding, movement of them through our bodies. And so again, and then the last part of the sentence, toxic to a toxicologist, that needs to be qualified. What route of exposure and at what exposure level are we talking about? Certainly agree that PFOA and PFAS are really of concern at low levels in the environment. Definitely agree with that.
And that's when you say
PFOA, PFOS, I'm sorry.
That's okay, no problem. And I want to ask you specifically about her statement that many are highly mobile, and you said that you disagree with that. Is that correct?
Correct.
From a toxicology perspective, why does mobility matter?
It matters to me because I need to understand exposure pathways, and the terminology we use is a complete exposure pathway. So we understand that certain chemicals that may be spilled over here may travel and have risk to receptors way over here. We understand that, but which ones and how fast and in what media? So that's the mobility piece. So PFAS, like PFOA, PFOS, and the similar compounds in that group are water soluble. They have different mobilities. They travel, even the ones that look the same, travel differently in the water. But other PFAS, like PTFE, is not water soluble, and some PFAS are gases, so they're not even in the water. The gases, like the hydrofluorocarbons, degrade in the environment in a few days in the atmosphere.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stay on page 8, but excuse me, I'm going to scroll to page 9 now of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony. And I apologize, I don't have it highlighted here, but Dr. Hansen suggests the commission adopt the following definition of PFAS: a class of compound including chemicals with at least one aliphatic perfluorocarbon moiety. Do you agree with Dr. Hansen that the commission should adopt this definition of PFAS?
No, I do not. As I said earlier, the definition that I recommended is aligned with the EPA TSCA program and includes the PFAS of most highest concern and of relevance to this rulemaking.
And earlier, you testified that there are no standardized analytical methods in existence today that can test for one perfluorocarbon moiety. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So let me ask you, Dr. Anderson, if there are no standardized analytical tests that exist today that can test for one perfluorocarbon moiety, how would the division be able to enforce any such prohibition?
They could not.
Okay. I'm going to now go to New Energy Economy Exhibit B, which is the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Hansen. Okay. I'm at the bottom of page 1 on to page 2. And this is long, but I'm going to read it as fast as I can. The production and utilization of PFAS compounds, such as fluoropolymers and fluoral surfactants, include a significant percentage of both PFAS impurities and PFAS residuals. Whether or not a PFAS compound is specifically produced for use by the industry, residual PFAS of a different structure may be present in the overall formulation. It is the responsibility of the industry to control the use of both the compounds produced for their purposes and additional PFAS compounds that are part of that final formulation, including residuals and impurities. Additionally, many PFAS, as well as the impurities and residuals present in a PFAS product, may undergo some level of degradation in the environment, resulting in a smaller, persistent, perfluorinated compound. Again, the industry needs to control not only the chemicals necessary for their processes, but also the eventual breakdown products of those PFAS into shorter chain, long-lived molecules. These residual impurities and degradation products are covered by the broader definition I have proposed, which is the definition we just mentioned. Dr. Anderson, did I read that correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Do you understand what Dr. Hansen is talking about when she mentions impurities here?
Can you scroll up just a little so I can see the beginning? Impurities for fluoropolymers, I understand, yes.
Is there something you don't understand?
I don't know what she means by impurities for fluorosurfactants.
Why don't you understand that?
I'm just not aware of what those might be. Certainly degradation products and residuals, yes, if that's what residuals mean as degradation products.
Okay. But do you understand what Dr. Hansen is talking about when she says breakdown products here?
Breakdown products for the fluorosurfactants, yes. Fluoropolymers are not known to break down.
Do you agree with Dr. Hansen's statements here on pages 1 and 2? And I'm happy to scroll up or down if you might need to see something to address that.
There's a lot here to unpack. I think starting with the bottom line up front and the bigger picture of what I think she's getting at. I agree that we need to control for and think about the potential impurities in fluoropolymers and the potential breakdown products of fluorosurfactants or any other PFAS. And I agree that her definition includes that, but so does ours. Because those impurities and breakdown products are the fully fluorinated as small as 2 carbon end groups. And so we do account for those. There's some nuances and some confusion that I have in disagreements with individual statements, but I think what she's getting at, I agree with, and we're accounting for that. I do want to say things like significant percentage of impurities in fluoropolymers, that hasn't been proven to be true, and especially today's manufacture of fluoropolymers are made without, many can be made without PFAS used as processing aids at all. So the chance for PFAS impurity in those specific fluoropolymers is absent. But nonetheless, historically, both for fluoropolymers and fluorosurfactants today, I do think that our definition and my recommendation for consideration is yes, I agree with her. Keep those in mind.
Okay. And I heard you talk about our definition. Do you mean NMOGA's definition?
The one that I and Dr. Richardson proposed, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you then, do the analytical methods that the OCD, the Oil Conservation Division, proposes as part of its definition for PFAS include these impurities?
It does, to the extent we're talking about, again, those fully fluorinated
alkyl acids, and in some cases, perhaps sulfonates. So those chains of carbons that are fully fluorinated, those are on the standard analytical methods and fall under everybody's definition.
Okay. And so then in terms of the analytical methods that OCD proposes as part of its definition for PFAS, does it include breakdown products?
As far as we know, of the breakdown products being those terminal fully fluorinated PFAS, yes.
And when you say as far as you know, is that because you testified that not all PFAS break down?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Anderson, Dr. Hansen, in both her direct and rebuttal testimony, mentions, quote, additive toxicity of PFAS compounds. Do you recall Dr. Hansen mentioning additive toxicity in her testimonies?
Yes, I do.
Could you please explain what additive toxicity is?
Yes, and I'm taking a deep breath. It's a doozy. So what she's referring to is a special subdiscipline of toxicology called mixtures toxicology. It really is a specialized field because it's very complicated, highly statistically driven, high need to understand molecular biology and chemistry. And so to simplify it as much as I can, and to use more accurate terminology, there is a default assumption to be health protective that certain compounds that have similar toxicological profiles or similar toxicities may be additive. And by additive, I mean dose additive, not concentration additive. I know, everyone's rolling their eyes. What the heck? I'm sorry. I didn't make up these words. What that means is additive relative to its own dose response and potency. That's the hazard index approach. It does not mean 2 of this chemical plus 2 of a second chemical would equal 4. It means the risk or the potency of the dose is additive. So a risk of, let's say, you have just a marginal risk for one chemical and a marginal risk for another. We assume that added together, you now have an increased risk above either one. So that's what I think she was referring to, although she didn't use the right accurate terminology. And again, additive or mixtures assessment for PFAS is a very, very active area of research, including some of the world's experts at EPA studying this. I've published in this area a few years ago. And it is what is underlying EPA's conservative and health protective assumption of the hazard index approach under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Also, in CERCLA, under Superfund sites, we also always do a hazard index approach for PFAS and for all chemicals, actually. So it is a default assumption that we understand to be health protective, especially when chemicals have similar toxicity profiles. That's the key, is you have to at least start there. The assumption is not all chemicals are additive. They're additive if they seem to be both affecting, say, the liver, or if they're both affecting, say, the thyroid, then you might be increasing your risk for adverse effects in that target organ.
Dr. Anderson, I heard you say that this is an area of study. So has there been any scientific analysis and review of additive toxicity for PFAS compounds?
There has been a ton of research of the potential for mixtures effects, dose additivity, relative potency, and also synergism or antagonism for certain PFAS. Namely, the ones we're finding most often associated with AFFF and in the environment. So PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, that similar alphabet soup. There is literature on those, and it is growing by the week.
That literature does suggest that there may be a potential for dose additivity for some of the PFAS, but not all. And the literature is not solid clear yet. So as a default and health protective approach, that's why EPA did the hazard index, and that's why we use the hazard index to screen for all 31 PFAS at Superfund sites. It's important. I mean, unfortunately, EPA's own document on the hazard index approach is almost 150 pages, and their science advisory board has an equally voluminous document on this. This is a very complicated area of research. I think the bottom line is, yes, we need to be aware that we may be exposed to multiple PFAS. And for those individual PFAS where there are similar toxicities, it is health protective to assume that there may be some concern about additivity, dose additivity, scaled by their potency. But for example, PFBS isn't considered to be of risk until you exceed 2 parts per billion. So you have no risk to PFBS in drinking water, according to EPA, unless you exceed 2 parts per billion, 2,000 part per trillion. Did I do my unit conversion correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And so that's important to keep in mind, that it's the potency that's being scaled, because we recognize that even these PFAS that are well studied have different toxicological potencies. They don't act the same. So it's not concentration adding. I don't know if that's helping or making a lot of sense. I know it's confusing. I also will say PFOA and PFOS are not included in EPA's hazard index approach.
Maybe I can help clarify it by asking this question. Dr. Anderson, do all PFAS, whether you're defining it as 10,000, 15,000, millions, do they all have the same toxicity profiles?
Absolutely.
Objection, asked and answered. We know that they don't, she's said that many times.
Okay. Ms. Mulcahy, please move along.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Anderson, did you hear Mr. Horowitz direct, did you review Mr. Horowitz direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you review his rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear him in person testify earlier this week?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In his direct and rebuttal testimonies, Mr. Horowitz discussed requiring broad disclosures about various oil and gas operations to a litany of individuals, including schools, government actors, first responders, and many other entities and individuals. Do you recall this testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with Mr. Horowitz that these broad disclosures should be made?
No, I do not.
Why not, Dr. Anderson?
Because I feel like, and have experienced in my own professional work, that simply disclosing chemicals to stakeholders and individuals who cannot put that into context is not appropriate. First line of Risk Communication 101, put the risk in context, provide information to the audience that will help them understand and hear the information and make well-informed decisions for themselves. And so because a disclosure of chemicals does not provide any information about potential pathways of exposure, concentrations or levels of exposure, or toxicity, then the recipients of that information can't make informed decisions.
Dr. Anderson, you said in your own work, you have experienced that broad disclosures are not advised. Could you please provide some examples of that?
Sure. There's a few. I think from a personal experience, I have presented to communities that have been devastated by the effects of AFFF release in their communities and contaminated water. And back a decade ago, when we didn't have good information about guidance from federal agencies or public health agencies, it was horrific to present information on even with a complete exposure pathway and not the context about what that meant from a risk. And it's really disturbing and upsetting to all parties, but especially the people, to receive that information and then have the deliverer of the information unable to put it in context. And I vividly, similar to the testimonies we've been hearing all week, people deserve to understand and have the risk put into the appropriate context by people who have the right information and have the training and expertise to interpret that information. Another example, I have the honor of being on what's called the Water and Health Advisory Council, and we support local mayors with information around emerging contaminants in drinking water. And one of my council colleagues studies political science and social science and the policies around political decisions around chemicals in drinking water and public trust. And so specifically his work looks at, and I have experienced this myself because I also have worked with some municipalities, they have to issue, public water systems issue what's called consumer confidence reports or CCRs. And in those, they have to disclose chemicals that have been detected and by bacteria as well, without a lot of context. And his work and others in the published literature has demonstrated that actually reduces the confidence that people have in our tap water system. And I, have been unfortunately helping guide clients that need to put context and risk in context, because simply listing chemical names again doesn't provide that right information that the public deserves to have.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. In that same vein, has NMOGA proposed a manner by which to disclose all chemicals to the division when and if needed?
Yes, I believe we have.
In your professional opinion, would that protect the public?
Yes, it would. So what the proposal is full disclosure of all chemicals to OCD, right? That allows them, and this is in context with the ban of PFAS, right? That then allows OCD, the trained experts, and with the authority and the ability to then interpret that information and make sure that any potential exposure pathways are mitigated.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't mean to jump around here, but I want to go to what's been marked as Dusty Horowitz's rebuttal testimony, which is Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 94. I'm sorry, if you'll give me just one moment. I thought I had it pulled up, but I guess I don't. Share this. I'm now sharing what has been marked, and you can see it's Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 94, which is the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Horowitz. Mr. Horowitz states, the Interstate Technology Regulatory Council, ITRC, tracks the regulation of PFAS in drinking water across the United States and shows that these regulations reflect the exceptional toxicity of PFAS, for which significant toxicity data exist. Did I read that correctly, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, you did.
Dr. Anderson, are you familiar with this ITRC publication for drinking water standards that Mr. Horowitz mentions here?
Yes, it's a table.
Why are you familiar with this?
I developed it and helped author it.
Okay. Could you discuss this ITRC process here for developing and tracking drinking water regulations as it relates to PFAS?
Sure, especially in the early days when there wasn't so many. It was really important to provide guidance to states on the various different regulations that were coming out for PFAS. It's not just drinking water, actually. It's groundwater, surface water, soil. Depends on the tab you click on. And so there was a small team of us. It's much bigger than one person could do. Monitored and tracked and had feedback and fillers out to all the state agencies and compiled their information in a massive tracking table that just continued to grow and grow. The table includes which state, under which program, for which media, and for which specific PFAS, the level, whether it's draft, final, or promulgated or not, because some of these are guidance. And then also contains a reference link to ensure that people can always go back to the authoritative source. So that was part of what we would call an evergreen part of the ITRC PFAS technical and regulatory guidance document, which actually I referred to earlier from the graph of the slides. That guidance document is posted online. It's been updated once. It's in the process of re-updating it as well. But the table we tried to update every month or so. It hasn't been updated in a while because, frankly, it got quite arduous.
Thank you. Can you explain some of the assumptions that EPA uses in setting drinking water standards for PFAS?
Sure. So for the PFAS for which we have MCLs, drinking water standards, in general, the assumptions are that those standards are health protective for even the most sensitive population. There's modifying factors or uncertainty factors, depending on what terminology you want to use, to ensure that it includes and protects the variability of human response. They also assume a certain amount of exposure to drinking water per day for a lifetime. So 2.5 liters. Well, I should clarify. It depends on the receptor that the drinking water value is derived for. So we know, for example, how much drinking water an average lactating woman consumes. And that's important because if one of the critical effects is developmental, we want to make sure that we're considering the increase in water intake for a woman while she's lactating. And we don't use the pregnant woman because it's typical that a lactating woman actually drinks more and for longer. Similarly, if it's a child, we assume body weight and drinking water ingestions. There's also an assumption for for Gen X, PFBS, HXS, that the majority of our exposure actually does not come from drinking water. And that's calculated, that numerically adjusted in the number.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mr. Horowitz says, these studies show these regulations reflect the exceptional toxicity of PFAS for which significant toxicity data exists. Do you know what PFAS analytes have toxicity data for them?
Just toxicity data, hundreds, really. As I mentioned, bioaccumulation numbers, coming out of EPA. There's actually about 24 PFAS that have classic rodent toxicity studies. That's where we're in a lab. Someone is experimentally doing sort of the traditional. Now, whether those are cancer bioassays or chronic, I'd have to go in piece by piece. But we have good information for a good handful. Again, these modifiers of many and large are hard. What does that mean? But
and Dr. Anderson, the definition of PFAS that NMOGA proposes, would it be protective of drinking water?
it would include all of the PFAS for which we understand occur in drinking water or have the potential to. Yes. Am I answering that? Okay.
Thank you. Did you hear Dr. Brown testify earlier this week?
I did, yes.
In his testimony, Dr. Brown stated that all PFAS are toxic at very, very low concentrations. Do you recall this testimony?
I do, yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
I do not. No.
Why not?
Because he used the word all PFAS. And as we've been discussing, they're very different.
Did you hear Dr. Brown's testimony that scientists do not know how PFAS act in receptor systems?
I don't recall if that's the exact wording that he used, but I recall that sentiment, yes.
Okay. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Did he, and it's all?
Yes.
Correct. Oh, that's the sentence. So no, I don't agree with that statement.
Okay. Could you explain?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the sentence? I'm getting confused.
Sure. I said, did you hear Dr. Brown's testimony that scientists do not know how PFAS act in receptor systems?
Okay.
I'm going to have to object. I do not recall that being Dr. Brown's testimony.
Can you point to where you heard that?
I don't have a line marker, obviously, because we don't have a written transcript, but it was on his afternoon testimony that he said that scientists do not know how PFAS act in receptor systems. And he was talking about his studies in Pennsylvania and saying that's why you have to have full disclosure so that we can see what chemicals are out there, so we can look at how they might be picked up in receptor systems.
I remember something like that, Mr. Davis. Go ahead.
I'd just like to note that I believe he was referring to when he was doing this in Pennsylvania under a situation where there is no full chemical disclosure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Bouquet.
Do you agree with full disclosures of all chemicals to the public should be required because it allows public health officials to make the best decisions. Do you agree with that?
I don't understand how, no, because I don't understand how information to the public helps public health officials make decisions.
Could you talk about some general best practices in terms of risk communications to the general public?
Sure. So there are two different scenarios I think we have to be mindful of. In the scenario where we don't know if there's a risk, that's the one I'm going to answer. Meaning we don't know if there's a complete exposure pathway. We don't know that there's chemicals in someone's drinking water. That's not the scenario. In that situation, the best approach, well, really for all of them, is have a trusted authority deliver the information. That's standard 101 risk communication. 2, make sure that the information is in context that can be understood. and appreciated and heard by the public. 3, have actionable sort of what are we doing about it kind of statements, and I guess maintain that open line of communication. Those are kind of the hallmarks of good risk communication practices. Consistent communication from trusted authorities with the information correctly put in context around risk and what that means to the public.
Thank you. Now I want to sort of switch gears here. Did you hear Dr. Martin's testimony this week?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear Dr. Martin's testimony about PFAS compounds that have actually been studied?
Yes.
Do you agree with Dr. Martin's testimony that it is only about 10 PFAS compounds that have been studied?
No.
Do you know why some PFAS compounds are studied and others? Well, sorry, let me back up. How many PFAS compounds have been studied, Dr. Anderson?
Well, again, this have been studied is quite ambiguous. The number ranges in the hundreds as far as data collected that might inform potential human health or ecological toxicity. That data could span from computer models that EPA is running, academic research that's being published, again, in the hundreds. If we're talking about derivation of toxicity values, which means that threshold for where exposure is acceptable or not, then yes, that list gets narrowed to about a dozen.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of why some PFAS compounds are studied and others are not?
Yeah, as we've heard, and I think it's common knowledge, but as we heard in Dr. Hansen's testimony, PFOA and PFAS started the whole problem and the disclosures from 3M about finding them in the environment and remote places and serum. And so because of the volume of use of fluorosurfactants that are similar to PFOA and PFAS, because of the known concerns, we looked for the worst first, right? I mean, you have a list of CAS numbers, you understand their chemical structure, and you look at the ones that we can say those look similar. We better study them and understand, are they showing up in the same places? Are the exposure pathways the same? And are their toxicity profiles similar? So it's not random. It's not pick a PFAS out of the air and let's study it. It's a deliberate lines of evidence approach to ensure that we're trying to look at the ones that may pose the most concern for human health.
Thank you. That's helpful. Sort of along that line, can you then, Dr. Anderson, could you extrapolate that the PFAS that have been studied and that have been found to be toxic means that all PFAS are toxic?
No, we cannot.
And I'm pretty much done here with your rebuttal. I would just ask, after listening to this week's testimonies and reviewing the written testimony of other witnesses in this matter, is there anything that I didn't ask you to rebut, but that you think would be helpful to rebut, helpful to the commission, helpful to the parties in this proposed rulemaking?
Not that I can think of sitting here. I just think I would like to reiterate that that the definitions for similar, like the intentions are all there.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I pass the witness for cross.
All right, thank you. I would turn to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, would you prefer to leap into your cross or to take a lunch break?
I will defer that to Ms. Nanette.
So I was going to go back back to the beginning, but you can cross in any order you'd like.
Do you?
I'm happy to go.
Alrighty, thank you.
But can you just give me an idea about what time you want to stop for lunch?
So commission, any input there? You want to do it now?
I can also, if it pleases the commission, I could just go for like 15 minutes and then stop.
We can, okay, well, noon.
Okay.
Can we do it at noon?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, good afternoon, almost.
Yes, almost. Almost there.
You are the vice president, you are a vice president of GSI Environmental, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been with GSI Environmental?
2019.
How much are you getting paid for your testimony in this case?
$3.50 an hour.
And it's correct that you've been here this entire week, is that right?
I arrived late morning on Tuesday, so I missed, unfortunately, the very beginning public statements.
In your CV, which is NMOGA Exhibit E1, you list a lot of experience working for oil and gas companies. Is that right?
I have some experience working for oil and gas. I also have experience working for a wide range of stakeholders.
You've worked for oil and gas and chemical companies in cases against the state of Alaska, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the city of Arcadia. Is that correct?
Could you read what the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania one is? Because that is not oil and gas, I don't believe. I just want to make sure I'm thinking the same one.
If we're going to ask her about the exhibit, would you mind if we just pull it up so we can know what she's referencing?
We can pull it up or you can read it, Ms. Nancy.
Yeah.
Either way.
In your CV, NMOGA Exhibit E1, you list your work on behalf of Dow Chemical. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the same Dow Chemical that in 2011 agreed to pay $2.5 million civil penalty to EPA for violations of the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, known as RCRA, RCRA, at its chemical manufacturing and research complex in Midland, Michigan, for unpermitted outfall discharges?
Objection.
I am not done with my question.
Let her finish her question.
To the Tittabawassee River. In addition, Dow failed to prevent pollution from running into nearby water bodies during rain events.
Okay, what's your objection, Ms. Mulcahy?
I'm going to object. That's outside the scope of both Dr. Anderson's direct and her rebuttal testimonies. I have no issues with Ms. Nancy asking Dr. Anderson about specific things that are listed on NMOGA Exhibit E1, but about other items and other companies not listed there, I'm going to object.
Yeah, Ms. Nancy, I don't know what pertinence Dow's compliance history would have to this proceeding unless there was some direct impeachment of Dr. Anderson through that. Do you have? It just a general reference to Dow's environmental compliance history I don't think helps us out here.
Well, this is an impeachment, I believe, and this is this expert that NMOGA is calling, and I believe that I could ask an initial foundation question, but I believe that Dr. Anderson was the expert for Dow Chemical against EPA when EPA found Dow Chemical to have committed these violations. I think it's relevant. especially when it's about contamination of waterways.
Dr. Anderson was not a Dow chemical expert, and that's not what she's listed on Exhibit E. That's a complete mischaracterization of what's on that exhibit.
All right. So, Ms. Nanasi, you can ask her if she was Dow's expert there, as I think you've just indicated you have reason to believe. Is that true, Dr. Anderson?
I was not.
Okay.
What is on E13, it says that you performed expert services on behalf of Shell and Dow Chemical, that you served as an expert on the use and interpretation of regulatory standards and toxicity values for 123 dash, I have to spell this, TRICHLOROPROPANE.
Could you put it up on the screen? But in general, 1,2,3 trichloropropane, the work I did for Dow and Shell was in California.
Okay, so you did perform this expert services for Dow Chemical and Shell?
Specific to a litigation matter in California.
Okay.
And that case should be cited appropriately. Please show me if I have not.
Okay, what did your expert testimony involve?
In that matter, I was opining on the regulatory state for 1,2,3 trichloropropane.
And what was the result of that case?
I actually do not know.
Referring to your testimony on page 5, is it your expert testimony that because insufficient data exists for all 10,000 plus members of the PFAS class, that the logical conclusion from these data gaps is that the compounds should be considered safe?
Can you pull up what you're referring to? I don't believe I used the word safe, no.
No, I'm just asking. Is it your expert testimony that because insufficient data exists for all 10,000 plus members of the PFAS class, that the logical conclusion from these data gaps is that those compounds should be considered safe?
No.
Objection. That's a mischaracterization. Mr. Nancy said in your written testimony, you talk about insufficient data on these PFAS, which Dr. Anderson does talk about insufficient data. That is not what she concluded in her written testimony.
Okay, and she has already given her answer, which was no, that was not her testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Nancy.
For the record, I'd respectfully request that, first of all, my name is Nanasi, and second of all, that Ms. Mulcahy state her objection and not try and influence the witness's testimony. Do you agree from a risk management standpoint, it makes sense that we not continue to add more of the PFAS compounds into the environment on the basis of ignorance about the toxicity, mobility, or reactivity of a specific compound?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you agree from a risk management standpoint, it makes sense that we not continue to add more of these PFAS compounds into the environment on the basis of ignorance about the toxicity, mobility, or reactivity of a specific compound?
Objection. That's a compound question.
Would you break that down, please?
Do you agree from a risk management standpoint that it makes sense that we not continue to add more PFAS compounds into the environment?
Which PFAS compounds are you referring to?
Any.
So can you repeat your question? Make sure I understand.
Do you agree from a risk management standpoint, it makes sense that we not continue to add more PFAS compounds into the environment?
I think I have to disagree if I'm understanding your statement correctly. I'm not sure that I am, but.
You would agree that reliance on cancer is not the only worthy toxicity endpoint, correct?
If you're asking me if there are other adverse effect health endpoints that are important than cancer, yes, I agree with that.
You would agree that studies have shown that various PFAS compounds suppress immune response, especially in children, for instance.
Those have only been shown for some of the PFAS compounds.
You would agree that studies have shown that some of the PFAS compounds have been demonstrated to result in preeclampsia in pregnant people, as well as to result in low birth weight babies, correct?
Some of the PFAS and some of the studies, yes.
I'm sorry, can we pause for a second? We just have a lot of activity, and I think we're looking for some documents up here.
Commissioner was looking for the CV, and this big booklet went through D, but not E. Okay.
In there, but these versions are all the same. There's no difference.
This is E.
We do have one like that.
You could have a presentation.
And I have not made any notes in that. It's completely clean.
Okay. All right, I think we're settled, yes or no? You would like an E as well? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is it true that chronic toxicity by its nature takes many years to characterize?
Characterized by what? I don't understand the question.
Let me ask this. Do you agree that the phrase, there is no evidence, quote unquote, is not the same as saying we have studied this extensively and here's the data demonstrating that there is no risk?
Yes, I agree with that.
Do you know that the CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry mission is to protect communities from harmful health effects related to exposure to natural and man-made hazardous substances? We do this by responding to environmental health emergencies, investigating emerging environmental health threats, conducting research on health impacts of hazardous waste sites, and building capabilities and providing actionable guidance to state and local health partners.
Objection. Compound question. I have no issue with her asking the question if she breaks it down.
Yeah, please break it down.
This is the mission statement of CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. And if you could just let me know if you think that this is an accurate statement of their mission statement. ATSDR protects communities from harmful health effects related to exposure to natural and man-made hazardous substances.
I'm not familiar with ATSDR's mission statement.
But you are aware that the CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry addresses exposure to hazardous substances, correct?
Correct.
And you're also aware that ATSDR responds to environmental health emergencies. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that they also investigate emerging environmental health threats, correct?
Correct.
They also conduct research on health impacts of hazardous waste sites.
Objection. I don't believe that Dr. Anderson testified at all about hazardous waste sites.
Hey, let me just offer a general bit of guidance, Dr. Anderson. If something is outside of your expertise, please say so. And I understand your objection also goes to scope. Is that correct? Right?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer.
Madam Hearing Officer, if I could respond, I believe that there was a fair number of questions actually about Dr. Hansen's site, which was on the screen and was asked about CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry specifically.
Okay. Let's just go a little ways here and see if it can be tied back to her testimony. Go ahead.
Are you aware that the CDC Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry also conducts research on health impacts of hazardous waste sites?
I'm not familiar with that work, no.
Okay. You were asked by your counsel about what PFAS or PFAS compounds the oil and gas industry has used in New Mexico. Do you recall that?
Objection, I didn't ask that question.
I'm asking you that question. Do you have any idea about the PFAS or PFAS compounds the oil and gas industry has used in New Mexico?
No, I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Let's take an hour for lunch. We'll return at 1 and to questions by Mr. Davis. All right, we are back after a lunch break. When we broke, Dr. Anderson had questioning completed by NEE. So now we turn to petitioner Wild Earth Guardians. Mr. Davis. Okay. She said she was done with her questioning. So, Mr. Davis, do you have questions of Dr. Anderson?
I do. Oh, thanks. Hello, Dr. Anderson. I'm Tim Davis. I represent the petitioner Wild Earth Guardians.
Hello.
I looked over your CV and I just want to confirm that you are not a chemist.
Correct.
Do you mind if I ask you one more chemistry question today?
I can try.
I believe that you testified earlier today about the breakdown of PFAS. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that when PFAS breaks down, that the carbon fluorine bonds break?
Okay, so if you're asking all PFAS and any carbon fluorine bond, that's too broad. The carbon fluorine bond, from what I understand, is extremely difficult to break. But we do see some breakage under different scenarios of that carbon fluorine bond. Depends on where the carbon is, depends on the fluorination state, and you'd have to ask a chemist and somebody special in fate and transport. It can happen, yes.
And when you say it can happen, is that breakdown in the natural environment?
Can you clarify your question for me, please?
I'm just going to object as I don't know that she was testifying about. I'll strike that and I'll listen to the line of questioning.
I heard her testify about degradation. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll listen to the line of questioning.
Yeah, my question is, I believe you just stated that the carbon fluorine bond can break under certain circumstances. And my question about that is whether the carbon fluorine bond can break when it's degradation in the natural environment.
From what I understand is that's still a pretty active area of research, and you'd have to ask somebody who's studying that in-depthly to get the nuance.
Would you suggest I ask a chemist?
Or someone who's working in the freight and transport of those PFAS.
Would you agree that the perfluorinated component of an original PFAS compound that breaks down remains? So the perfluorinated component remains perfluorinated after breakdown.
I believe it depends.
What does it depend on?
The molecule you're talking about, the conditions under which the chemical is exposed and sitting.
Could you give me an example of when a perfluorinated component would break down?
Not with a lot of detail, but I have seen the degradation pathways of some of the polyfluorinated, and you do get smaller pieces. You get chunks. Again, you'll have to ask somebody with that kind of chemistry experience to talk about the dissociation energy between those different bonds.
Those smaller pieces that remain, are they sometimes perfluorinated?
What do you, could you rephrase? What do you mean by?
Sure. You said that when they break down, some smaller pieces remain. Those smaller pieces would have a carbon fluorine bond?
Depends where on the molecule, but could, yes.
In page 7 of your direct testimony, you state that PFAS should be more specifically enumerated and must delineate between PFAS for which there is toxicology data and potential concerns for human health risks, and those PFAS for which no such data or concerns exist. Statements regarding potential human or environmental risk must be limited to the compounds for which data are available to inform what exposure levels may be present, an unacceptable increase in risk on a chemical specific nature. Is that an accurate reading of your testimony?
I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds good.
For PFAS for which no toxicological data exists, does that mean they're not toxic?
Could you repeat your question?
Sure. Do you agree that there's many PFAS for which no toxicological data exists?
There are some, yes.
For those PFAS for which we have no toxicological data, does that mean that they're not toxic?
No.
On page 14 of your direct, you state that proper public risk communication regarding chemicals potentially present in the environment is essential to avoid, quote, chemophobia, which is known to result in a decrease in public health and other social and economic adverse effects. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't have a copy in front of me, but it sounds accurate, yes.
Are chemicals already being disclosed in New Mexico oil and gas operations?
To the extent that I'm aware of the disclosure in FRAC Focus, that's all I can answer.
Are you aware of any clinically diagnosed and treated, strike that. Are you aware of anyone who has been clinically diagnosed and treated for chemophobia in the United States?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Are you aware of any person who has been clinically treated and diagnosed for chemophobia in the United States?
I'm not sure that chemophobia is a treatable disease.
Chemophobia is a disease?
Could you rephrase your question? I was trying to use your words. I apologize.
Sure. Are you aware of any person who has ever been clinically diagnosed and treated for chemophobia in the United States?
I don't think that that's a possible thing.
Is chemophobia a disease?
I don't believe so.
You agree that some chemicals are already being disclosed in New Mexico?
I believe what I just answered is only to the extent of what is in FRAC Focus, is my understanding.
It's fair to call that partial disclosure of chemicals?
I don't know.
Is the disclosure of chemicals in New Mexico currently causing chemophobia?
I do not know.
Are you familiar with the Colorado oil and gas disclosure and PFAS ban law that's been referenced in this hearing?
Only at the highest level.
Do you know about the community notification provisions of that law?
I am not.
Are you aware of any chemophobia that's happening in Colorado as a result of that law?
I have not looked into it.
Are you aware of any chemophobia that's happening in California as a result of its oil and gas chemical disclosure law?
I have not looked into it.
You cite a document that is entitled Scared to Death to support your testimony about chemophobia. Is that correct?
I believe the title is longer than that. It's the End Time 2011.
That's right. I'll read the full title. The title is Scared to Death: How Chemophobia Threatens Public Health, a position statement of the American Council on Science and Health. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
This is a position statement of the American Council on Science and Health. Would you agree with that?
As stated, yes.
Would you agree that the American Council on Science and Health is a pro-industry advocacy group?
I actually don't know anything about them.
Were you aware that the American Council on Science and Health, the founding of that organization, was funded by Paul Orifice?
Objection.
What's your objection?
Dr. Anderson just said she doesn't know anything about who founded them, and he's asking her additional questions about that.
I have not asked. I have not finished my question actually about who funded the founding. This is Exhibit E25, I believe. It's an exhibit to her testimony. I believe I can prove that.
But anything about the founding of it is not part of that exhibit.
I can ask her if she's aware.
Great, you can explore that. Go ahead.
Where was I? Were you aware that the creation of the American Council on Science and Health, the founding of that organization, was funded by Paul Orifice? Were you aware that Paul Orifice was the president of Dow Chemical? Okay. You cite the Flint water crisis as an example of chemophobia in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, my mic turned off. It's an example of psychological distress in a community.
To be clear, people in Flint were poisoned by the water they were drinking. Is that correct?
People in Flint had elevated levels of lead in their water, yes.
Would you disagree that they were poisoned by that lead?
I don't know how you define poison.
Would you agree with the statement that the people in Flint who drank lead-contaminated water suffered adverse health impacts?
Actually, I don't know the medical records of the people in Flint. I do know they were exposed to lead, some of them.
You're a toxicologist?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that lead can have adverse health impacts?
Of course.
Would you agree that lead in drinking water is a pathway to exposure?
Of course.
Would you agree that the government responsible in Flint, Michigan, withheld information from the people who were affected by that contamination?
Objection.
I think you need a foundational question there. She said she doesn't really know much about the Flint situation. So I think you have to ask her if she knows about the Flint.
Did you reference the Flint water crisis as an example to support your chemophobia testimony?
I believe there's a publication that I referenced that talks about the psychological distress that occurred in that community. Yes.
I'll move along. On page 14 to 15 of your direct testimony, you state, "It is often assumed that presenting the public and stakeholders with factual information is always in the public's best interest, and that stakeholders will be readily able to develop appropriate," and then you have a quote here, quote, "beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk." Do you recall that testimony?
Again, I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds accurate, yes.
Just for the record, this is NMOGA Exhibit E25. That quote, "beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk," is from the US EPA Exhibit E25. Is that correct?
If that's the website with the SALT framework, yes.
It may be helpful for me to try and share my screen here.
Sheila, please give him permission.
How did I know this would happen? May I approach the witness to hand her a copy of her testimony?
Yes. And by the way, we do have one extra notebook up here with all the E exhibits.
I've placed in front of you a copy of your direct testimony in this matter. And I just wanted to make sure that you agree that that is your testimony that I've placed in front of you.
Is it okay if I scroll just a little bit?
For sure.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, Mac scrolls opposite. Yes, it looks right.
And specifically the phrase that I just, I don't know, 5 minutes ago quoted was from a US EPA document that is labeled as NMOGA Exhibit E25, but the quote is "beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk."
Yes, that's correct.
Do you agree that's the portion of your testimony that is quoted and attributed to the US EPA?
Yes.
And do you agree that the word immediately preceding that, "appropriate," is your word?
I believe so.
So my question is, who can develop appropriate beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk? Specifically, an oil field worker who's given access to chemical information, can he develop appropriate beliefs related to that risk?
Can you ask the question again? I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. Your testimony is that it's not always in the public's best interest and the stakeholders will readily strike that, please. Your testimony is that it's often assumed that presenting the public and stakeholders with factual information is always in the public's best interest, and the stakeholders will be readily able to develop appropriate beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk. So my question is whether an oil field worker can develop appropriate beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors related to a given risk if that oil field worker has access to the chemicals that are being used at a well site where he works.
So the very next sentence after that, what you're reading says, according to the EPA, US EPA, research has shown this not to be true. And I think you have to recognize that it's always in the public's interest. So I think it depends. And you're giving me a hypothetical. and I can't answer because it will depend.
The word appropriate is your word.
I believe it is.
Is your testimony in front of you?
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't know if EPA used the word appropriate because I don't have it in quotes.
If EPA used the word appropriate, you didn't put that in quotes.
I can look if you'd like me to.
As you're sitting here reading it right now, it appears to be your word.
That's why I said I believe it is, yes.
I want to ask you about CAS numbers.
Do you want this back or me to keep it?
I can get it. May I approach?
It's just hard to see you, I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with CAS numbers?
Chemical Abstract Services Registry numbers, yes.
Those are unique chemical identifiers.
And yes, in most cases, yeah.
Anyone can take that number and do a Google search to find out information about a given chemical.
You should be able to, yes.
The member of the public has a CAS number. Do they need someone with special training or experience to look up what chemical that refers to?
To look up the chemical name?
Yeah, sure.
No.
Could they relay a CAS number to a healthcare provider?
You mean communicate the CAS number directly to their healthcare provider?
Yes.
Of course.
Earlier this morning, well, strike that. Earlier this morning, Namoga's lawyer, I think, jokingly asked you if Paxlovid has ever been used in New Mexico oil and gas operations. I actually want to ask you that question. Do you know if Paxlovid's ever been used in New Mexico oil and gas operations?
I don't.
Do you know if any specific PFAS has ever been used in New Mexico oil and gas operations?
As I answered earlier, only what I've seen disclosed in the fact book is.
So the reason that you know they've been used is because they've been disclosed.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Let's see, so that is Guardians, NEE. We move to the division. Mr. Tremaine.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe my questions have been covered.
Terrific. Thank you very much. EOG has said they would not have questions. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Anderson? Thank you. Ms. Mulcahy, do you have any redirect before I go to the commission?
Thank you. I have just one question. Dr. Anderson, Mr. Davis asked you, just because we do not have toxicology data does not mean that the PFAS for which we have no data are not toxic, correct? Do you recall that question?
If that's how he worded it, I think so.
Just because we do not have toxicology data for every PFAS, does that mean that they are toxic?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. Let's go to the commission. Mr. Chair, do you have questions of Dr. Anderson?
I do, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you. Just a few questions. First off, thank you, Dr. Anderson. Very informative. We appreciate it. Like we've appreciated all of our experts on this. Dr. Anderson, just to make sure, I heard that you're a board certified toxicologist.
Yes,
correct?
I am.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly. Doctor, in your direct testimony on page 4, there's 2 bullet points. The second bullet point, you state, and I'll just quote it. I know you don't have a copy in front of you, but if you'll just hear me out and tell me if it sounds correctly. You said some compounds broadly identified as PFAS, and then you open a parenthesis and you say, i.e., compounds that contain a single fully fluorinated methyl or methylene carbon moiety, close parentheses, are routinely used as pharmaceuticals prescribed to children and adults, such as Lipitor, Flonase, Paxlovid, and Prozac, and are often prescribed with dosing regimens that maintain long-term exposure levels but have been deemed safe for human use. I'm sure you could see as a commission here that poses a little bit of a difference when we hear about PFAS. Do you mind just delving a little more into that, maybe clearing the mud up for us?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The key is that fluorines are attached to drugs all the time. And I'm not a pharmacologist, so I don't exactly know what it does to help the drug in the body. But from one of the references that I included there, there's a count of over 300, I think it was like over 360 today on the market, drugs that include a fully fluorinated carbon, just one. Oh, I guess I should say one or more. I don't know. It depends how you define it. And that is part of the problem. Well, first, let me back up. As actually even explained really nicely by Dr. Hansen, drugs go through a really rigorous testing program, very, very tight toxicology, pharmacology regulations. So we understand the safe exposure, right? Again, recall everything may have some toxic properties, but we understand that if we are administering the exposure of these drugs to people at a certain frequency, duration, rate, that it will impart the intended consequence, not cause more adverse effects. And so I think that's where the challenge is with using that definition, is that you're bringing in a whole class of chemistries that do not have surfactant-like properties. They are not considered stable or persistent, and they have really robust toxicity information associated with them. The reality is most people don't think of pharmaceuticals when you're thinking of PFAS. I'm sure that's not the intent, but by using that as part of the chemical definition, you're bringing that in. We also know, increasing body of literature, that septic waste, individual septic waste, is a potential contributor to PFAS in the environment. Now, do we care if it's a breakdown product of Lipitor? Probably not. But if you're detecting fluorines or organofluorines, you might pick it up and then wrongly associate it with, an AFFF release or something else, right?
Okay.
Does that help?
It did, because I actually appreciated our public comment this morning with our veteran who had about the fire retardant and how it has affected him. And
yes.
So we hear these things, but then in your testimony, you're saying that these pharmaceuticals have it as well.
Yeah.
And so you can see the conundrum that it causes for this commission when we're looking at PFAS.
Let me clarify what I'm certain that gentleman was speaking to. When he was showing his blood results, those are the typical PFAS that we are concerned about. Those are specifically PFOS, PFOA, most likely, right? Because that's what's tested in the blood, especially associated with AFFF. So the blood testing isn't going to pick up the pharmaceuticals. They're degrading. They're probably not going to be in his body. So I don't want you to confuse his testimony with perhaps because he's on Lipitor. That's not at all. Yeah.
No, I realized it wasn't coming from Lipitor.
Okay.
I got that. But what I'm trying to say is when we're looking at this broad sense, pharmaceuticals are in it as well, plus other daily items if you do a broad search on this. So now, if we look at, I believe you were here for most of the testimony that has gone on, and I believe you had heard that at the very basic, the OECD definition for PFAS, which is what the scientific chemistry community has taken. So at the very basis, and again, I realize you're not a chemist, so I'm going to preface that. But at the very basis, from what you know of general chemistry, plus your background of toxicology, even these pharmaceuticals fall under PFAS, under that definition.
Using that broadest definition, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may just interrupt for a moment, if there's more questions about what stuff in her testimony, I have a copy of it here. I'm happy to provide it to the witness just so the commissioners can ask her about it. I don't know if That's okay.
I think that may be helpful, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would represent on the record, there's no notes or anything in this. It's just her.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Doctor, thank you. Appreciate it. There was also the slides that you went through with Ms. Mulcahy earlier, and you were talking about polymers and monomers. And just so I get it straight in my head, it's been a while since I've done some chemistry, so my apologies for that. I believe you stated that polymers are kind of big and bulky, and you equated them to the football field, and monomers were the marbles. And so when we're looking at the toxicological effects, the concern is that monomers are the ones that tend to affect us more. Most any, I guess. These would be the ones that would be binding to proteins in humans and potentially causing adverse reactions.
Correct.
Okay. And then I believe you stated that PFOS and PFOAs are the ones that are small enough that could potentially cause us issues.
Correct.
Okay. Just so I know, again, for me, the methodologies that were presented as testing methodologies, targeted analyses for these compounds, would they be able to detect PFOA and PFOS? Do you know?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Okay.
But just to be clear, you're talking about the standardized EPA methods.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I should have said those. Ms. Mulcahy, I believe, it said all the numbers to them, and I believe the OCD also has it in their definition.
Correct.
Okay.
PFO and PFAS are on all of the drinking water methods and the groundwater method.
Okay. Thank you for that. You stated to everybody in the room and on the platform that the EPA released an update on their screening and increased it to 31 PFAS.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Can you just, again, because we've talked about targeted analysis and screenings and all of that, your understanding of what this screening is?
Good question, and I apologize for not clarifying that better. This is the EPA regional screening level table. You can Google it and find it. It's publicly available. It is what risk assessors and toxicologists and regulators across the country use to determine whether more evaluation at a given Superfund or contaminated site is necessary. So you'll have a sample of, let's say, groundwater, and it'll have a concentration of chemical X. You look at the table and you find the lowest number, the most conservative, usually the residential. That'll be it. And you see if that concentration in your sample is above or below.
Okay.
If it's below, we have high confidence that there's not concern, there's no increased concern for that chemical in that sample. If it's above, we need to do more evaluation. There might be risk, we might need more data, you might need to do a full risk assessment. So it's a screening level to, are you no concern, or do you need to do more work to figure out what your concern is?
Okay.
And those screening levels are available for, gosh, I don't even know, maybe 600 chemicals are on the full list. Groundwater, soil, surface water, air even, and for different receptors. These are human health based. So residential, construction worker, and I think like an indoor worker even for some reason.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Also, I believe it was the questioning that Ms. Mulcahy had for you, and you clarified that you're concerned with a specific statement that Dr. Hansen said. Dr. Hansen, I guess, said linked to one or several health effects, and you said it was better to say associated with. Obviously, it's a play on words, and I was trying to follow your line of reasoning, and I apologize. It was just a little bit overload on info. Could you clarify that for me as well, please?
It's just the more technically appropriate way that toxicologists and risk assessors refer to a body of literature associating a given chemical's exposure to an adverse health effect you'll most commonly see associated with. And in fact, ATSDR, I don't know everywhere, because again, I don't know what her citation was, but usually uses associated with.
Okay.
That's all.
It's just, okay. It's just the way the lingo is used between the groups. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. In your testimony, in your direct testimony, you have a whole section and find where it's at. I underlined it and now I can't find my underlines. So please forgive me. On page 14, you start off with the chemophobia. And I guess I understand the premise of it. But again, as a commission, as a body that's set to make a rule or change these rules, I guess in your expertise as a toxicologist, and you did mention it, but just clarify it in my head, why would this cause chemophobia for the people of New Mexico if they knew what was in this, whatever the substances are? I guess, no offense, doctor, I know you're coming with your opinion and your information, but it kind of sounds like you're saying the people of New Mexico can't make their own decisions on this. They'll freak out and we'll have hysteria in the state.
Sure, that's not at all what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, and there's a whole body of literature on this, not just the one article. I think they're the ones that officially coined the term. But what it's pointing to is we need to consider the psychological distress. And again, no judgment on whether it's valid or not. We're not invalidating the feelings, but that needs to be taken in consideration. And we know from risk communication and social science that people perceive risk in a different way than we expect. It's not a fact-based perception of risk. And so the social science and the best practices around risk communication are really clear that you have to give people information about risk in context.
Okay.
And so we know that just a list of chemicals, there's even been studies where people have, researchers went around and talked to people about dihydrooxygen, and people freaked out. It's water, because they hear a chemical name. Now, of course, probably quickly they were like, oh, it's just water. But the point is that people need to have the right information in the right context. And so disclosure of information, and again, to be clear, we are proposing full disclosure of information to OCD to allow them to work through the process, which, as I understand it, in normal cleanup programs, and so I would assume it's same here, there is an opportunity to talk to the public, but you do it sort of in that process, right?
Okay. I see the clarification. Thank you for that. My last question to you is, as I said, you've been here for the majority. As you mentioned, you weren't here for the very first part on Tuesday, but you were also able to see the Oil Conservation Division's definition for PFAS. Does vary from the definition that NMOGA is proposing. Why is the NMOGA better?
Sure. Well, what I first want to say is in practice, in reality, for enforcement and sampling, the definitions are the same. You end up at the same place. When considering a definition, I think Dr. Richardson and I came at it assuming, of course, you're going to use the standard EPA methods. That's what we always use. Okay. It's helpful, I do agree, to have them enumerated so there's no ambiguity. And I especially appreciate the evergreen nature of it. I think that's actually pretty critical. We've seen this analyte list grow, even just in recent history, and can assume that it will. Why is ours better? I think the end of the day, it comes down to a focus of the PFAS that, one, already adopted by EPA under their TSCA program. Two, as stated by EPA, and I personally professionally agree, encompasses the PFAS of most relevance and concern for this rulemaking. It's still a broad net. So our definition of 2 or more is thousands of PFAS. in practicality enforcing that, you use the limits. So I think at the end of the day, the analytical methods are what they are. It's not our ability to change them and make it go any faster. The definition just needs to ensure that it's protective of public health. And as I mentioned earlier, all of our definitions encompass the ones that really warrant the concern based on data we have today. Secondly, it needs to be enforceable and tangible, something that we all understand. I appreciate the added clarity of the methods that were laid out by the Oil and Gas Division.
Okay, and I'm going to ask also the question, because it's fair. We're looking at Wild Earth Guardians definition as well. Wild Earth Guardians definition, if I'm going to, I play devil's advocate for lack of a better term, is going to stop all PFAS from ever being used. Why is it more prudent to look at the definition that NMOGA submitted in lieu of the definition that Wild Earth Guardians submitted?
I think it comes down to the executable and enforceable question. So we heard a lot of conversations this week about use of non-targeted analysis and use of non-standardized labs. I'm not sure if that's even an option under a regulatory program. It's very much of a research type of endeavor. So that, I guess, ambiguity would need to be clarified. And the reality is, when you are in a site where there has been a release and you're trying to interpret the data, you want to make sure you're collecting reliable, repeatable, validated data that you can make sense of. And if you're, I guess, at the end of the day, we're all going to be collecting that same data using those methods, assuming that's the standardized methods. So in that effect, as I said earlier, there's really not at the practical level very much difference between the three definitions. It's where do you want the specificity documented, and where do you want to draw the line about what matters to the environment and to the oil and gas as far as the requirement for the full ban.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bloom.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Anderson.
Good afternoon.
And my first question was Jerry's last question, but
perfect.
It's all right. You may have said all you want to say on that, but yeah, I'll ask anyhow. How does NMOGA's PFAS definition help us more as regulators over OCDs or Wild Earth Guardians?
Again, I don't really think it's materially or practically any different than OCDs. I really don't.
And we've heard this throughout the past few days, but I think it was 23 or 26 some states use this broader definition of PFAS that Wild Earth Guardians is using. Did those states get it wrong, or?
No, but I do think that the devil's in the details of those regulations. And so many of them are industry specific, and also looking at industries that may also have single fluorinated carbons in them. Also, I believe that every single one of those definitions does narrow the scope to intentionally added. And so by doing that, they are also narrowing the scope to those PFAS that have the physical and chemical properties that would most likely be used, right? The surfactant nature, the stability. So again, kind of getting to the same place.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, you said that the NMOGA definition gets at, quote, the PFAS of highest concern.
Yes, and that's EPA's conclusion first.
When you say highest concern, is that because of toxicity or because of the widespread use of those PFAS?
Both.
Okay.
So remember, you need to have the exposure. So these are the ones that are most likely to be in the environment. They've been used, and then you have to have the potential for risk.
Okay. Let's write that down. So you spent a good bit of time this morning saying that some PFAS and polymers are too big to be toxic. Is that correct?
They're too big to be even absorbed through a cell wall.
And could they be toxic or dangerous to human health? Do we know?
Highly unlikely and doubtful. For PTFE, again, we have decades and decades of use in the medical device industry with no data. We actually even have a rat study where they fed PTFE powders up to 25% in the rat's diet. Again, it's not water soluble, so it was a powder mixed in with their chow and saw no adverse effects. It's in rats, but.
Yeah. And you said some are too small?
Some of the PFAS?
Yes.
Too small for
danger to human health?
Again, as a toxicologist, unfortunately, I have to be really accurate. The size of the molecule dictates how it may move through our bodies. And so the smaller PFAS do not get taken back up to by our kidneys. So they're not bioaccumulative. They don't bind to the proteins the same way. Now, if you have a sufficient enough exposure and a sufficient enough dose, anything may cause adverse effects. I just want to be very clear.
I appreciate the caveats. So essentially what we're looking at are sort of the Goldilocks PFAS, not too big, not too small, right?
That's it exactly.
Okay. And are there other PFAS in that Goldilocks territory, not too big, not too small, that we don't have an understanding yet of their potential health effects?
So size is not the only consideration when we talk about big and small. It's really how they bind to the receptors and what they're going to do. EPA has come up with 112 different categories for PFAS based on the chemical structure. I can only imagine that there are some of those 112 specific subcategories that may warrant additional testing, or that they are working through the analysis, right? So they have, as I mentioned previously, they're doing rodent studies on over 100. They are running thousands through in silico and in vitro testing. And they are actually initiating what's the new testing orders, which is one of the exhibits that I cite, where they're getting information on some of these subcategories on a surrogate. So they acknowledge you can't extrapolate between different categories, but we need to fill some data gaps. And so unfortunately, I just can't answer that question, but it is a very active area of research, and it's well recognized that it's the subcategories, the grouping of these PFAS based on physical chemical characteristics to include size that really is going to dictate concern in addition to production volume and potential release to the environment.
Are those 112 categories all covered by the NMOGA proposed definition?
I would doubt it, but I would need to confirm. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, by the NMOGA definition. Yes, it would be, because that's under the TSCA program. So I apologize.
Okay. In my previous job, I got to work on TSCA reauthorization. My understanding was that we were seriously behind, this is 4 or 5 years ago, on PFAS health-related toxicology studies. Are those still forthcoming? Are we still behind?
What do you mean by behind?
Behind to me means that we released potentially dangerous toxic chemicals into our supply chains and unleash them into the environment. They're being absorbed by our bodies, and we don't know the health effects.
By my latest count, TSCA had listed somewhere around 40,000 chemicals that are in commerce today. We don't have toxicity information on the vast majority, unfortunately. So I just think it's the way the TSCA program is set up.
Yeah. Getting close to wrapping up here. That is it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Dr. Anderson.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Ampoma.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'll make it very brief. you do have a copy of your direct testimony. I'm going to walk through that a little bit. There are no pages here. Okay, on page 3 of your direct testimony, item number 6. So in there you talk about work states that PFAS an exceptionally toxic group of chemicals that present married long-term and persistent public health. Now you're saying that this statement is factually inaccurate and misleading. So my question to you is that is it NIMOGA's position that the commission should not ban all PFAS?
Could you repeat the question? Should not.
Is it NIMOGA's position that the commission should not ban all PFAS?
Okay, no, it's my position that the definition for how you define PFAS in your ban needs to be something that can be enforced and is tangible, has no ambiguity. But I agree with that caveat of banning PFAS for use in hydraulic fracturing.
So let's be more specific on that. So NIMOGA's position is to more or less supporting science-based ban of PFAS.
Correct, which is personally why I also appreciate the evergreen nature of OCD's added, because we understand the science is going to evolve.
Okay. Okay, I think I went through this one. On page 8, in the earlier paragraphs, moreover, of nearly 184,000 records of hydraulic fracturing projects in frac focus nationwide, only approximately 1,600 reports of use of PFAS. So do you know specifically how much of these are being used in New Mexico?
I do not, and I want to be clear, I'm citing the GSI response paper that's the Connor et al. I'm a co-author on that, but I wrote the toxicology and regulatory piece.
And you didn't write the portion that reviewed the materials from frac focus?
Correct. That's why they're cited.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that NIMOGA's next witness probably can help us on that one. Yeah, so I'll save that. I'll save that. Now, in that same paper, so as we go down, you're just talking about 99% of the hydraulic fracturing projects were more without any such additives. But when you come down, you talk about with many thousands of hydraulic fracturing projects completed in the US, there is no evidence of already impacted regions where hydraulic fracturing has impaired groundwater or surface water. So you cited Connor et al. 2021. Are there any additional references to support this claim?
I haven't seen any references to support the contrary.
Yeah, and also based on the testimonies that we've gone throughout from Tuesday up until now, especially from WEC's witnesses, how about the operational issues that they pointed out? Looking at what happened in Pennsylvania and even in West Virginia, do you still hold this statement to be true?
I didn't critically evaluate those studies, so I think you'll have to ask Dr. Richardson. But as quoted from that paper and from the analysis of my colleagues, I would agree with it, yes.
Okay, I will put that down to ask the next witness.
Sorry, Dr. Richardson.
Now, with regards to NEMOGA's definition that proposing with regards to PFAS, how many chemicals are we dealing with here?
Oh, I was really afraid someone was going to ask this question. I can't tell you. It is thousands. Our definition, that's what you're asking. The
Yes,
NEMOGA.
yes.
It's still thousands. There's no good database to filter and try to get that information out. I apologize.
Okay, let's work through that a little bit. So this one, I'm looking at the proposed PFAS definition, NEMOGA rebuttal, exhibit E30. So I'm looking at the chart that you showed, where you have the PFAS, you have polymers and non-polymers. So I'm going to focus on definitely you said that the PTFE, those ones are big.
Correct.
We've already talked about that. So I'm not going to focus on that. And also you've talked about the PFOA and then PFOS. Those are mostly the toxic ones. Is that true? Is that correct?
Correct. They're the ones that have the very low regulatory values in this country.
Okay. So the other one, that is the polyfluoroalkyl substances. That is one on the extreme right on the chart.
Dr. Ampoma?
Yes.
If I may interrupt, if it would be helpful for you, I'm happy to project that up on
That
the
would be
screen.
fine. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't have a
can't
copy
project.
of that in paper for the
Yeah,
witness.
I
My
can't
apologies.
Okay.
You can keep going though. I know what you're referring to.
So I'm focusing on the last part, the polyfluoroalkyl substances. And probably NEMOGA next witness can probably respond to this, but I'll ask anyway. This family of PFAS, has it been used in the oil and gas industry?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay. You talk about they can degrade.
The poly.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can degrade. Can it be toxic?
Which the poly? So that class of chemicals does include Gen X already. So that's one of the ones that we do have an MCL for. The 6,2-FTOH and a myriad of other compounds for which we do have toxicity information for and threshold values. Yes.
And some of them are a little bit toxic or
Some of them at certain exposure levels and depending on how you're exposed can be associated with adverse health effects. Yeah.
Okay. So does OCD and NEMOGA's definition includes this type of PFAS?
Yes. Our definition includes everything you would see on the screen.
On this. Okay.
In that subfamily. Yeah.
Okay. And what is not included in your definition that you can share with us?
Only the single fluorinated compounds. So the carbons, only the compounds that have one carbon that has fluorines fully attached. That's it.
And that is the fundamental of WEC's definition too.
That's what they start their definition. We start ours at the next layer up. Yeah.
What about OCD's definition?
There's that the first part of their definition, because they have that two-part, matches WEG's.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Do you prefer to be called guardians?
Yes, everywhere. WEG.
We call ourselves guardians, but
okay.
I think people know what you are referring to when you say WEG.
Okay.
Okay. Now, does NEMOGA's definition accounts for future growth of PFAS that could be added?
Yes, it does, because our definition does include thousands of chemicals, right? Under the assumption that as executed and enforced in the environment, those analytical methods will continue to grow.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this, and probably you can pass that on too. What is the impact of the potential ban of PFAS on NEMOGA?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay, definitely. I'll save that. Okay. You know, there has been a lot of testimonies presented to us throughout the whole week. I want to ask you, is there anything that you agree with the other witnesses?
Is there an issue that
that you agree with all the other witnesses, especially from Guardians?
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think we're all in agreement that it's prudent to ban. By some definition is where we disagree, PFAS and hydraulic fracturing fluid. We're all in agreement that disclosure of all the chemicals used is prudent. To whom is where we disagree. And as we've heard in multiple testimonies, we're all in agreement that there are concern for certain PFAS in the environment and that those concerns are extremely valid.
Okay, there's one item that sounds like nobody has talked about. I'll ask about it. On page 11, I also recommend that the revised language include intentionally added as part of the definition of PFAS. So based on all the testimonies that we've listened to throughout the whole week, do you still stand by that?
I do. I think in my mind that provides the specificity to the industry. And I think that's just important.
It's important. Now, NMOCD is striking that down. So how do you see this will impact NMOGA?
I can't answer for how that would impact NMOGA. It's my understanding from listening to the testimony, though, that they're going to clarify that this applies to the additives. And that's essentially the same thing.
Okay, so you're just going to be focused on the additives and not necessarily, let's say, stream water or whatever water that was
That's my understanding from listening to the testimony here this week. Yeah.
And does that satisfy the intentionally added PFAS?
I believe it does. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Any reason not to excuse Dr. Anderson at this time? Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Anderson.
My pleasure, and it's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you might have left it there because we will need it. Oh, okay. Oh, the first one. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting.
May I have just a moment to get the giant binder for Dr. Richardson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on a second. This was D. Okay. Commissioners, so the black binder that start with Exhibit A that we had earlier, D is in that same binder.
Oh, there we go. So that's on? Okay.
Does the commission have a copy of Dr. Richardson's? There is a copy of it back there. Okay, or I just, whenever you're ready, when everybody has their giant binders, you just let me know. Yeah.
Madam Hearing Officer, before we start with the next witness, I would like to move Wild Earth Guardians Exhibits 1, which is the First Amendment proposed rule, and Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 2, which is the proposed legal notice, into evidence.
All right, thank you. Any objections to Guardians 1 and 2? Okay, they're admitted. Thank you.
Sorry again.
Dr. Richardson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Richardson.
Hello.
Dr. Richardson, could you please spell your name for the record?
Last name is Richardson, Richardson.
and first name is Stephen, Stephen.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, did you provide direct written testimony, which is marked as Exhibit D as in dog, and attached exhibits D1 through D14 for this hearing?
I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your direct testimony and exhibits today?
I do not.
Do you adopt your written testimony marked as Exhibit D as your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, I would move for the admission of NMOGA exhibits D as in dog through D14.
Right. Any objections to NMOGA exhibits D through D14? Okay, they're admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, could you please provide a brief summary of your testimony today?
Yeah, happy to. Again, my name is Steve Richardson. I'm an environmental engineer with GSI Environmental, and one of my charges in my work with NMOGA here, there's 3 of them. One is to assist with the definition of PFAS, as Dr. Anderson had mentioned. Second is to look at frac focus disclosure, looking at the PSR, the Physicians for Social Responsibility report, and see, basically try to recreate their numbers, so to speak, and come up with my own review of the disclosure. And then third, from a fate and transport standpoint of PFAS in the environment. So to provide that level of expertise as well. So how would PFAS move in the environment? And then how does that tie in with what Dr. Anderson had mentioned today? To that end, the take home here is that, again, as Dr. Anderson mentioned, our proposed definition is one that mirrors or is very similar to the EPA TSCA definition, right? And so that's been already mentioned. Second, in terms of the frac focus disclosure, we ended up with very similar results to what was in the PSR document in terms of the PFAS that had been disclosed, and that's PTFE, polytetrafluoroethylene, and then the big one, which we've shortened as FPEG, which is alcohol substituted polyethylene glycol. And I hope that's the only time I have to say that in this hearing. So that is FPEG. And again, that's not a true acronym for it. It's something we came up with to make it easier so that we didn't have an additional 10 pages in our testimony. And then last was to really discuss, should there be PFAS in the environment, how would they behave? And then in terms of, how would a polymer behave that is poorly water soluble versus one that may be a smaller chain and more mobile? What does that look like? And so that's where my expertise came in.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to pull up what has been labeled as Guardians Exhibit 8, if you can give me just one moment. Sure. And Madam Hearing Officer, may I share my screen?
Yes, Sheila, please give her permission.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Richardson, did you review Guardians Exhibit 8?
I did.
Is Guardians Exhibit 8 the statutes and regulations from other states that have banned PFAS?
That's correct.
Did you, in your review of Guardians Exhibit 8, notice anything in common about all of these examples from other states?
Yes, and as has been previously stated, all of these use the one fully fluorinated carbon definition. Second, I believe has already been mentioned, they're also industry specific, as you can see in the parentheses that are going through. And then third, which was just briefly mentioned at the end, is that they all do include, as part of their regulations, intentionally added some component, whether it's intentionally added PFAS or just intentionally added as part of their rule.
I'm going to pull up just one specific one specific definition in this exhibit. I don't want to go through all of them, but sorry about, I'm not trying to make anybody motion sick. Dr. Richardson, are
It's
we
going to be challenging today, just to let you know. Okay.
Dr. Richardson, are we looking at the Maryland statute here that I've pulled up on the screen?
Yes, we are.
I'm going to read from the yellow highlighted part. Intentionally added. Intentionally added means the act of deliberately using a chemical in the formation of a product where the chemical's continued presence is desired in the product to provide a specific characteristic. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Is this Maryland definition that I just read out loud here on Wild Earth Guardians Exhibit 8 similar to the definition of intentionally added in all of these other states?
They're all very similar, yes.
Based on your extensive knowledge of PFAS, does it make sense to include intentionally added as a definition in this rulemaking?
In my opinion, yes. And really that's what it comes down to. PFAS, as we've discussed already in this hearing, there are a variety of different sources. It's not, the way I would look at it is, in my career, I've dealt with petroleum hydrocarbons, chlorinated solvents. Now I spend a lot of time doing PFAS remediation, treatment and remediation. Chlorinated solvents in the environment are very easy to figure out what the source is. There's not going to be very many, right? So if it's a dry cleaner, well, there's your dry cleaner right there. With PFAS, it's very different because there can be a variety of different sources, and because they're ubiquitous in nature, as we've discussed. They're in our consumer products. We consume them. They're in our wastewater. They're in our septic systems. Now they're in our surface water, and so on. So in this case, when you're talking about adding intentionally added, this is not a terminology you would usually use with another contaminant, another class of contaminants. This is one that is really unique to PFAS. Because at the end of the day, it's very hard at the end to determine where that PFAS came from, right? Whether it's, if we're using source water in the case for hydraulic fracturing, that could be municipal water, that could be private well water, which could be already containing PFAS in it.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Did NMOGA include a definition of intentionally added in its proposed revisions?
They did.
And could you explain why NMOGA did include that?
For exactly that reason, yeah, just the source water aspect, right? Again, water being close to 99%, it's a very large component of a frac job. And so at the end of the day, when you're dealing with the source water being containing PFAS, then that has to be taken into account.
Would it be fair then to say, Dr. Richardson, that NMOGA's proposal is consistent with the states identified here in Guardians Exhibit 8?
It is consistent with respect to intentionally added, yes.
Okay. And Dr. Richardson, did you hear the testimony from Mr. Powell this week?
I did.
And did you hear the testimony that the Oil Conservation Division has proposed a definition that doesn't necessarily say intentionally added, but makes clear that the division is focused on the chemical additives?
I did.
Would you agree with that approach as well?
I certainly think that they do align. Yeah, I do think that there's some similarities there that we could look at, yes.
Dr. Dr. Richardson, did you review Guardian's definition of PFAS?
I did.
Dr. Richardson, did you review Dr. Hansen's definition of PFAS?
I did.
Were they similar?
Yes, they were similar. That one fully fluorinated definition.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pull up what is Guardian's Exhibit 1. Dr. Richardson, is this Guardian's definition of PFAS that I have displayed here on the screen in Guardian's Exhibit 1?
It is.
Do you agree with Guardian's definition of PFAS as displayed here?
I do not.
Why not?
For the reasons that Dr. Anderson had mentioned before, again, that we are focused on PFAS that are the most relevant. And right now, as was mentioned before, our definition excludes the single fully fluorinated, single fully fluorinated compounds, right? And there's reason for that. One reason being that in a hydraulic fracturing situation, you're going to want to use, in the cases where PFAS have been used and disclosed in Frac Focus, they were used mainly for friction reduction. And we know that hydraulic fracturing is a high temperature, high pressure situation. And so those types of compounds would not be useful in any way in a hydraulic fracturing job. So in terms of narrowing, I mean, I guess it's still a very broad definition. I'll make sure that's clear. And then the other part being that in terms of the methods, right, we know that the single fully fluorinated are not covered by or are outside of the methods that were listed, right, through OCD's definition.
And so when you say outside the methods, you mean outside the standardized methods that the division listed in its definition?
That's correct. They're not currently in those definitions or in those methods.
And so when you say in those methods, do you mean that those analytical methods cannot analyze for single fully fluorinated carbons?
They cannot.
So how would a method, without a method, sorry, let me back up for a second here. I just want to clarify something. Would a single fully fluorinated carbon atom be any use in hydraulic fracturing?
From my research and understanding of how hydraulic fracturing works, no.
And
let me just clarify, from a friction reduction standpoint, which is really where I've focused.
Okay. Yeah. Without a method to test for a single fully fluorinated carbon atom, how would a regulator use this definition to regulate?
They wouldn't.
Would a regulator be able to enforce a ban on PFAS under Guardian and Dr. Hansen's definition of a single fully fluorinated carbon atom?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no way to actually analyze for them. There's not an enforceable way to do anything, to execute that rule.
Thank you. I'm going to now pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit A, which is Dr. Hansen's direct testimony. I'm just scrolling before I reshare so I don't make everybody motion sick. Dr. Richardson, did you review Dr. Hansen's direct testimony?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to read from page 8, lines 18 through 20 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony. Dr. Hansen states, PFAS are mobile in the environment, e.g. via air, atmospheric deposition, groundwater, rain/snow, desorption from soil/sludge, surface water, sea foam, and thus are not easily contained or controlled. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Dr. Richardson, do you agree with this statement?
No, not entirely, no.
Okay, let's break it down. Are there any parts that you can agree with?
Well, I think it's fair to say that we do know that PFAS, there are papers out there that show that PFAS is up in the Arctic, right? That it's in snow, that it's in rain, at certain locations. There are papers that do support that. So I think from a not easily contained or controlled aspect, I think I could say that I would agree. However, from a PFAS are all mobile or mobile in the environment, that would be incorrect. We do have PFAS that are not mobile at all. And again, we've gone through this with the large molecule versus the small molecule discussion, which we can go into again if you'd like.
Okay. I don't want to go into the entire discussion again, but I am curious from your perspective in the environmental remediation world. We heard about it from Dr. Anderson in terms of toxicology, but I'm asking you in terms of environmental remediation. Does molecule size matter?
Molecular size does matter, yes.
Why?
Well, again, if you're looking from a fate and transport standpoint, and again, just maybe to clarify to the commission, my specialty is groundwater. That's where I spend a lot of my time, my profession. So soil and groundwater. So a lot of my examples may come from that, and maybe a lot of groundwater discussion. So if you're an air fan, I apologize. I'm going to use a lot of groundwater analogies here. But if you're talking about a large compound, so a large molecular size or molecular weight, those compounds are going to be likely more hydrophobic. So in the case of a PFAS molecule, it'll likely be that hydrophobic tail, right? So as we tack on and you add those Lego blocks, as they get bigger, you're going to have a larger hydrophobic tail. That'll end up resulting in compounds that are more likely to sorb to soil or to organic material that is in the subsurface. They're also going to be less water soluble as a result. So as a result of being less water soluble, more hydrophobic, they won't move at all. In fact, some as large as those polymers likely won't go very far at all.
Okay, thank you. And I also heard you say that the PFAS weights are different in terms of an environmental remediation process. Why does that matter?
Yeah, from cleanup, it matters. And I think the simplest example would be very similar, just like the subsurface. If we're looking at a granular activated carbon filter, for example, which is what we use to treat water, it's a standard treatment system. Larger molecular weight compounds are going to get caught in that filter, whereas smaller ones may pass through. So molecular weight or molecular size plays a role. It's not the only role, but plays a role when it comes to designing, in this case, a filter, but any sort of treatment system.
I heard you say it matters in terms of cleanup. We've also heard testimony from other witnesses as well as members of the public this week that PFAS chemicals are forever. Are there ways to clean up PFAS?
Yes, there are.
Could you sort of explain some of those ways?
I'd be happy to, yeah. And I'd like to say, I'm not here to make a soundbite or anything, but I do understand from a stability standpoint, the reason why the term forever chemicals has come about. From an environmental engineering standpoint, they are not forever chemicals at all. There are ways to remove them from the environment, and there are ways to destroy them. And I do this on a routine basis.
So, for example, the only catch with PFAS, and again, I think there has been a lot of discussion here, is that they do biodegrade. The poly sides degrade, as we talked about. They move to those terminal end products, which are all the PERs. But other than that, that's one of the big factors that separates PFAS from maybe others. Chlorinated solvents can degrade in the subsurface. We have aerobic bacteria that do a lot of work on petroleum hydrocarbons on our behalf. So that component, that biodegradation component, is limited when it comes to PFAS. Now, like I said, I want to repeat, poly will degrade, right, to PER, but then you end up with those terminal products. In terms of just treatment itself, it starts with some of the simplest things. Just like I mentioned, granular activated carbon works very well for compounds like PFOA and PFAS, quite frankly. And so in my world, again, I do a lot of work in the non-polymer. Again, those are the ones that are the focus. Those are the regulated compounds. So when you look at the suite of non-polymer compounds, relatively PFOA and PFAS are considered longer chain compounds. So I know it's a little confusing because we talk about polymers being super long. Imagine polymers being super, super long, and then we're talking about the smaller group, and of that smaller group, there's some longer chains and some shorter chains. So if you look at granular activated carbon, for an example, it's very effective for PFAS in particular for removal, somewhat effective for PFOA, PFHXS as well. And then as you move down to the size of the molecular weight, the weight gets smaller, it becomes less effective. And so, we don't just throw our hands up in the air. We end up saying, okay, what are other options? And so there's ion exchange resins, which allow us to treat a broader suite of PFAS. You can go to reverse osmosis. These are technologies we use to clean our water already. So reverse osmosis, nanofiltration. But that only solves part of the problem. So we've now taken and again, we all agree that PFAS, the concentrations in the environment can be very low, which makes it very difficult as an environmental engineer to clean. It can be very difficult to clean them up. So one solution is you concentrate. So in this case, let's say you would extract water, run it through a granular activated carbon system, or you'd run it through an ion exchange system. You'd then create a concentrate, which then can be used for destructive technologies. And destructive technologies in general will involve adding energy to the system. So things that I work on are plasma technologies, supercritical water oxidation. There's a whole host, senolysis. So these are technologies that sound kind of far-fetched, but they actually are commercially available today. And so in general, I don't want to get into each. I'd be happy to talk more plasma and senolysis and supercritical water oxidation. But the simple commonality between these technologies is that you're adding energy to the system. If you add energy, you can break that carbon-fluorine bond. Once you break that fluorine bond, then you can start dealing with the PER parts of the compound. Okay, you break it up into little bits.
Thank you. And we've heard a lot about terminal products, and you mentioned terminal products just now. Can you treat terminal products of PFAS?
You can, yes, absolutely.
Madam Hearing Examiner Officer, I would object to any further testimony or questions about this issue. There's nothing in Dr. Richardson's testimony about whether you can clean PFAS up or not. It's just irrelevant to this topic.
Actually, my understanding is that she directed his attention to some testimony by Dr. Hansen, and that's what he's rebutting. Am I correct?
That's exactly correct. I have directed him to testimony from Dr. Hansen that these chemicals are persistent and forever, and I'm having him address that specific question.
Please keep going.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, did Dr. Hansen mention produced water in her direct and rebuttal testimony?
She did.
Okay. I'm going to scroll to page 12 of Dr. Hansen's direct testimony. On page 12, lines 8 through 12, Dr. Hansen states a peer-reviewed study, brackets, Zhang 2022, documented levels of several PFAS in produced water samples in the Permian Basin. Additionally, this study underscores the need to establish a comprehensive chemical characterization of PW, which is produced water, to better understand environmental and human risk, as well as plan for effective treatment of the PW, produced water, and associated wastes. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Is this Zhang article in 2020 that says Zhang 2022, is that the same article that Dr. Hansen cited in her rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with this article by the author Zhang?
I am.
Have you reviewed this article by the author Zhang?
I have.
Is this 2022 Zhang article the same article that Dr. Spear identified in his testimony as Guardian Exhibit 88 and called the Dr. Peju testimony?
It is.
From here on out, I'm going to call it the Zhang article, if that's okay.
That's how I know it, so thank you.
Okay. Dr. Richardson, did the authors of the Zhang article set out to examine PFAS?
They did not.
Okay. Do you recall what were the authors of that article actually examining?
They were just looking at produced water quality and looking at ways, again, using that characterization information for possible beneficial reuse. That was listed in the first part of the paper.
Do you agree with Dr. Hansen's conclusion here that I've displayed, that the Zhang article supports a finding that there is PFAS in produced water?
I don't agree.
If you'll give me just one moment, please. What I have pulled up here on the screen is New Energy Economy Exhibit KH-4, which is included in the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Hansen and is the Zhang article. Is this the Zhang article that you reviewed before Dr. Hansen, or excuse me, Dr. Richardson?
It is.
Okay. Could you explain what it is that we're looking at here in Table 4?
Sure. And I do know that there's been a lot of tension on this paper, so I'd be happy to kind of walk through these results. So what we're looking at on the left-hand side is the list of PFAS going from PFBS all the way down the list. And I would point out that this is from one sample, right? So this is from PWNM-SWD. And I will also point out that the sample was taken not from a wellhead or any part of the actual well pad. It was taken from a saltwater disposal facility. So the back end of a saltwater disposal facility, back end of the tank battery, to be exact. Again, that if it's a saltwater disposal facility, it's likely that there are produced water going there. So I want to point out that this is not a wellhead sample. the second part to point out is that they show two types of results. So the next column over is PW representing the produced water sample, or in this case, the saltwater disposal sample, and then the Pecos River sample that was taken as well. The next column over is the method detection limit, and then the reporting limit. And that's for the produced water sample. And then next column over is for the Pecos MDL and RL. So before I kind of dive into the results, I think it's probably worth just explaining method detection limit and reporting limit. So method detection limit is really a calculated value. It's the lowest statistically calculated value that you can get that's above noise. So I think there's a lot of discussion about chromatograms at this hearing. There's always going to be this rumbling at the bottom of a chromatogram, and that's the noise. And so the method detection limit is going to be above that noise, sort of separate itself. But then there's also a reporting limit, which is usually, it can be an order of magnitude higher. It can be 3 standard deviations. Essentially, that is representing the uncertainty between the bottom end of the calibration range. So when we make a calibration curve, we would get, in this case, let's say, a standard for PFBS. We would make in this case, maybe it would be a 1 PPT standard, a 5 PPT standard, and so on. You'd move up. And so you generate your calibration curve, that's your linear range. So anything that is within that linear range would be a result with no qualifier, depending on whether there may be a qualifier, but it wouldn't be one of these that we're listing here. Anything that is between the method detection limit and the reporting limit, which again is that last data point on the linear range, has a J flag. So, and I'll just go through this. So the J flag is essentially an estimated value. And it's a value that, again, we see time and time again in the environmental field. When concentrations are close to your detection limit, we have J flag values. These are not values that we throw away. We don't toss them, right? We simply say, let's take them with a grain of salt, okay? That they are outside of the linear calibration range for that method. In this case, they also have another qualifier, which is a B, and that refers to the blank. So there's a method blank that is run through the instrumentation. And in this case, if there's a B, it means that that compound was detected in the blank. When you have a situation where a compound is detected in the blank, you do throw that data out. That means that there's some interference. And in this case, if there had been a blank detected in the linear range, you actually would throw the whole data set out. But because this is in the uncertainty range, a lot of the other data can stay. The other part now, so now that we've kind of talked about what all the components are, we can kind of get into the results. And so if you draw your attention to that first column, we see detections or results for PFBS, PFBA, PFHXS, NET FOS, and then PFTEA on the other side of the table. All of those results are J flagged, which means they're estimated, so they're off the linear range. And 2 had blanks or that compound detected in the blank. So the take home here is that they're detecting estimated values for PFBS, NET FOSE, and then PFTEA at very, very low levels. And I got to point out, these are extremely low levels that we're dealing with in this paper. Most of the analytical labs commercial labs that we use, the detection limits are not this low. So this would be a university lab.
So are there any results in this table that reliably show PFAS in produced water?
I don't think so. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't. If you're dealing with simply a bunch of, and again, the other point we didn't make is that there are non-detects for the majority of the compounds. So that means they're below the method detection limit. So at the end of the day, no, these are not reliable results, because the only results that are left behind are these estimated very small concentration results.
Okay. So then let me ask you this, Dr. Richardson. Would it be scientifically reasonable to rely on this data to demonstrate that there is PFAS in produced water?
It would not.
Would most experts in your field rely on the statements in this table to conclude that there are PFAS in the produced water?
Objection to that question. Calls for an answer that he can't give.
Can you lay a foundation for it?
I believe that I have laid a foundation for it. I've asked him about the results. I've asked him to explain the results. I've asked him to explain what the results mean. I've also asked him if there's a reasonable scientific basis to rely on these results. And as an expert in that field, he can opine on whether experts in his field would rely on these results.
Okay, go ahead.
I would object again. He calls for a hearsay answer that there's no way that he could know what other experts think of this study.
I'm not asking what other experts think. I'm asking whether experts in his field would rely on this, which is one of the qualifications to have expert data in court and would be admissible in court.
And how he would know that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Would you mind repeating that one more time?
Sure. No problem. Would experts in your field, Dr. Richardson, rely on the statements in this table to conclude that there are PFAS in produced water?
They would not.
Would you rely on these statements to conclude the statements in this table to conclude that there's PFAS in produced water?
I would not.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I'm now going to switch topics a little bit, and I want to talk about...
hold on one sec. Is this a good time for a break? It's been an hour 45.
Sure, that's fine with me.
Okay, let's break then until 3, and we'll come back and finish your questioning. If you would resume your questioning of Dr. Richardson for his rebuttal testimony, Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Richardson, just before we broke, I had mentioned that I wanted to transition to speaking with you about FRAC focus disclosures and the public access to those disclosures. There was much testimony this week about the FRAC focus chemical registry. Dr. Richardson, did you hear that testimony this week about FRAC focus?
I did. I was here Wednesday onwards.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, are you familiar with the mandated FRAC focus disclosures in New Mexico?
I am.
Are the disclosures that operators submit to FRAC focus available, for New Mexico? Are the disclosures that operators submit to FRAC focus available to the public?
They are.
Do you know, is there a charge for those disclosures to the public?
There's no charge.
Okay. Earlier this week, Dr. Brown provided rebuttal testimony on behalf of guardians. In his testimony, Dr. Brown testified that to the effect that everything that goes down a well must come back up a well. And that if something like a chemical were to go down a well and be released, then it's going to come back up the well and also be on the surface or be in the air. Would you say, Dr. Richardson, is it accurate to state that everything that goes down a well comes back up a well?
That's not accurate.
Why is it not accurate, Dr. Richardson?
Well, when you are performing hydraulic fracturing, you're obviously putting an immense amount of water down, and this is a typical frac can be anywhere from 1 million to 10 million gallons of water based on the frac disclosures I was looking at for New Mexico. In my experience with fracking in other states as well, it depends on the geology. Right? So there's certain areas where if you frac, water will go down along with any additives. And in many cases, the same amount of water does not come back up. right? So, and some of that water is retained in the porous matrix of the target zone. And often those target zones, some are very wet and some can actually be very dry. So you actually do get some retention of water and potentially additives as well in the subsurface.
And so, again, talking about testimony from Dr. Brown, he had testified to the effect that one thing the general public might do with fully disclosed chemical lists is conduct their own baseline testing for private drinking water wells. Are you familiar with the process of testing residential or private drinking water wells for chemicals?
I am.
How about for PFAS?
I am.
Could you discuss your experiences with that?
Yeah, and I could just start with just the general chemicals. So sampling a residential or a private water well is actually pretty complicated. It's not as simple as just filling up a jar and then submitting to a lab. I did a fair amount of work in Pennsylvania to spend a lot of time in people's basements. It's very nice people, and ended up sampling their residential water wells for a study that was funded by the Department of Energy. And we were looking at the ways to sample for methane in shallow aquifers, right? So what's the best way to do that and for a residential water well? So just to make it clear, a residential water well is not designed for being a monitoring well, right? Obviously, its design is to collect as much water as you can for that resident. It's about quantity, right? So its screen's going to be very large, or pretty long. It's going to be fairly wide. It's going to have a big pump in the center. And then it's going to be attached to a whole host of equipment, pressure tank. Some people will have softeners and so on. So in terms of trying to get a representative sample, it can be fairly complicated. And again, it's not like sampling from a monitoring well, which what we do is we have low flow sampling equipment. We sample from a particular interval in that screen. The screens for a monitoring well are very short, very tight, maybe no more than 10 feet, so that you can actually get an environmental sample from the area that you're interested in. And so just in terms of complicating factors, one is where do you take a sample that is representative, that has the least impact, so to speak, or influence? You're also sampling from a pump, the pump that is designed to pull as much water as it can up to the resident. So you're not doing any low flow sampling. You're creating some turbulence in that water, which can affect results as well. So those are a couple of complications. Now you bring PFAS into the mix, and we know that PFAS are in our homes, right? They're our apparel, our foodware, pans, that type of thing. It's endless, right? The number of consumer products that are there. And so you worry about cross-contamination. And so that's, again, an issue that we deal with in the environmental field, just sampling water wells. We have very strict procedures for sampling for PFAS. You have to have certain containers to collect that water sample. You have to collect that water sample in a certain way. You have to wear the appropriate material that is not going to cause any cross-contamination. So those are a few of the issues that you run into, not only just sampling for PFAS, but sampling from a residential water well or a private water well.
Thank you. Along those lines, earlier this week, Mr. Horowitz, on behalf of Guardians, suggested that broader disclosures of chemicals, including PFAS, should be required by the Commission so that the public, again, can conduct its own sampling if it wanted to, including on PFAS. In your experience, Dr. Richardson, would a member of the public know how to conduct its own groundwater sampling for PFAS?
I'll say in general, no, right? There always can be an environmental engineer like myself who potentially could do it, but by and large, no.
Would the general public know how to do surface water sampling for PFAS?
Again, in general, no.
And when you say in general, no, why are you qualifying with?
I'm
in
only
general?
qualifying just because I'm a homeowner and I could sample my well. So that's really the qualifying statement.
Okay. Mr. Horowitz, in his rebuttal testimony, also stated that PFAS have useful properties. That's why they've been used historically. Do you agree with that statement?
PFAS do have useful properties, yes.
What might some of those useful properties be?
Well, we've discussed them, a little bit at the hearing. I mean, again, they are thermally stable compounds. They have some surfactant properties depending on the particular PFAS you're interested in. So those are the main properties that really have driven the use of PFAS in whether it be industry or whether it be our commercial applications and so on. So again, thermal stability would be one, and then surfactant properties as well.
Dr. Richardson, you heard Dr. Anderson's testimony earlier today, correct?
I did.
And we were talking about the different PFAS out there. And she said it was her opinion that not all PFAS are toxic. Would you agree with that opinion?
I would agree.
Why might have these certain PFAS that you mentioned have been previously used in hydraulic fracturing?
So the two that I'd mentioned from the Frac Focus database, and again, I'll caveat, I'm not the manufacturer of these chemicals, but again, based on the information we've got in Frac Focus, they're typically used for friction reduction. And so what I do know from hydraulic fracturing is that you're dealing with high pressures and you're looking to reduce friction when you are basically putting fluids in the subsurface. By reducing friction, you are increasing or reducing the strain on pumps, and you can also increase basically your recovery. So there's some efficiencies there by adding these types of additives as friction reducers.
Dr. Richardson, did you review the Physicians for Social Responsibility report for New Mexico that Mr. Horowitz co-authored?
I did.
Okay. And what was your, what did your review, in your review, what did you find of that report?
They had again, we didn't have exact results. I've put my results in my direct testimony, but with respect to PTFE and FPEG, we did see very similar results. And in fact, we tried very hard to match what PSR had done in their report. They were very good about putting out how they laid out and how they did the data analysis.
And you said that you largely agreed with those results. Could you explain what those results were?
Again, it'd be helpful to have my direct testimony out. But again, in terms of, I think it was around 9,000 records we looked at between the time frame of 2013 to 2022, which we tried to match again with the PSR report, and ended up somewhere in the neighborhood about 2% of those records had PTFE reported. And then the other take home that came from the PTFE side was that it was not reported in Frac Focus after 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't believe this is rebuttal. This is just what is in Dr. Richardson's direct testimony. And so I've let it go for a little while. And I just think that we are running out of time. It's 3:15. And I just, out of respect for all of us, I would like to ask that you instruct NMOGA's counsel to not repeat Dr. Richardson's direct.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. So yes, absolutely, Ms. Mulcahy. It is 3:15. We do have to stop at 4:30. We already have a dozen people signed up for public comment, and the commissioners are just not available after 5 today. So we're going to have to shoot into the future for another hearing day if we don't finish. Okay. So if you could draw that line, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely, no problem. And Mr. Horowitz Mr. Horowitz and Dr. Brown were in their testimony this week were unable to provide any examples of direct evidence in New Mexico that PFAS associated with oil and gas operations resulted in environmental contamination. Are you aware of any such evidence?
I'm not.
Did you review Dr. Spears' testimony?
I did.
Okay. I am going to share this. I have pulled up Dr. Spears' testimony. What I have pulled up here on the screen is Dr. Spears' testimony, which is Guardians Exhibit 79, page 3, line 19. He says, because PFOS and PFOA come in so many different chemical forms. Do you agree with Dr. Spears that PFOS and PFOA come in many different forms?
I'm going to have to object to that. I know we had a chemistry lesson this morning, but I have not objected yet to non-chemists testifying on chemistry, so I'm going to finally object.
Great, thank you. Ms. Mulcahy?
So I would say a few things in response to that. Dr. Richardson is not a chemist, but he is an expert in the field of environmental engineering. He has already testified that he regularly works with PFAS remediation, and in order to remediate PFAS, you have to understand the chemistry of it. And second of all, he works with experts, and as an expert, he's able to independently identify whether or not this is reliable information because he works with chemists.
Okay, that seems a little attenuated. Perhaps explore with him what he needs to know in order to do the remediation. I know he's already mentioned that he does.
Sure. Dr. Richardson, have you ever worked on remediation of PFOS or PFOA?
I have.
Would you say you are familiar with the various different chemical aspects of PFOS or PFOA?
I am.
Okay. Dr. Richardson, how many different forms does PFOS and PFOA come in?
There's one form for each.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I missed that.
There's one form. So there's a PFOA, a PFOA is one molecule, and PFOS is another molecule.
Are you aware if PFOS has ever been used in hydraulic fracturing operations?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware if PFOA has ever been used in hydraulic fracturing operations?
I'm not aware.
Ms. Mulcahy, I'm just going to interrupt, Madam Hearing Officer. The pounding that we hear is art is being installed in the building. So we apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You just moments ago and also previously talked about your experience in environmental remediation related to PFAS in soil, water, and wastewater. And you testified that you're aware that the division has actually strike that. Okay. Earlier this week, Dr. Brown testified that there was no way to test for PFOA, and PFOS compounds in the environment. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. I do not recall that being Dr. Brown's testimony.
Ms. Mulcahy?
If that was Dr. Brown's testimony, Dr. Richardson, would that be correct?
We can test for PFOA and PFOA and PFOS.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move on to page 4 of Dr. Spear's testimony, lines 1 through 7 here, where Dr. Spear is talking about the subsurface, and he calls it, quote, a hole of the unknown. Do you agree with that statement, Dr. Richardson?
I don't.
Why don't you agree with it?
I certainly agree that there's a lot we don't know about the subsurface, particularly at 10,000 feet. I agree with that. However, we do know a lot as well. We know a lot about the type of geology. We know a lot about the porous matrix. We know about the wettability. And I know that Dr. Spears' expertise is more in the microbiology, so I would leave that to him. He's probably right that there's not a lot that's known about the bacteria that live down in that environment. But in terms of the actual geology, lithology, and all the layers as we go down from surface to that type of depth, we have a very good handle on. We actually can pull samples out from the subsurface and understand the geology, lithology, grain size, moisture content, a lot of good, important things.
Is it important for environmental remediation to understand those things?
Absolutely.
I'm going to stay on page 4, but just scroll down to lines 8 through 19. In this portion of his testimony here, Dr. Spear says, quote, subsurface separation of aquifers is near impossible in the oil and gas industry over longer timeframes. Do you agree with Dr. Spear?
I don't agree.
Why don't you agree?
We have, again, what I think he's referring to is either natural or seismic connections between fracks and the surface. I don't know of any documentation of a fracture extending from a fracture target zone to a shallow aquifer. So if that's what he's referring to, I'm not aware of those types of things. So in terms of the connection, I don't see that.
In your experience, have you ever seen that?
No.
Okay. Going to. In this same portion of his testimony, Dr. Spear states, we do not know what is really happening in the deep subsurface with the metric ton amounts of mass of PTFE or other trade secreted compounds being deposited by O&G operations in New Mexico. Do you agree with that statement?
Would you mind just scrolling it?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I disagree, yeah.
Why do you disagree?
Same deal. We don't know what's happening in the deep subsurface. We have a very good handle of what's happening. We know a fair amount about the properties of the subsurface. We know the volumes that are coming back up from hydraulic fracturing. So there's a lot of information that we do know. And if he's referring to hydraulic fracturing itself.
Staying on this page and then scrolling onto the next page. Dr. Spear states, the O&G industry would also have you believe that a near surface aquifer for drinking water is not impacted by deeper O&G operations and contaminations. The O&G industry is making a deep subsurface minestrone of compounds that could become more dilute and still dangerous minestrone across a wider area when and if subsurface connections happen, and they do happen. Do you agree with this statement, Dr. Richardson?
No, I will say that there are instances of well integrity events. So we do have to put that out there, that there's well casing issues or there's typically cementing issues. Those are fairly rare, as we had Mr. Powell discuss. But in terms of the overarching understanding of the subsurface, we have a pretty good handle on that.
Dr. Richardson, what happens if a chemical constituent becomes more dilute, as Dr. Spear mentions?
I mean, if something becomes more dilute, and again, this is again in relation with my colleague, Dr. Anderson, but typically a more dilute compound would be less toxic.
Are well integrity events regular events?
They are not.
In your professional experience, how frequent are well integrity events?
I would defer to Mr. Powell's testimony yesterday, which I believe he said the max was one a year. And at least in the research that I have, I think it's even smaller, but I would defer to Mr. Powell, who's Deputy Director of OCD.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to scroll to page 8, line 22. Dr. Spear states, the fate and transport can happen within a specific compartment of the earth or mixed between compartments, such as air and water. Because there is a huge variety of kinds of PFAS molecules, migration within/between compartments is wide-ranging, dependent upon the different physical and chemical characteristics that affect a particular molecule's behavior and thus ultimate fate. Do you agree with that statement, Dr. Richardson?
I mean, there are components. There's a huge variety of kinds of PFAS I would agree with. And then different physical and chemical characteristics that affect the molecule's behavior and thus ultimate fate. So, I mean, that's the majority of the sentence. The migration between compartments is wide-ranging. I'm not quite sure what he's referring to, but if he's talking about the mobility in the subsurface with respect to the PFAS, the variety of different PFAS, then yes, the mobility would be very different between compartments in the subsurface.
From the environmental remediation perspective, why does mobility matter in this context?
Well, mobility matters, again, because we can figure out where, and Dr. Anderson mentioned this as well, the exposure pathway and understanding how a contaminant goes from A to B. And so if a compound is mobile, then you would look at ways to clean up and basically break that exposure pathway, right? So you would look for technologies that you could use to basically prevent that contaminant from moving from A to B or to that receptor. And when I say a receptor, I mean like a homeowner or a residential, not Dr. Anderson's receptor, which was within the human body.
I'm going to scroll to page 13 on Dr. Spear's testimony, and I apologize again about the anybody in the room motion sick. On page 13 through 14, lines 20 on page 13 through lines 3 on page 14, Dr. Spear says there are hundreds to thousands of different PFAS compounds, and generally they, and then he goes on to 14, say, can move through soils and contaminate water resources, bioaccumulate, and biomagnify across food webs. Do you agree with Dr. Spear that hundreds and thousands of PFAS move through soils and contaminate water sources?
I do not.
Why don't you agree with that?
Again, various sizes of PFAS molecules, again, they come in all shapes and sizes and have different chemical features, and as a result will behave very differently in the subsurface. Some will actually sorb to organic material in the subsurface and be retained, and others will be more mobile, more water soluble.
Madam Hearing Officer, sorry to interrupt. I'm seeing the clock now, and of course, NMOGA should be able to make their case, but want to point out that we have limited time, and I do want to make sure that if we are going to conclude today that Wild Earth Guardians has an opportunity to cross-examine this witness, we pre-filed our rebuttal to try and avoid any excess time going through the testimony. So, I point that out only to say that it's in the interest of fairness, I just want to make sure that we have some time with this witness.
Will you estimate the remainder of your questions,
I
please?
have 2 questions left.
All right, terrific. Go ahead.
I'm looking here on Dr. Spear's testimony, page 14, lines 12 through 14, where he says PFAS compounds PFAS compounds also likely sorb to subsurface minerals and stay in the subsurface, making them hard, if not impossible, to remove via chemical and/or pump and treat schemes. Do you agree with this statement, Dr. Richardson?
I do not.
Why not?
PFAS compounds do sorb. That part of the statement is true, and can stay in the subsurface. As I mentioned, certain compounds, PFAS being one that is more likely to sorb to the subsurface to organic material.
When you say PFAS, are you saying PFOS?
PFOS. Thank you. But making it harder, if not possible, to remove by chemical or pump and treat systems is incorrect. That pump and treat systems can remove compounds by changing the concentration gradient in the subsurface. And then there are chemicals that can be added to remove PFAS or strip from soil. So, but in general, pump and treat systems can pull, some compounds off of organic material, again, as you change the concentration gradient.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. After listening to this week's testimonies and reading various different direct and rebuttal testimonies, is there anything you think would be beneficial for you to rebut here that I have not asked you about?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
I yield the witness for cross.
Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Hello. Bless you. Hello, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, sorry. My name is Tim Davis. I represent the petitioner Wild Earth Guardians. You spoke at length about cleanup just now in rebuttal. Do you agree that prior to cleanup, PFAS poses a threat to human health and the environment?
Not all PFAS would cause a risk to health and human. What you said, the health and human environment, the environment and human health, excuse me. Thank you.
Do you agree that for the 6 PFAS compounds for which we have toxicological data, the ones that have been regulated by the EPA under drinking water standards, that prior to cleanup, that those 6 PFAS in the environment pose a threat to public health and the environment?
I mean, I would say potentially when you say risk, you end up talking about exposure pathway. So there's a toxicity, but there's also exposure. But in the end, there are regulated compounds. And from an environmental engineering standpoint, my goal is to treat regulated compounds.
Is it fair to call them contaminants?
They are contaminants.
Well, prior to cleanup, do you agree that they could contaminate the environment?
To varying degrees, because they're different compounds.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes.
Did you hear Dr. Brown suggest that members of the public would put their own well water in a jar for the purposes of testing?
I did not hear that.
Did Dr. Brown say how water well testing should be conducted?
I don't recall him saying that either.
Does the proposed rule prohibit members of the public from hiring someone with your qualifications to conduct water well testing?
It doesn't, and I would just say I would like them to call me as an environmental engineer. I mean, absolutely would like them to call the right people.
Do you believe that whether intentionally added or not, we should prevent the injection of PFAS into the subsurface?
It's very broad. I mean, I am, from an environmental standpoint, I'm here again, as we mentioned, that the whole point of this hearing is to remove PFAS from the environment or ban PFAS. And so based on whatever definition you're picking, whatever party you are in this hearing, that's what we're achieving. So as an environmental engineer, I'm trying to remove PFAS from the environment. So yes.
Do you agree that continued use of PFAS in any industry would increase the likelihood that PFAS could contaminate the environment?
I can't speak for all industries, but at the end of the day, majority of industries are moving away from PFAS that were once using them. I mean, that you can't even, for the regulated compounds, they're not even being manufactured. So in the order of trying to go ahead and continue to do what you're doing, it's just not going to work. So, I see what you're saying, Mr. Davis. Like, you're asking, could you repeat that one more time just to make sure I got it right?
Sure. Do you believe that whether intentionally added or not, we should prevent the injection of PFAS compounds into the subsurface?
I think in this respect, I think intentionally added does matter for this particular hearing. But if you talk about PFAS as a whole, I mean, my goal is to remove PFAS from the environment.
Would it be easier to just ban it in the first place?
That is the goal of this hearing. We currently are banning PFAS.
If you ban it in the first place, you presumably wouldn't have to remove it from the environment.
If you ban it, I'll still be cleaning. There's still going to be residual PFAS to deal with. But yes, if you ban a compound, it's no longer used, then you will not see it. Its use in the environment will be less. That's correct.
Are you aware that the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division does not verify trade secret claims?
I don't know anything about trade secrets. I don't know anything about trade secrets, Mr. Davis.
Did you hear testimony to that effect this week?
I did, but I can't say that I really understand the trade secret laws in New Mexico.
I want to look at your direct testimony on page 3. And I'm going to read part of that testimony. You can tell me if it's accurate. Despite some limited historical use of PFAS in hydraulic fracturing operations, the oil and gas industry has since transitioned away from these compounds in favor of other non-PFAS containing chemistries, as evident by the data provided in Frac Focus. Is that accurate?
Based on my discussions with NMOGA representatives, it is. And also, again, from the data that we see in Frac Focus, that not being disclosed beyond, so PTFE, for an example, beyond 2020, we don't see it in the database.
NMOGA told you that the oil and gas industry has transitioned away from PFAS use?
Individual, not NMOGA, the organization, individual organizations themselves I've had side conversations with.
And you're basing your testimony on what someone from NMOGA told you?
I think I'm going to object to that. He just clarified that he had individual conversations with organizations, and that's what he was basing it on.
Okay, he can state that then, if that, because it was not clear, it was ambiguous. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Mr. Davis, would you like me to repeat that again? I had individual conversations with organizations.
So my question was whether the statement in your testimony that the oil and gas industry has since transitioned away from these compounds in favor of other non-PFAS containing chemistries was based on a conversation that you had with a representative from NMOGA.
It's not entirely. I said by the data provided in Frac Focus.
So you independently verified that statement from your testimony by researching Frac Focus?
I looked at Frac Focus and looked at the absence of these compounds that were previously disclosed.
And based on the absence of disclosure of these compounds, you state that the oil and gas industry has transitioned away from those compounds?
It's a component of that argument, yes.
Can you guarantee that there are no companies using PFAS containing chemistries?
I cannot.
Why can you not do that?
I don't have that information in front of me.
You don't have that information in front of you, or you don't have that information available to you in FracFocus?
I mean, you could say that I don't have that available in front, excuse me, I don't have that available in FracFocus or any other documentation.
And the reason that it's not available in FracFocus is because there's no requirement for full chemical disclosure in New Mexico?
Again, when you start moving into trade secret, I don't have a whole lot to comment on that.
You have looked at FracFocus disclosures?
I've looked at the FracFocus disclosures.
Are you familiar with the column in FracFocus disclosures for the CAS numbers?
I am.
Are you familiar that sometimes in that column, a chemical is listed as, quote, proprietary?
Correct.
Therefore, there's no CAS number for some of the entries in FracFocus?
That is correct.
So then it is impossible to know all of the chemicals that are being used downhole in New Mexico?
It is you would not know. Yes, that's correct. Those that are trade secreted, you would not know.
So how do you know that oil and gas companies have since transitioned away from using PFAS compounds in New Mexico?
Again, based on FracFocus and based on conversations with organizations part of NMOGA.
So you cannot guarantee that
Objection.
PFAS.
Asked and answered.
Right, he already said no.
I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Manassi?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Richardson.
Good afternoon, Ms.
I want to
Manassi.
pick up just where Mr. Davis left off.
Okay.
What are the organizations? Who are the organizations
Who are
that
the organizations?
you spoke with?
I don't think I'm at liberty to say.
Why not?
These were all conversations that I had as part of discussions with in the NMOGA meetings.
With individual oil and gas companies?
Individuals from oil and gas companies.
And you are refusing to reveal who those are?
I don't think I'm at liberty to reveal that.
I'm going to object on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
Right. Ms. Nanasi, I don't know of any disclosure rule that would require the witness to disclose the names of the representatives or the NMOGA member identity from those meetings.
Madam Hearing Officer, are you saying that I can't probe who he's spoken with that led him to say that the oil and gas industry has since transitioned away from using PFAS compounds? We have no idea who was there, and if there was anybody who was not a lawyer present in that room, then it's not attorney-client. So what is the basis for not being able to probe that?
Again, there's no rule that requires him to disclose it. The commission can give whatever weight they would like to his statement without further disclosure. He has said, I believe it was members of NMOGA or in NMOGA meetings. That's as much information as we have. Please move on.
Are you a vice president of GSI Environmental?
I am.
How long have you been with GSI Environmental?
It's been about 13 years.
As a vice president for GSI Environmental, you are responsible for the work product of GSI Environmental. Is that correct?
I am.
How many vice presidents are there at GSI Environmental?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, but it's greater than 10.
Is John Connor the president of GSI Environmental?
He is not.
Were you at GSI Environmental when John Connor was the president?
Objection.
Hold on. What was the question?
Were you at GSI Environmental when John Connor was the president of GSI Environmental?
And your objection is?
I'm objecting on the few things. First of all, it's outside the scope of either his direct or rebuttal testimonies. Second of all, I don't see anything in Dr. Richardson's CV, which is NMOGA Exhibit 1, that mentions anything about this individual, that he worked with him anywhere. I'm not sure what this line of question is even relevant to.
Are you heading for impeachment or something?
This is a foundational question to a document that I would like to show him. Yes.
Okay. Let's just go a little ways then. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Nanasi?
Thanks for saying my name.
Am I presenting it right?
You did.
Saying it right? Thank you.
Were you at GSI Environmental when John Connor was a president of GSI Environmental?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, when he was the president, yes.
Okay. GSI Environmental was hired by California's Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to study the potential health effects of irrigating food crops with oil and gas wastewater, correct?
Objection.
Where are you going, Ms. Nanasi?
I intend to, that's again another foundational question, but I want to know if he was part of the study. I want to show him an article about that.
Madam Hearing Officer, all of Dr. Richardson's publications are listed in his CV. This is not one of them listed anywhere in his CV. This is not even mentioned within the.
No, this is impeachment.
Impeachment. Direct or rebuttal.
Okay.
So I fail to see what it could impeach about his direct or rebuttal or anything in this exhibit.
All right. Let's see if he was part of this article.
Not this article. I asked about a study.
The study. Thank you.
And if I can repeat the question, it was GSI Environmental was hired by California's Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to study the potential health effects of irrigating food crops with oil and gas wastewater, correct? That's what I asked.
And he doesn't represent GSI Environmental. He's not here to answer everything on behalf of anything GSI Environmental has ever done.
I understand. Let's see if he was part of the study.
Ms. Nanasi, was that your question? Was I part of that study?
No.
No, okay.
My
I'm
question
sorry
was,
again. I apologize.
GSI Environmental was hired by California's Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to study the potential health effects of irrigating food crops with oil and gas wastewater, correct?
I do not know that.
Do you know that after GSI was hired?
Objection.
He's closed the door there, Ms. Nanasi. Please move on.
Did GSI once list on their website that Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Occidental
Objection.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. Hold on.
Did GSI once list on its website Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Occidental Petroleum as clients, quote, we answer to?
Objection.
Okay, yes, the objection is sustained. Ms. Nanasi, I'm not sure I understand exactly why exploring all these things that GSI might have done or said or had on their webpage is an impeachment of Dr. Richardson, or even a potential impeachment of Dr. Richardson.
Well, if I could answer that, one of the issues here is who they answer to. Is it to the truth or is it to the oil and gas industry? Why is that not impeachment?
Because Dr. Richardson is not here in this hearing to answer for that company.
He said he was, though. He said that he's a vice president of GSI Environmental. He also said that he is responsible as a vice president for the work product of GSI Environmental.
He did not state that he's responsible for the work product.
I asked him that very question, and he said he was.
He did say that he is here, that he works for GSI Environmental. That is certainly true. And all of his involvements are listed in in NMOGA Exhibit D1. If she wants to ask about anything in that exhibit, that is fair game.
Right. So Dr. Richardson, do you understand the line we're trying to draw here? Certainly, I think testimony pertinent to this hearing and the decision before this commission on this rulemaking petition by the guardians, there may be something pertinent in there. At the same time, not everything that GSI has done or might do or might have as a client, for example, is going to be pertinent. So if you can answer with an eye to that line that we're trying to walk, I'd like to move on.
You are not a licensed professional engineer in New Mexico, are you?
I'm not.
How much are you getting paid for your testimony in this case?
Standard rate $3.50 an hour.
You are aware that PFAS and the diverse class of thousands of fluorinated substances have been used in New Mexico in oil and gas operations, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Isn't it your testimony that that you searched Frac Focus and found that PFAS compounds have been used in New Mexico?
Objection, she's mischaracterizing his testimony. He testified that 2 PFAS compounds have been found in New Mexico, not thousands or many PFAS.
Okay, would you rephrase, please, Manassi?
Do you know that PFAS and their diverse class of thousands of fluorinated substances have been used in New Mexico oil and gas operations?
I do not know that.
Have you spoken with or interviewed or reviewed documentation from any toxicologist, chemist, or engineer or any professional at EOG Resources about the PFAS or the diverse class of thousands of fluorinated substances EOG Resources has used in hydraulic fracturing in the Permian Basin?
I have not.
Have you spoken with or interviewed or reviewed documentation from any toxicologist, chemist, or engineer or any other professional at WPX?
Okay, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This wasn't in direct or rebuttal. I'm not sure how it's even relevant.
Where are you going, Ms. Manassi?
Madam Hearing Officer, Dr. Richardson is testifying that he doesn't know now that there's been any PFAS that's been used in hydraulic fracturing. So I'm testing his knowledge. Like, who did he speak to find out about this?
Okay, instead of walking through a list of potential companies, oh, I see. Because when you ask who did he speak to, that was the meeting, right, with NMOGA members, that it's not being identified, or you're doing something else here?
I'm just asking in general.
Okay.
If he says that he doesn't know that the PFAS, now he's saying that he doesn't know that PFAS has been used in oil and gas in the Permian Basin. I'm asking, did you talk to the major players in oil and gas in the Permian Basin?
Okay, let's start with that question.
Okay, and I'm just going to object. I'm sorry, I have to object here because he did not testify that none have been used. In fact, his testimony was that in his review of Frac Focus, he found that 2 had been used.
Okay, that's not what his testimony was. His testimony was he doesn't know. That's what he just said.
He testified to PTFE being used, and he said the full name out loud, but I'm just going to call it FPEG.
Right. And so, Ms. Anassi, I think some of the confusion might be that your question didn't exactly track his earlier testimony about the 2 he found. You added something about hundreds or thousands of other PFAS substances. So I think that might be the cause of the confusion here. In any event, if we could just cut to the chase, and you can ask him if he talked with the major players here in the state.
Have you spoken with anyone from Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Cimarex, Matador Production Company, Marathon Oil, Mewborn, Oxy, XTO, WPX about their use of PFAS in hydraulic fracturing in the Permian Basin?
No.
Have you conducted any independent analysis, review, documentation about the use of PFAS in Permian Basin in New Mexico or anywhere in New Mexico?
No.
In Colorado, do operators report the composition of the hydraulic fracturing fluid used during hydraulic fracturing operations to frac focus to state oil and gas regulators or both?
Objection.
What's your objection?
Foundation. Foundation, but also it's outside the scope of both direct and rebuttal. And there's nothing in any of his testimonies about disclosures in Colorado.
Right. I think you do have to ask him how he knows that or whether he knows that first.
Do you know if in Colorado, operators report the composition of the hydraulic fracturing fluid used during hydraulic fracturing operations to frac focus to state oil and gas regulators or both?
I don't.
And the same question for California. Do you know if in California, operators report the composition of the hydraulic fracturing fluid used during hydraulic fracturing operations to frac focus to state oil and gas regulators or both?
I do not.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Please tell the commission how many pounds of PFAS constitute 2.2% of hydraulic fracturing fluids.
To see where that is, would you mind if I took a look at if I have that in my written testimony? Is that there?
It's just on page 3, you said that that the use of PFAS in hydraulic fracturing operations in New Mexico is very limited, only 2.2% and 0.38% of the over 9,000 frac focus records between 2013 and 2023 reference PTFE or FPEG respectively. And I'm asking you, how many pounds of PFAS constitute 2.2% of hydraulic fracturing fluids?
I believe my number was similar to what came out of the Physicians for Social Responsibility report. I think that was, I think it was 2,000 pounds, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Nanasi. That's for PTFE.
Is it true that according to EPA, 1 tablespoon of PFOA would be enough to contaminate 1.75 trillion gallons of water, which is more than twice the total storage capacity of Elephant Butte Reservoir at 720 billion gallons, which forms New Mexico's largest lake on the Rio Grande River in the southwestern part of the state?
Objection. First of all, that's a compound question. Second of all, if Ms. Nancy wants to break that up, that might be an okay question. I also objection to the fact that I don't believe that Dr. Richardson mentioned anything about Elephant Butte Irrigation District or what she requested of him in his direct or rebuttal. So there's also no foundation for this.
Okay, I think I don't know that it was a compound question. She was asking about whether a tablespoon would contaminate something the size of Elephant Butte, I think, right? That was, I thought that was the question.
I think there's a foundational issue too that Dr. Richardson didn't testify anything about elephant butte. I don't even know if he knows about elephant butte or what it is or how big it is.
I think she referred to someone else's testimony. If you would repeat the question, Ms. Nanasi, and Dr. Richardson, obviously, if you don't know the answer, you can say so.
Is it true, according to EPA, that 1 tablespoon of PFOA would be enough to contaminate 1.75 trillion gallons of water?
I don't know what reference you're referring to. I've not heard that.
2,000 pounds of PFAS that you said you believe is the equivalent of 2.2% of hydraulic fracturing fluids that have been released into New Mexico, correct?
That is over the time period of 2013 to 2022, and also from the respect of, in my experience, I focus on concentration. So yes, we are talking about 2,000 pounds, but we're also talking about billions and billions of gallons of water that were used. So if you look at a concentration side, it's a lot smaller. But it is if the question is how much was used over that time period, according to Frac Focus, what was disclosed, if that's what it is, 2,000 pounds. I believe that's what it was.
Has FPEG been voluntarily phased out of commerce?
I'm not 100% sure about that. I know that there's a zonal, I believe its trade name has been voluntarily zoned out or removed from commerce.
And was it removed from commerce because it was too toxic?
I don't know the reason why.
Has PTFE been voluntarily phased out of commerce?
Not that I'm aware of.
On page 7 of your testimony, you said that you're basically pushing back against the implication that PFAS are currently not being used in hydraulic fracturing operations in New Mexico. Is that right?
Can you point to where we said that? I'm sorry, Ms. Nanasi. Is that towards the bottom of the?
Yes, I believe that the third line of the last bullet, it says PFAS are currently, you're talking about the PSR report, and then you're saying it's misleading because it implies that PFAS are currently being used in hydraulic fracturing operations, right?
Still trying to find it. My apologies. Did you say page 7?
Yeah, the last bullet.
The last bullet. Oh, okay. So again, sorry, Ms. Nanasi, can you repeat it one more time?
So I'm just trying to first reference your testimony. So here you're pushing back against the implication that PFAS are not currently being used in hydraulic fracturing operations in New Mexico, correct?
I'm saying that it implies that PFAS are currently being used in hydraulic fracturing operations in New Mexico, which according to Frac Focus is not what I was able to see.
Okay, so that statement is based on what you reviewed in fact Frac Focus, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've already admitted that there are certain proprietary chemicals that are not revealed in Frac Focus and could be PFAS, right? Or other surfactants.
Objection. I think that mischaracterizes what he said about the Frac Focus disclosures.
Dr. Richardson, if it wasn't stated correctly, your testimony wasn't restated correctly, please correct it.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following here. What? Please, can you repeat one more time, Ms. Nanasi?
The basis for your statement about that it's not currently being used, PFAS is not currently being used, is is solely based on your review of frac focus, right?
It's based on my review of frac focus, correct?
And you've already admitted that some of the substances have been listed as proprietary, right?
Some of the substances are proprietary, correct?
And those substances could be PFAS or other surfactants, correct?
It is possible that they could be PFAS.
If PFAS are not being used by the oil and gas industry, why is NMOGA opposing a comprehensive PFAS ban?
Objection. That completely misstates NMOGA's position here. NMOGA is not comprehensively against a PFAS ban.
That wasn't my question. And that's not what I stated. I said, why is NMOGA opposing a comprehensive PFAS ban is what I said.
Right.
And I object to that characterization. NMOGA agrees that PFAS should be banned. It's merely a difference in definition, which Dr. Anderson explained those minute differences. So I think it's a mischaracterization of what is happening here.
So I think Ms. Zanassi is using the word comprehensive to refer to the broader definition that's in the petition. Is that correct, Ms. Zanassi?
It is.
All right. So Dr. Richardson, do you understand the question?
Hold on 1 second, please. We lost our quorum.
Okay, we don't need a quorum during a hearing, I didn't think. Because
it is part of an open. I do have a concern that without a quorum here, this was noticed as an open meeting.
But they appointed me to do the hearing, and they all have committed to reviewing whatever part of the transcript
that's true
they miss.
Oh, he's back.
And here he's back anyway.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry. Dr. Richardson, did you follow Ms. Zanassi's question about resisting a comprehensive ban, by which we understand to mean PFAS as defined more broadly in the petition than by NMOGA?
I'd appreciate her to just repeat it one more time.
If PFAS are not being used in New Mexico, why is NMOGA opposing a comprehensive PFAS ban?
It is my understanding that this is a comprehensive ban based on the definition that's proposed.
Is it NMOGA's position that trade secrets should trump public safety, public health, and the environment?
Objection. Dr. Richardson has stated multiple times he's not here to testify about trade secrets.
That's correct. Ms. Zanassi, would you move on?
NMOGA doesn't dispute the OCD information contained in Guardian's Exhibit number 92, which is the Oil Conservation Division's incident database, does it?
I don't know anything about that.
Did you review Melissa Troutman's testimony in this case?
I did not.
If OCD's rule is adopted, is it your understanding that operators would not be required to disclose all the chemical constituents used during downhole operations to frac focus, or to state to oil and gas regulators, or to state oil and gas regulators, except in the circumstance where there is what has been referred to here as a well integrity issue, and the OCD determines to use its enforcement power and require full chemical disclosure?
Gonna object on the compound question.
I'm not sure it was a compound question. Would you restate it, please?
If OCD's rule is adopted, Is it your understanding that operators would not be required to disclose all the chemical constituents used during downhole operations to frac focus or to New Mexico oil and gas regulators, except in the circumstance where there is what has been referred to here as a well integrity issue and the OCD determines to use its enforcement power and require full chemical disclosure?
Ms. Nanasi, I'm going to respond with, what my understanding is that it's full disclosure to the OCD in the event of a well integrity event.
And that's only in the circumstance that OCD determines to use its enforcement power, correct?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, so you don't know. Is that your judgment?
I don't know.
Okay. But under no circumstance, if OCD's rule is adopted, will OCD be able to require full chemical disclosure for the thousands of oil and gas fluid related spill incidents or oil and gas produced water spill incidents? Would they?
I don't know about spills and again, could you repeat one more time? I'll make sure I understand you correctly, Ms. Nanasi.
Yes. So what I'm trying to
distinguish. I have to object here. Miss Nanasi is asking Dr. Richardson about OCD's position, which is inappropriate. If Miss Nanasi has questions about OCD's position, the best person to ask is OCD. And additionally, Dr. Richardson has nothing in any of his testimony about the OCD's position.
Right. So, Ms. Nanasi, he did not speak about OCD's alternative rule amendments and requiring him at this point to have an opinion about them. I'm not going to go there. Would you estimate the remainder of your cross?
I don't have that many more questions, but I do want to ask him not about OCD's position. I'm asking about the OCD rule. He has, in detail, talked about the definitions. I mean, of the different rules and explains why. And so I think I can ask him, well, would it cover? Would OCD's rule cover full chemical disclosure in the instance of thousands of oil and gas related spills?
Okay.
He didn't testify at all about spills. This is not a rulemaking about spills. Right. In addition to what he did testify to regarding OCD, it was about how the OCD definition specifically of PFAS aligns with or is just slightly expanded on NMOGA's definition. He didn't talk about every other aspect of the OCD rule and what that might imply. That's just completely out of the scope.
Right. If you would, Ms. Nanasi, focus on the definition.
Did you talk about the OCD well integrity event and what would happen under this rule?
He did not talk about what would happen under a well integrity rule. He specifically testified about in the event of a well integrity event. He mentioned nothing else about well integrity events other than that.
Okay, let's have him say that. It might shortcut this a little if we just allow him to answer.
Your understanding of OCD rule, if it were adopted, OCD would not be able to require a full chemical disclosure in the circumstance of a oil and gas related spill incident, would it?
I do not know that.
Have you ever provided expert testimony for a public health organization or a nonprofit environmental organization?
I have not.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tremaine, do you have questions of Dr. Richardson?
have just a couple questions. I'll try to be quick. Good afternoon, Dr. Richardson. My name is Jesse Tremaine. I'm the OCD Legal Director. I want to jump back to table 4, table 4. Not actually go to it, just reference it. Do you recall the content of table 4 generally?
Is that the Zhang paper that you're
Yes.
referring to? Yes.
And I just want you talked in some detail about the testing and the noise and the testing levels. I just want to ask you, the compounds listed in table 4, if someone were to test for PFAS using any of these standardized methods that we've discussed that are included in OCD's proposed definition, would it detect the compounds in this table?
The answer is most. I will say that the F53B major and F53B minor, I'm not sure what those are, but all the rest would be detected.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. A quick question about your review of FRAC Focus. Are you able to identify PFAS or potential PFAS if you apply either NMOGA's proposed definition or OCD's proposed definition based on the content currently available to the public on the FRAC Focus website?
You can search for individual compounds, yes.
Okay, so if you see a chemical listed as a proprietary chemical on the FRAC Focus website, are you able to make an informed determination as to whether that may be a PFAS compound?
Not necessarily the trade secret. What you can do is the use. I think the use is provided.
Thank you. I want to ask you just a couple of clarifying questions because you spoke with Ms. Mulcahy about hydraulic fracturing generally. Dr. Richardson, are you generally familiar with the hydraulic fracturing process?
I am.
Okay. And when an operator, a well operator, fracks a well the first time, do you know who does it?
I don't.
Okay. Okay. We've talked about chemical additives throughout the course of the hearing. If an operator or a contractor of an operator were to frack a well using a chemical additive, do you have any understanding or knowledge of how that operator would have obtained the chemical additive?
The additive typically comes from the manufacturer, as far as I understand.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. EOG doesn't have questions. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Richardson? Thank you. Any redirect before I go to the commission?
I just have 2 quick ones. I will be quick. Dr. Richardson, you just stated to Mr. Tremaine that based on the use column, so we're talking about FRAC Focus, based on the use column in FRAC Focus, you could determine if the proprietary chemical is PFAS or not. Could you just explain that?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
You know that you can determine what the use of the additive was, so whether it was a friction reducer or surfactant or some other term.
Okay. And just because a chemical is proprietary in FRAC Focus, does that mean it's a PFAS?
No.
And lastly, does NMOGA support a ban on PFAS in oil and gas operations?
They do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. Commissioner Bloom, do you have questions of Dr. Richardson?
Dr. Richardson, thank you for your time today. No questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ampoma? Oh, so it's 4:17. If you will ask your questions, that would be great. If we have a few minutes, we'll take just a very short break before public comment, because public comment's at 4:30, but we can push it a little bit if you have a lot of questions. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson, for your testimony. And I do appreciate you talking about the treatment options for PFAS. I really appreciated that. Now, I want to know, what is the current research status in determining the source of PFAS in underground source of drinking water.
Would you mind repeat that again, Commissioner? And my apologies.
Okay. What is the current research status, yes, in determining the source of PFAS in, let's say, shallow or surface water?
No, that's a good question, and very difficult to determine. So the way that can be done is you can look at signatures, so ratios of different PFAS. So, for example, let's just say an AFFF source, for example, whether it be a particular product, will have a certain PFAS character, right? PFAS signature. And so you can look for that in the environment, and perhaps that gives you a little bit more information about the source. So it's a looking at the ratios, all those compounds that we looked at in table 4, it'd be looking at certain ratios of those compounds in the environment, so that you can kind of tie that back. Again, it's not definitive, but it certainly gives you clues. The other would be looking at variation in concentration, so or variations in types of PFAS. So you see a lot of shorter chain versus longer chain, or the ratio of longer chain to shorter chain can give you clues on the types of PFAS sources there might be, because there can be variations in PFAS signatures, whether it be a consumer product source or whether it be a AFFF.
So then, as research evolves, there's still a possibility to more or less be able to know the source of PFAS and more or less negating the ambiguity with regards to intentional PFAS.
Well, I would like to say we're moving in that direction, but I would like to kind of temper our expectations a bit because of the number of sources and because the concentrations are generally so low in the environment. It makes it very difficult then to pinpoint a source.
Okay. So in your direct testimony, you talk about oil and gas companies have used PFAS as a friction reducers. Now, my question is, are there no better substitutes for that?
Well, they use the common compounds that are used as polyacrylamide is what's typically used. It's a different compound altogether. It's not a PFAS. I don't know the reason that particular PTFE and FPEG were used, but based on the description in FRAC Focus, that's where that information came from. It was a friction reducer.
Okay. So if OCC is to ban the use of PFAS, what impact, in your opinion, is going to be on NIMOGA?
I can't speak for NIMOGA, but I mean, they are in favor of this ban of the, again, based on our definition, and which is very similar to OCD's. And as we talked before, all groups, the definitions are actually very similar. I don't know the impact on NIMOGA, but I don't think it would have any impact at all, to be honest. But I can't speak fully to that, Commissioner.
Now, with regards to the additive issues and then also the intentionally added, what about if, let's say, NIMOGA, or let's say oil and gas industry, is to know more about the composition of the source of water that they are using for their downhole operations? Would that be a big ask?
I can't speak to, I mean, again, there'd be some sampling involved, fair amount of sampling to get representative numbers. PFAS analyses are typically, I think, $300 or $400 a sample or so is what typically for us. So it's not a huge ask, but in terms of the getting the data density to get a good understanding of your source water would require a fair amount of sampling.
So based on your analysis of FRAC Focus, do you believe that is enough, with regards to disclosures?
I can't, again, I'm not a trade secret expert on that, Commissioner. So in terms of, are you suggesting, what's my opinion on whether that should be full disclosure or not. Is that?
No. So right now, what is actually disclosed, from based on your expertise and your review of that, is it accurate? Or no, is it sufficient? Let me put it that way.
I mean, there are a fair amount of ingredients that are provided in disclosure. So if you looked at one of the exhibits, there's a fair amount of, I don't have a disclosure in my exhibits, but I believe some of the other experts did. So a lot of ingredients are provided in Frac Focus. Of course, there are trade secrets as well.
So you make mention of some PFAS that might have been used in oil and gas operations that more or less you got to know about that through Frac Focus.
Are you referring to the single chain, single fully fluorinated, or are you?
Yeah, the PTFE.
So PTFE and FPEG,
FPEG
from Frac Focus. So the actual disclosure was how we were able to identify that.
So specifically on page 3, item number 7 of your direct testimony. Now I want to ask, were these chemicals that you found in Frac Focus, were they marked confidential, or it was just directly there that you can see?
It was directly there.
Okay. I think we've talked about this, but just want to be sure that do you have any evidence or any knowledge that the utilization of the 2.2%, or let's say the 0.38% of the over 9,000 Frac Focus records contributed to any USDW contamination?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, since more or less you work a lot with oil and gas companies, let me ask this. Is there any research that is going on that you are aware of within the MOGA, or let's say in the oil and gas industry, to fully understand the chemicals that are actually utilized in operations and downhole operations?
I'm not aware of that.
If not, then why should the commission not take extreme action to ban, or let's say to more or less protect the public?
I believe that no matter what your definition you choose, Commissioner, that you are protecting the public. This is a huge list of PFAS that are in those. Again, and I'm just to make clear, we are excluding the single fully fluorinated PFAS because those are not consistent with what's the EPA TSCA definition, as well as those would not be the types of compounds you would expect to see in hydraulic fracturing.
Are you familiar with the oil and gas industry voluntarily, suspending utilizing any chemical?
Not aware of that.
So then I'll follow up and say that based on your knowledge, is it that the oil and gas industry more or less widely depends on the government to act before phasing out any toxic chemical?
I can't speak to that either.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So based on your testimony, I thought we were going to talk about, I have been asked by NEMOGA to address works amendments 19.15.2, 19.15.7 goes on and on. But so I just want to be clear on that.
My involvement was to help with the terminology on those sections. So I did not write those sections. I helped with the terminology, certain terminology. And I made that clear in my direct testimony that these were the certain sections that I recommended changes were made.
Okay, let's talk about the definition.
Yes.
So based on the hearing, as of now, OCD is considering excluding OTM 45 and OTM 50 from the methods.
Correct.
Do you have any comment on that?
That is the correct thing to do. That's right.
Why is it?
Those are air methods. So the focus here is on water.
Okay. I'm going to pause here. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
if I may, I don't mean to get out of my lane as counsel. I did discuss this with the chair before he left, but there was one question that he thought would be pertinent to ask, if I may, on his behalf.
Yes, actually, I just checked with Ms. Apodaca via text, and she said the chair is on the platform. She's about to unmute him. Shall we let him ask the question, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
He's muted.
Madam Hearing Officer, my apologies. Traffic.
Hello.
So my apologies for that. Mr. Rubin was asking, and we were talking about aquifers, and we're talking a lot about shallow aquifers, but we were wondering, at one point there was conversation about the formations, and do we know what's going on downhole, as far as, I believe the quote was, a black hole or something to that extent. I apologize, I don't have my notes in front of me. So there's a lot of focus on shallower aquifers. Does the doctor have any concerns about, or any comments that he'd like to tell us about what's happening with deeper freshwater aquifers?
And if I could add that, I believe the testimony of Dr. Spears just said aquifers, and in Dr. Richardson's rebuttal, he said he disagreed with that, and he said shallow aquifers. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't a sleight of hand, and that you meant to disagree with not just shallow, but let's say artesian aquifers.
Oh, yeah, no, I would not disagreeing with aquifers. I from an environmental standpoint, and again, I only can speak from being an environmental engineer, is that we focus mainly on the shallow drinking water aquifers. And again, that would include, in my mind, deeper ones as well. Anything that is being used as a water source, a drinking water source.
So you're saying it's the same analysis, whether it's a shallow or an artesian aquifer with respect to potential contamination?
If you're referring to PFAS analysis, is that what you're saying? Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further, Mr. Chair?
No, that's the only question. Thank you, doctor. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Alrighty. Is there any reason not to excuse Dr. Richardson at this time?
No, Madam Hearing Officer, I just have one other matter after we excuse Dr. Richardson.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah,
Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you. I would just like to also move for admission into the record NMOGA Exhibit A, which is the red line strikeout of Guardian's proposed rule. NMOGA Exhibit B, which is the Colorado Bill 22-1345, which is identified in the pre-hearing statement. NMOGA Exhibit C, which is Colorado Bill 22-1348, also identified in the pre-hearing statement.
Okay. Any objections to NMOGA A, B, and C? All right, they're admitted. Thank you very much. To everyone in the room and on the platform, it is 4:31, and we will take as much public comment as there is to be given. I need to do one very brief thing, though, before we accept public comment. Ms. Apodaca, would you come back to the stand, please?
Might we have a 5-minute break before we take public comment, please?
Oh, yes, we will do that too. Ms. Apodaca, did you revise the certificate of compliance in conjunction with the Commission Council?
Yes, I did.
All right. I would like to make that the substitute hearing officer Exhibit 1. Are there any, and admit it, again, to show compliance with all public notice requirements. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Thank you very much. That's what we will do. And thank you, Ms. Apodaca.
Madam Hearing Officer, are we going to be able to talk about when our briefs are going to be due?
Yes, not right now. And it may in fact be a conversation that we have over email. And I'll tell you why we can't have it right now, because we don't know exactly when the transcripts will come in. And I want to make sure council has access to the transcripts before they make a commitment to post-hearing submittals.
So we'll do that via email.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we will come back for public comment. To those on the platform, we've been going more than an hour and a half. Okay, we are back after a short break and we will take whatever public comment there is to be given. I'll take some folks online first, then I'll come into the room and go back online in the event anyone else joins us. Just a few things. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer for this matter. Public comment can only be given once. If you have more to say than can be said in 3 minutes, or if you've already offered comment on a previous day, I would invite you to submit written public comment, which can be taken in, until this evening. And I will ask you to state, spell your name, and swear to affirm to tell the truth, and then start a stopwatch for 3 minutes. So if you're on the platform, use the hand raise function. And again, I'll take some comment online, and then I will come to the folks in the room with us. I see Mandy Sackett. Ms. Sackett, if you would unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Mandy Sackett, and I'm a resident of Taos County.
All right, would you spell your last name, please?
Sackett.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear.
I will start your 3 minutes.
I'm here as a concerned resident and someone managing autoimmune health issues, which makes me especially aware of the importance of clean air, water, and land. The state's consideration of a PFAS ban in fracking is crucial, not just for individual health, but for environmental justice and our collective fight against climate change. PFAS, or forever chemicals, are linked to serious health problems, including immune system disruption and autoimmune diseases. For communities living near fracking sites, exposure to these chemicals could mean contaminated water and soil for generations. The health impacts disproportionately affect low-income and rural communities that often lack the resources to fight back or relocate. That makes this an environmental justice issue. Fracking is already a major contributor to climate change. Adding PFAS to the equation only deepens the harm, and it's unacceptable to double down on extractive practices that pollute our land and worsen greenhouse gas emissions while threatening the health of vulnerable communities, including Indigenous and rural populations. As a resident of Taos, I see the interconnectedness of our natural environment and public health. I think that clean water and healthy ecosystems in a safe climate are non-negotiable for our state's future and even mandated by our state constitution. Banning PFAS and fracking is a necessary step, but we need to go further, phasing out these practices entirely, and prioritizing renewable energies that will protect all New Mexicans. So I urge you to please pass the ban and continue working towards a just transition that will center health, environmental justice, and climate action. Our communities deserve better than the pollution and harm that fracking leaves behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sackett. We see Caitlin. I believe Caitlin Bizzell.
Yes, that's right.
Hello, if you would spell your first and last name, please.
Caitlin, Caitlyn, Bizzell, Bizzell.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the Commission. Thank you for hearing my comment today. My name is Caitlin Bazell, and I'm a New Mexico resident currently studying environmental communications and sustainability at the University of New Mexico. As a young person involved in environmental justice, I feel compelled to comment on the risks of PFAS chemicals to the state water supply, and subsequently the risks to the health of myself, my loved ones, and my peers. PFAS chemicals are a threat to the health of all New Mexican people by contaminating our most precious resource, groundwater. The groundwater of New Mexico supplies most water used in our daily lives, meaning even a small amount of PFAS chemicals in our water can, will, and do affect a large portion of the population. New Mexico is a beautiful and resilient state, home to a diverse population of cultures and identities. Our state must be protected from oil and gas pollution to preserve the beauty of both this land and the people who have called it home for generations. These chemicals have the potential to inflict irreversible damage on all New Mexicans. The Oil Conservation Commission should take immediate action to ban PFAS from oil and gas operations. I urge you to put the health and well-being of New Mexicans first. Please protect us from unjust harm due to unregulated chemical pollution of PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bazell. This is Kaylee Shoup. Ms. Shoup?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, hello. Spell your first and last name, please.
Kayleyshoup.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Shoup, and I'm a community organizer with Citizens Caring for the Future in Southeast New Mexico. I live in Carlsbad, in Eddy County, where many of the produced water spills you hear of happen. The air, land, water, and health of the communities here in Southeast New Mexico have been sacrificed for years now, as we have seen the Permian oil boom take over the world. At a time when the impacts of climate change are being felt more than ever, extreme heat and drought touch our lives daily. Water is precious here, and instead of our groundwater being protected, it is being put at risk, constantly. Banning PFAS and oil and gas is one way we can buffer my community from the climate impacts and environmental impacts we are sure to see in the next 4 years and beyond, as we continue to be a living sacrifice. And we, like everyone else here, will need resources we can rely on in an uncertain future. Also, the oil field in Southeast New Mexico is filled with immigrant workers that will have more than their fair share of worries moving forward. One way we can lighten their load as a state is by ensuring that they have their health to carry them forward. This is by ensuring that they aren't exposed to unnecessary and incredibly toxic chemicals on the job. Lastly, when people are empowered with information, things change. Just this year, researchers with UC Berkeley came out with a study saying that PFAS levels in the blood of Californians were lower than the rest of the country. This is because of regulations such as the regulations you are weighing today. They save lives. They ensure that children have healthy parents, that parents don't have to mourn their own children, and that we have young people that become elders in our future. Passing a ban on PFAS and oil and gas and increasing chemical disclosure really does keep the world spinning round in its very own small way. Please understand that and act with that knowledge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shoup. Next, we have Crystal. Crystal?
Hi.
Hi. Would you state and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Crystal Curley. Crystal, Krystal, and Curley, Curley.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Oil Conservation Commissioners. My name is Crystal Curley. Kenya ani nashling kitli chikni bashichi nakaide ne dashiche aro hanagahni dashanale. I'm a Diné Navajo mother of 3 daughters. I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit named Indigenous Lifeways. It's based in McKinley County. We live in a state that celebrates access to abortion health care, but yet we have toxic extractive industries that expose our pregnant people to toxic forever chemicals like PFAS. In a 9-year period from 2013 to 2022, over 240 million pounds of trade secret chemicals were injected into wells by the oil and gas industry. The irreversible implications of these monstrous acts will forever harm the unborn and future generations. What will our future generations have left if we don't safeguard our health, our water, our bodies, and our land? How and why are we complicit in this issue? Is this what we have come as humanity? Oil and gas industry has poisoned us, poisoned our bodies, poisoned our land, and most of all, you have knowingly withheld information from the public about these toxic chemicals. By hiding behind trade secret protocol, this commission knowingly exposed New Mexico citizens and oil and gas workers to dangerous chemical compounds. Commissioners, you have an obligation to regulate, enforce, and monitor the oil and gas industry in the best interests of New Mexico taxpayers. Oil conservation commissioners must uphold the oil and gas industry accountable for these incompetent actions. As a future grandmother, I'm here to speak for my future grandchildren, and I'm asking the oil conservation commissioners to think of their daughters, their children, their future generations, and your legacy, and ask yourself, what can I do to make a difference to ensure a healthy and livable future for all New Mexico citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Next, we have Deirdre Velasquez, I think.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Would you please spell your first and last name?
Deirdre, Deirdra, Velasquez, Velasquez.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Commissioners, you have undoubtedly heard dozens of comments describing what PFAS are, how dangerous the chemicals are, and how important it is to regulate them. I will try not to repeat much of what has already been said. I am a member of Valencia Water Watchers. We are based in Valencia County, just south. In 2022, we launched a campaign against an ordinance that would allow ease of access for oil and gas drilling in Valencia County. During the 7.5 hours of testimony given by other organizations, community members, and climate justice groups to persuade the commission to vote against the ordinance, I learned about PFAS and how dangerous those chemicals are for all life, how they leach into the groundwater and poison the land, how they're carcinogenic and cause birth defects. The Valencia County Commission passed the ordinance despite the overwhelming opposition of more than 200 people. While oil and gas drilling hasn't happened yet, the incoming Trump administration has promised there will be increased domestic oil and gas extraction. I expect that it will come up right to my back door. And even if it doesn't, oil and gas drilling occurs in other parts of the state already and will increase in those areas. Regardless of how you personally feel about that increase, it only makes sense that if it is to continue, then we must make efforts to protect ourselves. If there's any hope of controlling these forever chemicals, New Mexico regulators need to be fully informed about the risks to our water and what those chemicals exactly are. Michelle Lujan Grisham promised that as governor, she would require mandatory disclosure of what chemicals are used in fracking to better protect groundwater. We need her to follow through. We need you to follow through now more than ever. I would also beg the commission to take the first steps in forming a community and a culture of resistance that should echo from the very bottom levels of our government elected officials to the top. Please, I implore you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. Next, we have Sandra Stolberg.
Yes.
Hello. If you would please spell your last name.
Stolberg, Stulberg.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I want to just take a moment to uplift the voices that have come before me. They speak so eloquently of just how dire this situation is.
So my statement is that I do my best to make healthy decisions around what my family and I eat, what we drink, the chemicals we are exposed to through the products that we use. I read the labels and I make decisions based on what is disclosed on those labels. When I learned about the dangers of PFAS, I did a little bit of research and we made some changes. We have different dishes, furniture, cookware, food storage, and floss of all things. But I realize that no amount of education or vigilance will be enough to protect us from the harm of these dangerous chemicals if we allow them to get into our water supply and the food chain. I have to wonder why these dangerous chemicals are being allowed to be used at all. I'm not an expert, and I certainly don't have the privilege of access to the disclosures that the NMOGA experts do. So the public must rely on this commission to do the job, to make sure the decisions, to make the decisions on what is safe for human consumption and exposure. We need you to make sure that our environment, our food chain, and our water supply are not poisoned by industries. We need you to make sure that our children grow up to be healthy. We need you to ban PFAS before the damage is beyond our ability to clean up and repair. It seems pretty simple. If we ban these compounds, they will stop being spilled into our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stolberg. Next, we have Hazel James. Let's see.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Ms. James, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Great.
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yat A. My name is Hazel James. Tohe, Tohe. I'm a Diné woman. I'm of the Zuni clan, Zuni Edgewater clan, and the Black Streak through Wood clan. And my grandfathers are Ashiha and Tutsoni, Big Water clan and Salt clan. I am here in northern New Mexico area on the Navajo reservation in a place called Mexican Springs. And I'm a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 5 grandsons, each of whom honors Diné values and principles and the Diné wisdom. I work as a coordinator for San Juan Collaborative for Health Equity and Diné-centered research and evaluation. And we focus on environmental justice and health equity for Indigenous communities here in northern New Mexico. I come before you today on behalf of my family and my relatives, and to speak for our land, our water, our air, and our fire, which is the center of Earth and the center of universe. And so today, I come before to urge the oil conservation commissioners to ban PFAS chemicals and require full disclosure of all chemicals used in the oil and gas operations. For us as Indigenous people, water is life. It is central to our culture, our survival, and our future generations. Yet today we face the grave threat of PFAS, contaminations from oil and gas operations, chemicals so toxic that even a tiny amount of contamination can contaminate entire water sources. On Navajo Nation, 40% of our people lack access to running water, relying on local springs or community wells, which we rarely even have those community wells. It's mainly on a domestic system, but it still comes from our groundwater. Our water comes from the groundwater, allowing PFAS to be injected into our land threatens our very survival and violates our sacred responsibility to protect our ecosystem. As a health advocate and mother and grandmother, I am deeply concerned that the health impacts of PFAS. Scientific research has linked exposure to PFAS with cancer, thyroid disease, high cholesterol, and reproductive issues.
Ms. James,
this is not a risk we can afford. The net families are already suffering disproportionately with health issues like cancer. This sickness is embedded in our land and water and food, affecting who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, let's see, Antoinette Reyes, I think.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you would spell your last name, please.
Reyes.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Antoinette Reyes. I am speaking today on behalf of the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter and our 35,000 members and supporters in New Mexico. Thank you for holding this hearing to strengthen chemical disclosure requirements and to end the use of per and polyfluorinated substances, aka PFAS, from oil and gas operations. With an average of 4 spills per day, New Mexico must reduce the amount of produced water spilled, and short of that, reduce the toxicity of produced water, even if that means tackling the issue constituent by constituent. Annually, dozens of fracking constituents, including thousands of gallons of PFAS, commonly known as forever chemicals, are used in New Mexico oil and gas operations. And to make matters worse, oil and gas hides the full list of pollutants from those that stand to be harmed by them. These contaminants have already been detected in New Mexico surface waters and oil and gas areas around the state, according to government and public university tests. The risks posed to our groundwater and surface waters cannot be understated, as PFAS are highly toxic at minuscule levels. Numerous readily available, economically feasible surfactant alternatives are already on the market and accessible to industry, those that do not include PFAS. Banning PFAS better protects public health and reduces the future contamination of our state's soil, land, and dwindling freshwater resources. PFAS is known to affect every system in the human body, including the immune system. It's linked to kidney and testicular cancer, thyroid disease, birth defects, and reproductive problems. Updating chemical disclosure requirements increases transparency with communities and decision makers in regards to where and when dangerous chemicals have been used, transported, disposed of, and spilled across the state. This critical safety data would aid state and local officials in their decision-making capabilities by gaining informed, place-based information useful in accomplishing their duty to protect public health and the environment. Please, approve both of the items in this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Next, we have Senator Jeff Steinborn. Senator Steinborn.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Senator Jeff Steinborn, the Vice Chair of the state's Legislative Radioactive and Hazardous Materials Interim Committee. I call in to wholeheartedly support these items and banning PFAS and undisclosed chemicals. We are dealing with so much contamination in the state of New Mexico, including from PFAS, that is now showing up, as you I'm sure have heard, in the Pecos River and wildlife outside of Holloman Air Force Base. These are chemicals that, in case of the oil field, according to the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, they don't use anyways. Now we're finding it still show up. But the fact is that this is a prudent step for the commission to take to protect New Mexico. The fact that we would allow these forever harmful substances to be polluted in our land and our water and our environment, while spending millions of dollars to try to figure out what it is that's polluting the land, is just crazy. And we need to start being proactive in protecting New Mexicans from these chemicals. And so your step today, or your consideration, is a very prudent step, and I applaud you for considering it and urge you to take action, and remind you that our Radioactive and Hazardous Materials Committee did send a letter endorsing this action today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Steinborn. All right, I'm going to move into the room here for the next public commenters. If you would please come up one at a time to that stand right there. Make sure there's a green light on the microphone. And would you state and spell your first and last name?
My name's Aria, A-R-I-A, last name C-H-I-O-D-O.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
I was born in New Mexico in Taos, and my family has only been here for, one generation, but New Mexico has a long history of being used for resources at the expense of its land and water and the people who live here. From uranium mining to the atomic bomb manufacture and testing, generations of New Mexicans have seen the dangerous and unending effects of industries taking advantage of this area. It's time to stop that. PFAS are known to be dangerous carcinogens that cause cancer and other health issues. We must remove them from our water. The oil and gas industry must be held accountable for the damage they have done and continue to do to the environment and people. We are in an extremely important moment, a climate crisis, where we must do all we can to build a sustainable future for our planet and generations of people to come. We have to start with protecting our own state and the people who live here, not the industries who are trying to make a profit. We must protect our water from contaminants. Transparency is a no-brainer. Please stop siding with big industries and side with New Mexicans and our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment? Hello, please state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Polly Bungum, P-O-L-L-Y-B-U-N-G-U-M.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
As a young person inheriting this earth, it's really important to me that our land, our water, and our air is not contaminated with dangerous chemicals that never break down in natural conditions because they're practically impossible to clean up. I'd like to express my wholehearted support for these amendments and to ask that in the future, less subsidies are given to oil and gas industry. Last year, New Mexico taxpayers paid $86.2 billion in subsidies to the massive oil and gas industry. The NRDC, the National Resources Defense Council, recommends ending all public giveaways to oil and gas and redirecting money to public priorities. These priorities include establishing just transition programs for industry workers and supporting clean energy, as we should be less concerned with extracting fossil fuels and more concerned with the well-being of our Earth. I guess that's a future problem, but for now, the least we can do is ban PFAS and require chemical disclosure to protect the systems of a life we rely on and are a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bungum. Anyone else?
I would like to make a public comment. Sorry, I can't raise my hand because I'm having to call in. My Microsoft Teams wasn't working.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I already have someone at the stand. I'll call on you momentarily. If you would state and spell your first and last name, please.
Frankie Baca Lucero. BACA-LUCERO.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Dear Commission, we the people, as declared in Principle 1 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development from the United Nations, are entitled to a healthy and productive life in harmony with nature. For this to be a reality, we need a functioning ecosystem with living soil, clean water, and breathable air. The usage of forever chemicals, PFAS, in the oil and gas operations completely disregard this principle. Fracking in New Mexico needs to stop, period. This profit-driven exploitation must stop.
Give land back to those who know how to be in relationship with the more than human world, the indigenous peoples, the original nurturers, the people who care to bring you today. The people who care bring you today 2 simple requests, quoted from the petition, case number 23580. Number 1, that the Commission adopt a rule prohibiting the use of PFAS in oil and gas drilling, development, and production in order to prevent the generation of PFAS contaminated produced water and non-domestic waste. Number 2, that the Commission adopt a rule prohibiting the use of undisclosed chemicals in downhole operations to ensure reasonable transparency around substances used by the oil and gas industry and to ensure industry compliance with the prohibition of the use of PFAS. This will not only allow for the rise and restoration of ecological health of our beloved and generous home, New Mexico, but will also pursue the overall Western United States regeneration. Instead of giving millions of dollars to the gas and oil industry, we could be subsidizing hyper-local solutions. For example, we could be making methane digesters for more affordable and accessible to use the inputs of sewage sludge, agricultural, and food residues, employing inevitable waste to create a closed-loop system. Another viable solution could be solar in New Mexico, where we can empower a high index of UV rays that can be used for household services, shade for crops, and vehicle charging stations. Another solution could be building small-scale wind turbines made from upcycled materials, lessening our waste. We are simply asking for public funds to be redirected towards local projects that actually benefit the people and the planet. And maybe, just maybe, we as humans can come together to acknowledge and uphold our responsibilities to this interdependent and interconnected universe, learn to live with less and that less is more, and to consciously care for oneself, letting that care bleed out to the land and those within it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, thank you on the platform for speaking up. I'll take your comment now. Can you unmute yourself again? It was the one with the blue. Yeah, that one. I thought. No? Is it? Can you unmute yourself?
Were you referring to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, you spoke up. I believe you're the one who spoke up a moment ago to say you wanted to offer a comment.
Yes.
All right. If you would give us your first and last name, please.
My name is Brandon, Randon, Noreen, N as in Nancy, Orine.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Awesome. So I'm calling in from Valencia County on behalf of my fellow community members and organizers that I share my communities with, as well as the project that I have started called A Better New Mexico as Possible. And I don't have the education and the research to speak on the issue as well as folks such as our senator and the NMGO, all of these other incredibly informed and magnificent folks. But I can say that as somebody who's experienced so much of the United States leaving me and the people I love behind, the last couple of years especially, we have an obligation to just start taking care of each other. Many things have failed many of our community members for years and years. The nuclear waste tests damaged Navajo Nation land and water for years, and as another speaker had mentioned, causes higher cancer rates than almost any other American nation, or American national. Sorry about that. And even outside of the state of New Mexico, we see things such as the Flint water crisis, and we see so many of these things that are basic necessities that are necessary for not only us to survive, but for our environment to survive, for our spaces to survive. Living down in Valencia County, if we don't have clean water and our soil is contaminated with these forever chemicals, we can't farm here. Our animals can't graze. We lose an incredibly important aspect of what makes our community not only functional, but allows us to support each other. even local businesses such as Bombita Farms would be severely affected by this kind of chemical leaching into our natural communities. And so, as somebody who doesn't necessarily come from the greatest backgrounds in science and all of these different things, I do implore you as a community member and an organizer to take these considerations of my comment and everyone else's and help us to just have some faith in our government officials again. Help us to take care of each other and show that there can be successes. There does not only have to be failures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noreen. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time? Please raise your hand. I see Seneca Johnson. There we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you would please spell your first name.
Hi, my name is Seneca, Seneca. And yeah, I live in
Wait, hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And I'll start your 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Seneca Johnson. I live in Santa Fe. I'm currently a student at Yale University pursuing a degree in environmental studies, and I'm also a member of YACA. So I'm here because I'm really concerned about the future of New Mexico's water supply and water quality if we continue the use of PFAS and undisclosed chemicals in fracking operations. I think PFAS chemicals are dubbed forever chemicals for a really clear reason. You know, PFAS can remain in the body for years after a single exposure and can remain in the environment for hundreds to thousands of years. PFAS accumulates with continuous or repeated exposure within the body and the environment, you know, such as through water contamination, and that has been linked to increased cancer rates, immune system suppression, and problems with fetal development. And so, you know, earlier this year, the EPA set the maximum contaminant level of PFAS in drinking water at 4 parts per trillion, which, you know, essentially means that there's, you know, functionally no healthy amount of exposure to PFAS. And we know that PFAS has already been used in some of New Mexico's fracking operations, but we don't know to what extent because these companies are not required to disclose chemicals used, nor are they subject to state hazardous waste regulations. And so without further protections from the law, we must essentially trust that oil and gas companies in New Mexico will not poison our drinking water and will not allow PFAS chemicals to be spilled. But with their current record, this trust has not been earned. It is clear that the mitigation strategies already in place to protect our land and water are not effective in preventing spills of these toxic chemicals, which are approximated to happen like 4 times a day. About 80% of New Mexico's drinking water comes from groundwater, which makes us especially vulnerable to the effects of groundwater contaminants. And to allow for unknown chemical blends to spill this regularly is a direct line for permanent degradation of our water supply and guarantees negative health effects for our communities. And, you know, requiring disclosure of chemicals used is not unheard of. Several other states' oil and gas companies operate under chemical disclosure laws without harm to their industry. And in fact, our own governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, proposed it 6 years ago in her 2018 water plan. So chemical disclosure allows for both the public and for regulators to better understand health and environmental risks associated with specific chemicals, allow for more effective monitoring for contamination, and holds companies accountable for future spills. I think medical professionals should not have to make guesswork of their patients' illnesses when this information could directly help. And I think, you know, we should ensure that people are able to make informed decisions about their personal and family health. At the end of the day, you know, we want to keep ourselves, our community, our environment, and future generations safe from toxic forever chemicals. I think the climate crisis is only going to, you know, become worse. The effects are going to become more severe in the coming decades. And I think, you know, it's going to be really crucial that we continue to do everything that we can to protect our water for ourselves and for our future generations as well. So, yeah, I'd ask that you all support the measures proposed for required chemical disclosure and for prohibition of PFAS chemicals in fracking operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anyone else on the platform here to offer public comment? I don't see any hands. Is there anyone else in the room here to offer public comment? Anyone else at all? No? All right. Oops. Let's see, Ms. Nanasi?
I just wanted to say thank you to the commissioners and to you, Madam Hearing Officer, and to my colleagues. I had to leave the actual room, but I've been online, and I just want to thank you for this hearing, and have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nanasi, and everyone on the platform and in the room. I know our commission chair had to leave the room, but he's been on the platform ever since. Here are other commissioners. Thank you all for just being so professional and putting on a good evidentiary record. Please drive safely home.